accelerating learning for all. Alpha can really convert every classroom into a exciting place to be, where the collaboration is the watchword, where all the children are working in pairs all day long. And to do that, transformation has to be there at many levels within the pedagogy. So sort of like the mobile phone versus the landline phone. And we can say, well, at one level is just communication instrument, the mobile phone, but we know that it does a lot more than just communication. So the old landline phone was only communication. So we can think of old education as only teaching, learning as a goal, while the new education as this holistic environment in which children are becoming truly collaborators on a daily practice basis. Other things are different too in Alpha. It's one level, of course, this paired learning, one is to one transaction of learning, that has huge advantages. So, for example, you have a child who's sitting in the corner and is a special needs child. Hardly anybody goes to him or talks to him. If you had a collaborative, as in paired learning classroom, children have to randomly be paired every single day. And so this child sitting in the corner is no longer sitting in the corner. He is changing places, he's changing partners. So in about a month, the whole class has sat with the child, and the child feels good because he knows these children not just by name, but knows them as his buddies, his friends. And so imagine creating a buddy system in which they're helping each other, not just competing. And in fact, competition is where we want to really attack education squarely, because as our NEP 2020 also says, compete with yourself, not others. As our great Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji has also said, that it should be compared to yourself and not with others. So one transformation that's happening through Alpha pedagogy is the idea of paired learning, mainstreaming that as the modality of transaction of learning, one is to one all day long and every single day of the school year.
Tina, please tell me, what is this? That's sun. What is the first sound? So, what is the word? Sun. Give me a high five. Yay!
What is this? This is apple. What is the first sound of apple? What is this? This is a top. What is the first sound of top? Top. Add the sound. F, top, that. What is the first sound of duck? Hello, my name is Swastika. My name is Zoya. I am 8 years old. I am 6 years old. I am a girl. I am a girl too. I have sister. I have sister too. We live in Lucknow. My school's name is City Montessori School. Eyes. Eyes.
Jai Jagat, good morning, one and all present here. There is an important announcement that the washrooms on my right side, I repeat once again, the washrooms on my right side are currently undergoing renovation, so please do not use them. You may use the washrooms on my left side. I repeat again, the washrooms on my right side are currently undergoing renovation. So kindly use the washrooms on the left side. Thank you so much.
The sky is dark. It is night. We see the moon and many stars in the sky at night. The sun, the moon, and the stars are called heavenly bodies. Stars, why do they appear small? The stars are big ball of fire. They appear small because they are very far away. Correct. The times of India geosmith tracks are up to half kilometer long, 2 feet wide, calling Uttar Pradesh the center of hope for all of India, just as India has become hope for the entire world.
चलो करो एक और 33 करना है ना कितना करोगे दो तीन अब एक दो तीन कितना हो गया 33 वेरी गुड अब ये बताना देखो ये कितना हुआ मेरी 1 10 20
चालीस 50
कितना हुआ
51
51 वेरी गुड सब लोग क्लैपिंग करो बहुत अच्छा अब ताली बजा के दिखाओ 51 की 5 बार ताली बजाओ 1 2 3 4 5 और 1 वेरी गुड
The second level of transformation is basically the way teachers are involved in the process of teaching. So A typical classroom would have teacher as the master puppeteer, teacher as the one who's calling all the shots, even when the teacher says, okay, everybody, now it's think, pair, share. Okay, now we're going to face each other and we're going to work with each other. So that happens, of course, but it's maybe 10% of the time, maybe 20% of the time, but not 100% of the time or 90% of the time. I think that therein lies the difference. But then teachers need to be empowered to do this in a wonderful way. Uh, to enable that transformation, we also need our textbooks and workbooks to be rethought. So, one difference is how transaction of learning takes place. And so, it's between the taught and the taught, and not the teacher and the taught. It's not child centric, it is child led, it's child driven, it's giving the baton of learning in the hands of the children. It is a different kind of empowerment that we never had in our classrooms.
Very good. What is the
So, how do you do this becomes a question which I'd love to address. But the second level of transformation is in the way that the learning scaffolds. Hi, my name is Sunita Gandhi. I am a former physicist and economist from the World Bank. My real passion actually lies in education, where I've been researching for the last 2 decades on foundation, literacy, and numeracy. Tragically, hundreds of millions of children across the globe do not develop the number sense or understand the basics of operations, which is so fundamentally important. This is where my research has led me to what we call accelerating learning for all, or ALPHA. ALPHA is a vastly different pedagogy. Unlike traditional systems that begin with the abstract written form, we start with kinesthetic activities and concrete objects, leading then to the abstract form. We are introducing numbers through snaps. So a snap means a 1, 2 snaps means 2, and so forth. After that, they go to a clap, and clap means a 10. And then they can combine the two and do, for example, that's a 32. So it becomes very easy for them. They can understand place value, especially when they go to the concrete form. So bigger sticks and smaller sticks, that's 30, that's 2. And if I place it on the place value chart, we'll place it on these 2, which is 1s and 10s. And this kind of a number strip is very easy to make. They can make it on their own, and they can find anything in the environment or bring from home to do these activities, and they can carry on doing these activities very creatively at home. And besides learning, they're becoming very resourceful and environmentally conscious. Every day, children are seated in pairs, and the teacher demonstrates what to do in a pair. So I just showed you 32 I made myself. My pair will tell me the number I made was, with the claps and snaps, was 32. Then my pair will make a clap and snap number, and I will tell what number it is. We tie up with local governments and state governments. We also tie up with NGOs and other organizations that partner with us to bring about this change. So we train the trainers, we train the teachers, both online and offline. We provide assessments so that we can test, pre-test, and post-test both control and treatment group of schools. I have very good evidence from Professor Fernando Reimers of Harvard Graduate School of Education. Chapter 8 covers the alpha pedagogy in the context of Shamli, our very first implementation, which was a 40-day implementation in 10 government schools in the treatment group and another 10 in the control group. So the evidence shows effect sizes ranging from 0.23 to 0.89. These compare favorably with the effect sizes that have been reflected in the World Bank Global Advisory Panel report, as well as in the Copenhagen Consensus, which are the best buys for FLN in the world. This has given a lot of confidence to the governments here to expand the program. It has expanded from those 20 schools in Shamli to 17,000 schools across several states of India. We have a lot of MOUs is being rolled out in stages. That expansion is supported by our ability to demonstrate results very, very quickly. In some of the districts, for example, we have data from the government's own tests across the entire state called Uttar Pradesh. The results were at least 2 times higher than the average of those particular districts, or in some cases, even 3 times higher. And this has been verified from other implementations in small and bigger sizes. For example, a UNICEF supported research implementation in the Maldives. In the coming years, we are hoping to deepen this research to create more evidence across different geographies. And now we're moving towards the idea of embedding the alpha pedagogy in the state curriculum, in which case it can actually reach every single child at zero cost. Together, we can achieve universal literacy and numeracy and transform education for all children.
मैं 24 जनवरी को CMS गोमती नगर में अल्फा की प्रशिक्षण प्राप्त की। वहाँ से मुझे गणित की किट प्राप्त हुई और मैं ला करके अपने विद्यालय में उस गणित किट के माध्यम से अपने बच्चों को 45 दिन में जो गणित का प्रशिक्षण देना था, सिखाना था, वो मैं सिखाई, जिसके द्वारा मेरे बच्चे जोड़ियों में बहुत ही अच्छा से और बहुत ही जल्दी सीख गए। संख्या का ज्ञान, जोड़ घटाना, पहाड़ा, सब कुछ बहुत अच्छे से सीख ले रहे हैं। वो भी बिना टीचर के सहयोग द्वारा एक दूसरे से आपस में समझते हुए चीजों को सीख रहे हैं, जिसका जो है बच्चों के ऊपर बहुत ज्यादा अच्छा और अस्थायी प्रभाव पड़ रहा है। क्योंकि जब बच्चा एक दूसरे बच्चे को बताता है तो बच्चा जल्दी सीखता है।
मैथ्स भी मैंने ट्राई किया। मैथ्स के भी हम लोगों को TLM में स्टिक्स और मैथ स्टिक्स वगैरह, आइसक्रीम स्टिक्स काफ़ी मिली थी। उसके अकॉर्डिंग हम लोगों ने उन लोगों को नंबर सिस्टम और एडिशन सब्ट्रैक्शन पढ़ाया, उसका भी रिएक्शन बहुत अच्छा था। ये वो चीज़ें होती हैं जो आपके पास ईजिली अवेलेबल होती हैं, और हर गरीब बच्चा, क्योंकि ये प्राइमरी स्कूल है, यहाँ पे बहुत बेसिक लेवल के बच्चे आते हैं, गरीब बच्चे आते हैं, तो ये चीज़ उनके घर में भी मुहैया होती है। तो ये बच्चे अपने पेरेंट्स के साथ, अपने भाई बहन के साथ इकट्ठा होकर इसको घर में भी प्रैक्टिस करा। तो ये कम टाइम पीरियड में अगर आप चाह रहे हैं उनको कि बहुत ज़्यादा अच्छी तरीके से पढ़ाएं, समझाएं, तो अल्फा कुड बी वन ऑफ द कॉज। और लाइक आई एम हैप्पी, आई वुड लाइक टू कंटिन्यू दिस। नमस्कार।
And one of the best examples is Dr. Sanita's Gandhi concept program, Alpha. It allows children and adults to be literate in 45 days. This is just amazing.
We piloted Alpha in Maldives and it was so successful. At first we have brought some principals from Maldives. They all liked it so much. They wanted to conduct Alpha pedagogy in their schools. If we really want to enhance student learning, then we have to go for Alpha. Why? Because it is proven. It is evidence-based. I have visited some countries and observed teaching. In my experience of visiting different educational system, Alpha is the best. Therefore, it is the galvanizers and school principals and of course policy makers to utilize this wonderful pedagogy for teaching and learning and making learning fun for everyone.
Typical classroom, when you're teaching them language, for example, would be something like a letter or a letter sound. Like phonics is becoming very popular, and rightly so, because it seems to be doing well. And so letter sounds have to be taught, because A, the letter, they need to know what the letters are, and B, they need to, when they see a letter, they should be able to tell a sound, but that sound is taught. It's not natural, right? So everything is unknown. Letters are known, letter sounds are known. So C does not say K, or B does not say B. It says B to me. And so for kids also, they have to understand that when they see that notation called B, they have to say B. And that is rote learning. A lot of it is rote learning, initially at least. And once they get the hang of it, of course, they're on a better trajectory in terms of learning to read. What if I shared with you that there is another way, and that is 10 times as fast, 10 times better, and more joyful? And your children can learn to read, if they follow this system exactly, they can learn to read within a month. And I'm talking about children of ages 5, 6, 7 years of age. And not just that, within 3 months or so, they can read newspapers, both English and Hindi, or their mother tongue. We've got this in 19 languages of India and more as we engage with communities. So they can learn their language, their mother tongue, Hindi, English, all within a period of 3 months, and read with understanding, read with fluency. And these are the differences that you can feel. So normally it would take how long? So we say 3 years by the time they learn their matras and they can read Hindi fluently. Maybe grade 4 children also struggle with matras. We found them struggling at grade 6 level also with matras. But these kids don't struggle as much, or at all, in fact, most of them. And the reason is that it's a new scaffolding which starts from a picture rather than from a letter. So let me not go into too many details, but a picture is something known to the child. We pick pictures from the environment of the child. So, for example, car would be known to a child. And they can easily derive, using car as an object, they can derive the first sound on their own without rote learning, and that is car, K. So they know that the car has a first sound K, and apple has a first sound A, and say 10 has a first sound T. Now they put the three together and becomes K, A, T, cat. Okay, there are soft sounds, there are long sounds. I mean, I've had people working in the government schools, and they have in different regions different accents and what have you, but they read so beautifully after this because they've figured out the first sounds and adding the first sounds to make real words from the beginning. In 5 pages, if you look at the government program, they're learning how to read entire Bina Matra Wale Shabd. The essence of it is that there is a new scaffolding, there is a new way to engage our children, and they learn a lot faster with that. Especially when we use the paired learning with the scaffolding, it enables far greater learning.
Hi, Vanya. How are you? I am fine. How are you, Vanya? I am also good. Let's begin. Show me the picture of brick. Well done. Show me the picture of chip. Well done.
So one child will ask, the other will answer. But guess what? It's not just one child asking, the other answering, which happens in many cases. Is the other child will now ask and the first child will answer. So that taking turns is inbuilt into the process of transaction in the alpha classroom.
Tina, please tell me, what is this? That's sun. What is the first sound? So what is the word? Sun. Give me a high five. Yay!
This is jam. What is the first sound of jam? is this? It is a cup. What is the first sound of cup? Cup. And the sound. F, cup. That. What is the first sound of duck? Hello, this is he's the first one. He is a man. Baby. The second one. Dad. He has a lab. He is a bullet. He is a fox. Hello, my name is Swastika. My name is Zoya. I am 8 years old. I am 6 years old. I am a girl. I am a girl too. I have sister. I have sister too. We live in Lucknow. My school's name is City Montessori School. Eyes. Why? Calling Uttar Pradesh the center of hope for all of India, just as India has become hope for the entire world.
नसीर भैया प्लीज जॉपलिंग रोड का सिस्टम चेक कर लीजिए सीएमएस जॉपलिंग रोड सीएमएस जॉपलिंग रोड इस साइड सीएमएस जॉपलिंग रोड का एक बार चेक कर लीजिए हो गया डन सीएमएस जॉपलिंग रोड प्लीज हाई
Now our results are quick. We are getting to know the loopholes of where we are lacking instantly, and it's very helpful.
With the iProgress Learning app, we, the students, are experiencing the new age examination system, which is digital, interactive, and stress-free.
It is less time taking and it will help me in my further competition exams.
This innovation does not only make the assessment easier, but also provides us with instant feedback.
Exams don't feel like a burden anymore.
With the iProgress app, we give exams on screen, get faster results, and actually enjoy the process.
When education meets technology, the learning becomes limitless. Technology cannot replace great teachers, but technology at the hands of great teachers can make the learning transformational.
We used iProgress for the assessment of the
Respected dignitaries, esteemed educationists, leaders, principals, teachers, and dear friends in education. Jai Jagat, good morning, and a very warm welcome to all of you. I'm honored to stand before you today at this prestigious Ed Leadership International Roundtable, fostering the Path movement for transforming education. Ed Leadership is more than a conference. It is a meeting of minds and hearts, a gathering of the nation's leading educators and policymakers for an action oriented discussion. You will experience classrooms implementing remarkable pedagogies, talk with educators leading the transformation, experience India's largest FLN and ECCE fair, learn from research and evidence from India and around the world, explore certification opportunities for school leaders and educators, and get to join a national and global peer network of change makers. Let us take a moment to remember our most revered founder manager, late Dr. Jagdish Gandhi sir, whose vision, guidance, and lifelong dedication to education continue to inspire us, and we deeply feel his blessings and spirit shining upon us on this Ed Leadership International Roundtable. It's my privilege to announce that our chief guest is our most respected Dr. Bharti Gandhi, founder director of City Montessori Schools, Lucknow, who will be joining us shortly. We welcome the convener of the Ed Leadership, Dr. Sunita Gandhi, who is an educator, the author of Alpha, founder of not only Devi Sansthan, but also Council for Global Education, USA, and Global Dream Literacy Project, Each One Teach One, which aims at providing foundational literacy to the illiterate masses. She is a notable humanist who serves the national and international interests by introducing new methods, ideas, and concepts to bring about a progressive change in education. She is also the Honorable Chief Academic Advisor, City Montessori Schools. Respected ma'am, we would like to extend a heartfelt thanks for organizing and bringing together this remarkable Ed Leadership International Roundtable. Our guest of honor, our respected Professor Geeta Gandhi Kingdon, Manager, City Montessori School, respected Mrs. Susmita Ghosh, Superior Principal and Head QAID, Innovation Wing, CMS, Mrs. Lalita Pradeep, former Additional Director, School Education, Uttar Pradesh, Mr. Ram Pravesh, BSA, Lucknow, Mr. Nishant Bangera, Head CSR, SBI Mutual Funds, Mr. Anthony Nelise, Head Sterlite India Foundation, Mr. Vikram Solanki, Director, Educate Girls, Mr. Vinay Gandhi, founder, United World School, Lucknow. Mrs. Mona Gandhi, founder, United World School, Lucknow. Mr. Robert Gandhi, managing director, CIS. We extend a warm welcome to you, respected ma'ams and sir, and thank you for gracing the occasion with your presence. We very warmly welcome respected Miss Manjeet Batra, Consultant, City Montessori School, Miss Reena Soti, ISC Principal and Head School Reform, all respected senior principals, esteemed educationists, leaders, and galvanizers who are part of the Ed Leadership Roundtable, driven by one movement, one mission, and shared vision. And thank you for being at the forefront of this transformative shift in education. To begin this International Educational Roundtable on a truly auspicious note, we now move to the lighting of the lamp ceremony. From ancient times, the lamp has stood as a universal symbol of hope, knowledge, and the triumph of light over darkness. Its flame reminds us that even a single spark of wisdom can dispel ignorance, guide generations, and ignite transformations. As our scriptures say, from darkness, lead us to light. From ignorance, lead us to knowledge. From mortality, lead us to immortality. So today, in lighting of this lamp, we invoke this timeless prayer. We remind ourselves that education is the path that takes us from what we are to what we can become. As educators, leaders, and visionaries, we strive to kindle such sparks in every child, every learner, and every community we touch. And may I now invite all our distinguished guests to kindly join us in this lighting the ceremonial lamp, and we request the convener of the conference, Dr. Sunita Gandhi, to guide them up on the stage. And also we request our respected Ms. Manjeet Batra, Ms. Reena Soti, our Superior Principal Head, QID Innovation Wing, Dr. Susmita Ghosh, to please come on the stage for the lighting of the lamp. I request all the senior principals and principals to also be a part. I would request the team to please guide them on the stage for the lighting of the lamp. I once again request all the guests and distinguished luminaries to please be there on the stage for the lighting of the lamp. Respected Superior Principal, Ms. Susmita Ghosh, respected Ms. Manjeet Batra, Consultant CMS, respected Ms. Reena Soti, all the senior principals, and the headmistresses, to please be there on the stage.
May this light spread far all over the world for peace and harmony. May the Lord keep His light always burning forever and ever. May this light spread far all over the world for peace and harmony. May the Lord keep His light always burning forever and ever, forever and ever, forever and ever. May this light spread far all over the world for peace and harmony. May the Lord keep His light always burning forever and ever. May this light spread far all over the world for peace and harmony. May the Lord keep His light always burning forever and ever, forever and ever, forever and
We would like to capture this special moment for posterity, so may I kindly request all our esteemed guests to please come on the steps for a group photograph.
Spread far all over the world for peace and harmony. May the Lord
I request all the senior principals and principals to please be there for a group photograph. With this photograph of this conference with unity and shared purpose. This photograph will serve as a lasting memory of the collective vision and commitment that brings us all here today. Ladies and gentlemen, let's extend a warm applause as we capture this moment. Thank you to all our esteemed dignitaries for joining us in the lighting of the lamp ceremony. Your blessings and presence have truly set a luminous beginning. And now, as we move forward, we are delighted to present the assembly conducted by our galvanizers of City Montessori School, Aliganj Campus 1. In every school, the morning assembly is a sacred space, a time when values are nurtured, voices are united, and the spirit of learning is awakened. Today, our galvanizers will lead us in a special assembly that reflects the very essence of this conference: inspiring minds, nurturing hearts, and building a collective vision for education. May I request all present to join us with openness and enthusiasm as we welcome our galvanizers to conduct the assembly. Let's encourage them with a big round of applause. Yeah.
Thank you so much, respected ma'am. Good morning and Jai Jagat, everyone. With great joy and purpose, we welcome you all to the Ed Leadership Assembly, a platform where we unite in values, vision, and all the shared mission of nurturing world citizens. At City Montessori School, every day begins with a prayer, a moment to connect with the divine and invoke blessings of peace, wisdom, and harmony for all humanity. Let us now rise up, join our hands, and get ready for the school prayer. I would request all the Calvinizers and all the dignitaries to kindly rise up for the morning school prayer.
I bear witness, O my Lord, that thou hast created me to know thee and to worship thee. I testify at this moment to my powerlessness and to thy might, to my poverty and to thy will. There is none other God but thee, the help in peril, the self-subsisting. Oh God, guide me, protect me, illumine the lamp of my heart, and make me a brilliant star. Thou art the mighty and the powerful.
Thank you, dear galvanizers, for this sacred beginning. With God's blessing upon us, we now proceed to the Alpha Pledge. I would request all the galvanizers to please rise up because I would request you all to repeat the pledge after our Alpha galvanizers. As educators, we are not only teachers but galvanizers, inspiring young minds and shaping them into global citizens. Today, we, the Alpha Galvanizers, take up the pledge for the children, reaffirming our commitment to peace, unity, and service to humanity.
I pledge to lead with warmth and care to make each child feel safe and fair. I'll guide from known to new with Alpha's light in all I do.
I promise to build a learning space where questions bloom and minds embrace. In circles of trust, we speak and share, with every child handled with care.
I will nurture peer and peer, where child to child support is clear. Through demos, triggers, and joyful play, we learn together day by day. I'll observe with heart, drop in with I will observe with heart, drop in with face, access with kindness, praise what's strong, gently guide where things go wrong.
I pledge to grow with every child, to make the classroom warm and wild. With Alpha's spirit, soft and bright, we rise together into the light. Jai Jagat.
Thank you so much, galvanizers, for strengthening our resolve with this pledge. I would request all of you to kindly take your seats. Let us now reflect on today's virtue and thought, the guiding light that shapes character and strengthens our values. Virtue and thought.
The virtue for the month is happiness, and the thought for the day is true happiness does not come from what the world gives us, but from the kindness we share, love we nurture, and the peace we create within ourselves.
Thank you, ma'am, for this thoughtful beginning. Carrying this message forward, we now present a short role play on happiness. Happiness is the true purpose of education. Our galvanizers will now present a role play on the theme of happiness, reminding us that joy grows when it is shared. Scene 1, Searching for Happiness. Ria is sitting on a bench with a sad face. Arav walks in.
Hi, Ria.
Hi, Arav.
Why are you so sad today?
Ria, everyone is talking about happiness, but I don't feel it.
Don't worry. Let's try to find it together.
Okay.
Scene 2, Sharing. Ananya enters with a lunchbox.
Hi, friends.
Hi.
Hi. See, I have brought some sweets for you all. Would you like to share with me?
She gives some sweets to both of them.
Thank you.
Wow, Ananya, these are delicious. Thank you.
See, Ria, happiness is when we share with others.
That's nice. But maybe is it all?
Scene 3, Caring. Kabir enters, coughing a little.
Hey, Kabir, are you okay? You look tired.
Yes, I forgot my water bottle.
Ria quickly offers her bottle to him.
See, Ria, happiness is when we care for others.
Thank you so much, Ria. You really care for me.
Yes, that felt good.
Scene 4, Helping. Ananya drops her books accidentally. Ria rushes to pick them up and hands them over.
Oh, thank you, Ria. You are so helpful.
See, Ria, helping others bring double happiness to them and to us.
Yes, I've started feeling happy now.
Scene 5, The Teacher's Wisdom. Teacher enters with a warm smile.
Good morning, children. So, what are you learning today?
Ma'am, Ria thought that happiness was lost, but we found it.
Good. Okay. And where did you find it?
In caring, sharing, and helping others.
Exactly. Happiness is not something we search for outside. It lives in our good deeds and joy we spread.
Happiness is not in the things, but in the way we live. Let's care, share, and help, and make this world a happier place.
Thank you.
Thank you, dear galvanizers, for this lively role play. With hearts uplifted, we now move to the next part of our assembly, manifestations of God. At CMS, we believe in the eternal truth expressed through the manifestations of God. Across ages and religions, these divine manifestations have guided humanity towards peace and unity. As we celebrate their wisdom, we also affirm the CMS vision of Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam. The world is one family.
I represent Hindu religion. The messengers of Hindu religion are Lord Krishna and Lord Ram. The holy book is Srimad Bhagavad Gita, and the three basic teachings of Hinduism are Karma, Dharma, and Moksha.
I represent Islam religion. The messenger of Islam religion is Prophet Muhammad, and their holy book is Quran Sharif. It teaches us to worship only one God.
I represent Sikh religion. The messenger of Sikh religion is Guru Nanak Dev Ji, and their holy book is Guru Granth Sahib. Sikhs believe in the oneness of all and equality of everyone.
I represent Christianity. The messenger of Christianity is Lord Jesus Christ, and the holy book is the Bible. It teaches us to show mercy and to forgive.
I represent the Baha'i religion. The messenger of Baha'i religion is Lord Baha'u'llah, and their holy book is Kitab-e-Aqdas. The Baha'i faith believes in the fundamental unity of all religions.
I represent Buddhism. The holy messenger of Buddhism is Lord Buddha, and the holy book is the Tripitakas. Buddhism teaches us that a man is responsible for his own actions.
Thank you, Galvanizers, for the soulful reminder of oneness in all faiths. With the spirit of unity, we now witness the joy of learning through an alpha based activity. Alpha, accelerating learning for all, is not just a method, it's a movement. It transforms the classrooms into joyful spaces where every galvanizer learns actively, confidently, and together along with the kids. Today's activity will demonstrate the spirit of collaborative learning.
Thank you, Runjun ma'am. Okay, let's have some activities. But for that, I need a partner. Let's see who will be my study buddy. Miss Sana. Hi, Tina.
Hi, Toto.
How are you?
I'm fine, Toto. How are you?
I am good. Okay, let's play one game.
Okay.
Tell me which number is this?
Okay, this is number 35.
Very good. Now it's your turn.
Which number is this?
This is number 41.
Well done. Now it's my turn. Which number is this?
This is number 54.
Excellent. Now it's your turn.
Okay.
This is number 23.
Wow, great. Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you, dear galvanizers, for bringing alive the joy of peer learning. With that spirit, we now come to the end of this assembly. As we come to the close of this today's assembly, let us reflect on what we have shared. Educational leadership is not just about titles or positions, but about values, vision, and action. We thank all the galvanizers who contributed with such dedication. With gratitude in our hearts, we now look forward to a purposeful and meaningful day of learning, thoughtful reflection, and global vision. With hearts inspired and spirits renewed, we now sign off, carrying forward the vision of peace, unity, and world citizenship. Thank you so much.
Thank you to our galvanizers for conducting this meaningful assembly and to everyone present for joining in with such warmth and openness. As we know, an assembly is never just a routine, it's a reminder of the values that bind us together: reflection, unity, and purpose. So today's assembly has beautifully set the tone for a roundtable, reminding us that education is not only about knowledge, but also about nurturing hearts, shaping character, and building a shared vision for tomorrow. On behalf of the organizing team, we extend a heartfelt gratitude to our galvanizers for leading us into the day with such inspiration, and to all of you for being part of this collective moment of reflection. And now, with the spirit of togetherness, it is a great honor to share with you a very special message on this historic occasion: the launch of the Path Movement for Transforming Education at this year's Ed Leadership International Roundtable is being graced with a video message from none other than our Honorable Defense Minister of India, Shri Rajnath Singh Ji. He was former Minister of Education of Uttar Pradesh. He is a physicist and an amazing personality. His inspiring words will add strength and direction to our collective mission of holistic growth. So let us now hear from Sri Rajnath Singh Ji himself.
Education leaders gathered at the 15th Education Leadership International Roundtable in Lucknow, and those joining this event virtually from across India and around the world. My warm congratulations to Dr. Sunita Gandhi and her team at the Global Education and Training Institute, GATI, and Dignity Education Vision International, Devi, for convening this assembly of education leaders. It is heartening that the Path Movement for Transforming Education is being launched at this roundtable. As its name suggests, education must be purposeful, active, transformative, and holistic. Transformation in education is not merely desirable, it is an imperative. We need a system that goes beyond incremental reform to a genuine paradigm shift. In this context, India's National Education Policy, NEP 2020, rightly emphasizes moving from teaching to learning. In a rapidly changing world, our education system needs to keep evolving itself. What children need today are meaningful opportunities to succeed and to learn with joy. Achieving this requires the courage to move away from outdated practices and embrace innovation. It is commendable that the City Montessori School has adopted the Accelerating Learning for All, I mean Alpha, program for its 21,000 students. This approach helps every child learn better, faster, and with greater joy. Neuroscience tells us that when learning accelerates, the brain forms stronger and more lasting connections. This is exactly the change envisioned by NEP 2020, a move from memorization to understanding, from passive listening to active participation, and from a purely material approach to one that nurtures the punch koshas and guides children on a holistic path. The National Education Policy and the National Curriculum Frameworks envision education that prepares children not just for exams but for life, helping them think critically, solve problems, be creative, and face future challenges with confidence. I firmly believe that the four C skills collaboration, communication, critical thinking, and creativity, and the four C traits character, citizenship, climate, consciousness, and connectedness must form the foundation of learning. These are not optional, they are essential. When students collaborate, they practice teamwork. When they express ideas, they strengthen communication. When they solve problems, they develop critical thinking and creativity. And when they support each other, they grow in character, citizenship, and responsibility toward society and the planet. Dr. Sunita Gandhi, Geti, and the Devi Sansthan have demonstrated that these are not just ideas, but realities that can be implemented across schools of every size and type. As Geti launches the Path movement, let it serve as a call to action for leaders, educators, parents, and communities to come together for this transformative journey. Let us place children at the center of our efforts and give them the future they deserve. I extend my best wishes to all education leaders and teachers present here. May your discussions be enriching, your collaborations fruitful, and may this conference inspire bold and disruptive change in education across the world. With these, I thank everyone associated with this program and wishing this event a grand success. Thank you very much.
On behalf of everyone present here, we express our deepest gratitude to Honorable Defense Minister for his heartfelt message and blessings. His support reinforces our belief that education is the true defense of a nation. And with the Path movement, we are stepping together into a brighter future. Thank you, respected sir, for your vision and encouragement as we embark on this transformative journey. Uh, I would request the two rows right at the back. I'll repeat again. I request the two rows right at the back to come forward and occupy the vacant rows right after the sofas in front. This is a request for the two rows right at the back. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for the keynote address. We are truly honored to invite on stage respected Ms. Susmita Ghosh, Head QAID, Superior Principal, City Montessori School. With her rich experience, insightful leadership, and unwavering commitment to quality education, she has been a constant source of inspiration and guidance to all of us. Ma'am, we may request you to grace us kindly with your keynote address.
Good morning, respected school managers, principals, and fellow educators. I would like to begin with a simple example of what happened not long ago in a CMS classroom. I met a new student. He had joined from a school on the outskirts of Lucknow. His name was Arav. He was in grade 2, but could not read a simple sentence in his textbook. He sat quietly at the back, avoiding eye contact. Perhaps he felt that he was not good enough. He had joined one of our campuses, which has the Alpha program. Within weeks, Arav was paired with a peer. They read together, laughed at their own mistakes, and practiced using simple activities. Believe me, the transformation was astonishing. In 3 months, Arav can now read fluently, and most importantly, his confidence has soared. He has begun raising his hand to answer questions. Arav's story is not an exception. This is the promise of Alpha. And that promise is something that brings us together today. And dear friends, that is the promise that all our CMS educators sitting here in full strength see that transformation they see in the CMS classrooms. The landscape of education is changing rapidly. We live in a world of exponential change. Technology has transformed how we live, work, and interact. Careers of the future will demand not just knowledge, but adaptability, problem solving, creativity, collaboration, and most of all, lifelong learning. The traditional model, where the teacher is the sole authority, students are passive recipients, and success measured only by your test scores, no longer serves our children. Today, our learners belong to a digital age. We call them digital natives. They know much more. They are much more curious than the previous generation. A couple of days ago, I was at the FICCI Arise conference at Delhi. For the valedictory address, we had our own alumni, Group Captain Subhanshu Shukla, there. He was addressing a whole lot of students, curious students from Gurugram, Delhi, Noida, etc. And they had come to listen to him, to be motivated by him, and to ask him questions. Dear educators, you will not believe our astonishment at the kind of questions they were asking. They had, through social media, witnessed every detail of his takeoff, his stay in outer space, and when he came back, the way he came back, they landed in the Pacific, the ring of fire they came through, etc. And any student of the previous generation wouldn't have been able to ask so many questions. So, children, are teachers, children are so restless. They are always questioning and they are deeply curious. They need classrooms that ignite thinking, cultivate empathy, and prepare them to take on responsibility for their own learning and responsibility for careers that are not yet defined. This is where alpha becomes not just relevant but essential. Alpha, accelerated learning for all, is a learner centered pedagogy that flips the traditional classroom script. Instead of being dependent on rote memorization, children are now taking ownership of their learning in CMS classrooms. They engage actively in peer to peer exchanges, hands on activities, and reflective practices. Teachers have become facilitators and galvanizers rather than mere transmitters of knowledge. They have bridged the learning gaps. They have created equity and inclusion. They have empowered our teachers and created future readiness in our students. Instead of rows of silent students at CMS, you see groups of students discussing, questioning, and solving problems together. A mathematics lesson might involve children using beads, number lines, or body movements to internalize concepts. A language class will have students forming stories together, reading aloud in pairs, and teaching each other new words and preparing questions for each other. The teacher, as they say, is no longer the sage on the stage, but she's a guide on the side. It is evidence based. Research and field experience show that alpha, wherever implemented, makes children see rapid progress. Reading fluency has improved in months. Mathematical concepts have become clearer and less intimidating. More importantly, students are demonstrating high levels of confidence, cooperation, and critical thinking. They have learned how to learn. Schools as CMS that have adopted Alpha, we are seeing a cultural shift, reduced absenteeism, greater parental involvement, and an overall environment of enthusiasm. These, my dear educators, are not small victories. They are transformative outcomes in a system which is often held down, pinned down by routine and compliance. For Alpha to succeed, leadership is critical. And I would like to thank our wonderful principals, all sitting here on the left, who have adopted and embraced Alpha and see the difference. They would be interacting with you all and proving and showing evidence for the same. As leaders, they are the bridges between our vision and practice. Teachers from CMS who are in the audience, you all are not knowledge delivers anymore. You are learning facilitators and galvanizers. You have patience, skill, and trust in your learner's capacity. A child struggling with the concept is not weak, but you only egg him on the path of discovery. Teachers internalize this mindset and they are creating classrooms of safety, trust, and growth. The relevance of alpha cannot be overstated. In an age of AI, automation, and global disruption, the ability to learn, unlearn, and relearn will define success. By embedding alpha in our schools, we are not only accelerating learning for all, but we are shaping resilient, compassionate, and future ready citizens. This is not about abandoning of tradition, but about evolving it. It is about holding on to timeless values of discipline, respect, and academic rigor while enriching them with creativity, collaboration, and joy. Dear colleagues, we stand at a turning point. Education today cannot be about surviving the next exam. It is about thriving in the next decade, where I repeat, we are not even sure of the occupations and professions available to us. But its success will depend on our openness as leaders, our courage as teachers, and our belief in the boundless potential of our children. Let us embrace Alpha not as another program, but as a mindset, a movement, and a mission. Together, let us accelerate for all because every child in your custody deserves not just to be taught, but to learn, flourish, dream, and be prepared for anything that comes their way in future. Thank you and Jai Jagat.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Your words are not only a guiding light for this Ed Leadership International Roundtable, but also a personal source of strength and motivation for all of us who look up to your leadership. We feel truly blessed to have your vision shaping our path, and we carry forward your message with gratitude and renewed commitment. Thank you once again. And now it is my pleasure to invite Mr. Robert Gandhi, the Managing Director of City International School, to share his valuable insights on the inspiring work of One Tara School and Devi Sansthan. His deep commitment to education and social development makes his perspective truly enriching for all of us. All yours, Robert.
Ah, Good evening, everyone. It's so glad to see so many teachers and so many galvanizers join us for our Red Leadership. I'd just like to talk about the Vantara program that we have. So currently, with the massive support of Soma Chandra ma'am and Shalimar One World, we have two Vantara centers in CMS campuses, and we have another Vantara center in City International School, Manas City. So the Vantara curriculum also integrates Alpha, and we have seen massive changes in the learning potentials of children. As children of the ages of 12 are doing divisions, which 10th graders couldn't do. And honestly, it's just incredible. I am a bit unprepared for this speech. Otherwise, I would have shown you the data for all the pre-tests and post-tests that we've done with the kids. But the Vantara kids are also now going to be learning and giving the NIOS grade 3 and grade 5 exams. With the help of the government, we have got the certification for that. um, I'd just like to share a small experience with everyone from a recent town hall at CIS Mana City. So I think most of us know what town halls are, right? Um, could I get a yes or a no? If it's a yes, then so yeah. So in town halls, we demonstrate the alpha pedagogy to to the parents and demonstrated by the students. So there is no teacher involvement for you who don't know. So, in the recent town hall, we had parents come up to the teachers and praise the alpha pedagogy and all the incredible work that you are doing. Because not only does this new pedagogy involve like paired learning and collaboration, but it also gives kids the confidence to work as a team, to work as individuals, to not get anything wrong. Even if kids get things wrong, they ask their partners, they get the right answers, and they keep moving forward. And honestly, there is no limit to it. So a parent recently just came to one of our teachers, and they said that our kid was very shy, a very underconfident kid. He didn't speak much in class. He did all right in his tests and exams. But since he has been in CIS, or since he has um, started studying with the alpha pedagogy, he has gained so much more confidence, because all the teachers all the parents also have to take videos of the kids doing exercises at home and just doing normal homeworks and stuff. But that gives the kids some exposure, which gives them the confidence to speak in front of a camera, to speak in front of a crowd. And honestly, it's incredible, because the students that are not from the alpha pedagogy and the students who are following the alpha pedagogy, you can see a massive difference in not just their academics, but the way that they behave themselves, the way they maintain themselves, and the way the teachers behave with the kids, because the pedagogy makes things easier for the teachers. Am I right? Or has it made stuff harder for everyone? If it has made easier, could I get a raise hand? Great, that is amazing. And for those who did not raise your hands, I think we, after their leadership, you guys will also be very comfortable with the pedagogy and everything will seem easy. So, yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert, for your enlightening words and for the noble service you and your team continue to render through One Thara School and Devi Sansthan. Your dedication to empowering lives through education is truly inspiring, and we are deeply grateful for your presence with us today. Thank you once again. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as we continue our journey today, we now move into a very special segment, Roundtable 1, on the theme Why Path? Why Now? Making the case for a purposeful, active, transformative, and holistic vision. At the heart of this vision is Path, purposeful, active, transformative, and holistic education. Path is the canvas, the why behind all that we do. It is about purposeful learning with meaning and direction, active learning, hands on, minds on engagement, transformative learning, shifting the focus from teaching to learning, holistic learning, nurturing the head, heart, and spirit. And while Path gives us the canvas, Alpha is the paintbrush, or what and how. It is the practice that enables learners to learn faster, engage fully, collaborate naturally, and understand deeply, empower galvanizers, and delight parents with progress every single day. To take us deeper into this conversation, we have with us an esteemed panel of leaders who will reflect, share, and make the case for path in today's context. This session will be moderated by none other than the author of Alpha herself, Dr. Sunita Gandhi, whose vision has inspired this transformative framework. Joining her on this panel are distinguished heads of CMS institutions. Ms. Nisha Pandey, Senior Principal, City Montessori School, Rajajipuram, Campus 1. Ms. Abha Anand, Principal, City Montessori School, Kanpur Road Campus. Ms. Jayashree Krishnan, Principal, City Montessori School, Rajendra Nagar, Campus 1. Ms. Soma Chandra, Principal, City Montessori School, Gomti Nagar, Campus 1. We are honored to have each of you here to share your insights. And now it is my privilege to hand over to our moderator, Dr. Sunita Gandhi, to lead this important discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome her and our panelists with a warm round of applause. Over to you, respected ma'am.
So, Jai Jagat, everyone. Jai Jagat. Okay, grand. So awesome to be here discussing education and taking time away from our mundane daily routines to think more deeply about something we do every single day for our children. I'm really, really pleased that we had the opening message from none other than Sri Rajnath Singh Ji, most venerable leader of our country. He has been in the past, as Samita ji so beautifully shared about him, the Minister of Education for Uttar Pradesh. And he knows the work that we have been doing. And I requested him to send a message for our conference. And you saw the wonderful long message that he sat and did yesterday for our event today. So really pleased that he could be with us in this virtual world, but wholeheartedly from the bottom of his heart, he's connected to what we are doing and very pleased to support our, mission to make education better. So I'm also very deeply in gratitude of people who have come to join us from different governments here. Sonbhadra, I met two people here from Sonbhadra. It's awesome, the teachers from Sonbhadra and so many other places. This time we made it more for the private sector, but the children are the same. Whether they are in the schools that we are running in the slums here in Lucknow that Robert talked about, the children of the other end of the spectrum, kids who cannot afford an education. They have such an amazing potential, and we must not forget them. We must focus on their well being, but also their education. And in the name of Robert's grandfather, my father, we started this One Tara school after Papa's passing. And two City Montessori school campuses have been spearheading it, starting with Shalimar One World. Grateful to Priyanka Agarwal ji, and also Soma Chandra, Gomtinagar Campus 1, who has been, after me, I want to start one. So I hope that other campuses will pick it up. But not just that, there are some 9 other centers across Lucknow and about 100 centers now across India. So NGOs have picked it up, and we are giving them a startup support, training, and so forth, so that these children cannot afford an education, they're on the streets. Those are the kids, the most vulnerable kids, that they somehow get this free education that's high quality, top end, regardless of their economic background. And I think we can do it really inexpensively. And I think that's the key, the potent medicine that we can give in a small capsule, 30 pages, 40 pages booklet, and they don't even have to buy that. It's such a thin, inexpensive material that they can share. A little center like an NGO can start with, or a school like yours have started with. So I hope all of you will consider starting a One Tara school in your own neighborhoods, in your own homes. If your grandparents, parents who have time at their hands, they can start the One Tara Center. It can be one child, it can be many children, it can be adults, it can be women. Just let's start. We have the OneTara.app app. So, all the support is there, but also we'll give you a starting kit if you want to start one. So let's not forget why we are here. The Alpha program began in the trenches. It began in the slums of Lucknow. And it began because of a question. We must question everything we do. Because if we don't question, then we are not moving forward, because we are too settled. We are too happy with what we have. So I want to thank your people from the sector who have joined us. I'm really, really super delighted to welcome here Dr. Anthony Nelisi. He's the head of the Sterlite India Foundation. Welcome, sir. It's an honor to have you with us. We have also Sri Vikram Solanki, Director of Educate Girls. So very, very happy that you're here, sir. You're busy people, and to find time to come to our event is just really so meaningful for us. Educate Girls just got the Magasase Award, so I want to congratulate them for this amazing worldwide recognition with the award. Uh, of course, very, very delighted that Lalita Pradeep ji is joining us. I don't know if she's here already, but she just retired recently as the additional director of education for Uttar Pradesh. She's very well regarded. We just had a meeting with her, and all the people from Lucknow, Unnao, Barabanki, and Shamli. These are 4 districts in which we are doing our program in the government schools. Some total of 7,600 schools, government schools, are currently using your Alpha program. 7,600 schools. And they're getting that education. Of course, we can only give bite size because it's not a whole year program. It cannot be. The government has its own textbooks. So what can we do in just 40, 45 days? And that's the potent medicine that we're able to deliver to them. And they're all delighted. Lalita ji joined that meeting of the government officials, and they just regard us so highly. It was so awesome to have Lalita ji there with us. And Lalita ji, I want to also say, will be in the second panel. And she is one who was the first person I met who said, wow, this is really great in the government. You don't normally hear that. She was the one who got me started here in Lucknow and appreciated our small startup efforts at that time. Today, Alpha is being not just implemented in these 7,600 schools of UP. We have memorandums of understanding for guess how many schools? 35,000 government schools. 35,000. And I'd say that I get my courage from all of you, every one of you. The day you post your videos, I watch them, my mother looks at them. We feel so, so, so blessed. Also grateful to, of course, Sushmita Ghosh, the Superior Principal and Head of Quality Assurance and Innovations Department of City Montessori School, and the Superior Principal, of course, of City Montessori School, because she has been such a constant support for us and our work here. I want to thank Ma'am Manjeet Batra, who was the starting point of all trouble at CMS. If you like it, great. If you don't like it, you can blame her. Okay, and she was the one who came to City International School, which is a CBSE K-12 school where we started, and I'm happy to welcome Ma'am Savita Makija, our recently appointed principal of City International School. And I had the opportunity to cherry pick a principal, so I was very happy that my mother suggested her name. We got her here. Also, our new school, Lumina Terra. So that's at the other end of the spectrum. So we got those kids who cannot afford an education. Now we have another school for kids who can afford a dramatically exclusive education. So that's Priya Chatrawal, sorry. I'm so sorry. Priya Chatrawal, the principal of Lumina Terra School. So really nice to have you here. And also, of course, all the dear principals of City Montessori School. I should mention in particular also Samvida Adhikari ma'am, because she was also one of the two principals that started the Alpha movement 3 years ago. It was fourth session, like four sessions begun, but actually it was towards the end of the 2023. In November of 2022, that we began our Alpha program with just a small pilot with some 450 children in one campus and another so many in another campus. I think maybe 150 in Aliganj too. That began this experiment of control and treatment groups, some doing Alpha, some not doing Alpha in their own campuses, and we saw the dramatic difference in the results that led to more campuses taking it up in the 23-24 session, and then 24-25 last year 14,500 children were in the program, and this year we have 21,000. And we don't obviously want to force anybody to take it up, so I really appreciate all the principals who took the courage to start it. And of course, I'm really warmly welcoming two principals who were left out for whatever reasons. So ma'am from Mahanagar, Kalpana Tripathi ji, most warmly welcoming you to the family of Alpha. And also welcoming, I'm sorry, Ashrafabad campus principal. Really, really grateful that you're also joining the band. So CMS as a whole will be now doing it. And all the teachers are here from these two campuses as well, or will be here by tomorrow. Okay, so having said that, just very briefly, the panelists will please excuse me for introducing very quickly the whole idea behind path. तो एक pedagogy तो थी हमारे पास say alpha, but I wanted to know where are we going. Normally we go to the school, we say, okay, all the children, chapter 5 today. Oh, page number 36. Everybody open page number 36. We're going to do chapter number 5. We're so busy doing the mundane rhythms of what we have always known, an exam to exam cycle. Children come, teachers teach, they go away home, they do an assessment. We are always led by those assessments, and we're teaching to those assessments invariably. Unfortunately, we are sorting kids by their ability, and the same old education is going on everywhere across the globe. Primarily, I'd say this is the main model of education in the world. There are breakaway models. There are people who are doing very wonderful things in education, including here in India. And we have a panel of these people coming on the third day. So we have called all the innovative schools of India, who are alternative schools like the Atelier in Bangalore, and their founders and principals are going to be here on the third day on a panel. We also have two wonderful people on the panel. We have a wonderful lady from Nigeria who's going to be on that panel, sharing her experience from Nigeria, Isom. And also we will have this lady, Ma'am Bakshi, who's from Lucknow, coming back to Lucknow from Switzerland, and she's going to be talking about her work in social emotional learning. So it's all about learning. But you know what? We learn also, but we don't know kahan ja rahe hain. Where are we going? Right? So this is where the discussion becomes meaningful. I'm not going to say a lot more, just to say we needed a new path forward. And that path we can all agree with, even if the way we get to that journey or get on that journey or the destination depends on what we feel passionately about. How we go about it is a secondary issue. Where we want to go, we never mull over. Kyun padhana hai? Why teach in the first place? And why are we taking our boat in that particular direction? So let's hear what the principals have to say. I'm delighted to welcome our four panelists here. starting, there's no hierarchy here implied, just that purposeful has gone to Nisha Pandeyji, our senior principal. Active has gone to Abha Anand for PATH. Transformative has gone to Soma Chandra ma'am, and Jai Shri Krishna ji is going to talk about holistic. And so over to you all, and that's my part, and I'm going to hear them intently. Thank you.
Are you asking us? Good morning and Jai Jagat, everybody. Good morning. So, distinguished panelists, respected educators, galvanizers rather, fellow change makers, it's truly an honor to be in the midst of such a congregation out here. It's a space where ideas ignite and action paves the way for true transformation. Now, as a principal, I've had the true honor and the privilege of witnessing how children really blossom when learning is not just a task, but rather a joyful, collaborative, and a deeply meaningful journey. Now, in a world that is constantly evolving at an unprecedented speed, our children deserve more than mere content delivery, more than just transmission of information. Schools have to move ahead from being just examination halls to being incubators of ideas and life skills. I hope you agree with me. Now, our children, they deserve the gift of confidence, the spark of creativity, and the resilience to navigate an ever shifting future with courage and grace. Remember how respected Basu ma'am pointed out in her speech that we do not know about the jobs of the future. So everything boils down to us. This is the most relevant question that we need to ask ourselves. How can schools make learning truly purposeful for children? Well, let me tell you, the kind of growth that we are envisioning for our children is never accidental. It flourishes when we intentionally design learning experiences that rises above the traditional practices or the rote memorization. And this truly prepares children for life. And that is the biggest purpose for all the galvanizers, for the educators out here. Allow me, dear friends, to recall the wisdom of John Dewey, who said, education is not preparation for life, education is life itself. Purposeful education, then, is not the dry ritual of memorizing answers, but a living, breathing experience. Something children feel in their hearts, practice with their hands, and carry into the real world. Now, this is precisely what the Alpha Path model embodies with such elegance. The National Education Policy 2020 emphasizes holistic, experiential, and competency based learning. Now, friends, picture for a moment an alpha classroom. Galvanizers, are you ready? The day does not begin in monotony, but with a spark of energy, a sense of curiosity and joy that sets the rhythm for learning every morning. The galvanizer has done one time preparation, name cards of all the children, and a reflection register. For the students, we have number cards from 0 to perfect. Then Tina, Toto, and Hiramoti puppets, and an envelope to keep them all. These are small tools that make the class interactive. Then comes daily random pairing. How beautiful this can be. Children sit with a new partner every day, which means they are constantly learning to collaborate, respect, and build empathy. This is what true education is. Then comes the heart of Alpha, the four-step process of learning. So, what's the first step? Galvanizers, galvanizer, student, demo. A captivating demonstration that grabs children's attention instantaneously. Number two, student demo. You are just perfect. Peer teaching, where one child explains and the other listens, deepening their understanding. Third is whole class guided practice, where active participation is there. And you notice this. What you notice is that every child is engaged, no child is left behind. Fourth is stretch activities and celebration, where learning gaps are closed, which is so important. And children cheer their success. They practice making questions for each other and plan home stretch. And next day, it's triple C. What's that? Check, correct, and cheer. Wonderful. So, can you see how every step in this journey answers the timeless question, why am I learning this? And this beautifully transforms it into, I know this, I can do this, I can even teach this. That's so powerful and so empowering. The path model weaves the spirit into every stage seamlessly. Take, for instance, now the perfection loop. After each module, children pause, reflect, and offer feedback. They raise their hands. Why do they do so? Not to be tested, but rather to be heard. They share what worked well, what challenged them, and what they wish to refine. So, this is metacognitive at this early stage. In this way, learning is no longer something done to them, it becomes something they are actively co creating. So, this is how we are building student agency. Then comes the weekly grow circle. Let's delve into it and find out what the galvanizers do out here. So, here our galvanizers gather in a safe and empowering space to exchange good ideas, good practices. They discuss challenges and reflect on opportunities. Now, these conversations are not abstract, they are deeply practical. What does this do then? So, they spark clarity, encourage problem solving, and constantly nudge, gently push us towards what's next, what could be even better, Just as Robert said, there's no limit to anything. You can be limitless. Now, when such a system is in place, where learning is interactive, peer driven, joyful, and deeply reflective, motivation is no longer an external push. It becomes an inner pull. It arises naturally, almost effortlessly. As Viktor Frankl once said, those who have a why to live can bear almost anyhow. And when children discover meaning in their learning, their motivation doesn't just rise, it soars. So, this brings me to another question, which I'm sure let's all delve into it. And the question is, how does purposeful learning impact children's motivation? So let's discuss. So, that, my friends, is a question that compels us to pause, to reflect, and to reimagine the very purpose of education. Now, when learning is rooted in purpose, children no longer study merely for grades. They learn because they want to, because the process itself brings them joy. And that indeed changes the entire dynamics. Purposeful learning connects knowledge to life. Let's take an example. In Alpha's math goals, children clap. Can you clap? Snap and shoulder tap. Great. To grasp number sense using their Alpha kit with delight. Mathematics here ceases to be a source of fear. It transforms into a rhythm they enjoy. Pair work lies at the heart of Alpha. For collaboration, it ignites curiosity, deepens understanding, and empowers every child to learn with intent and meaning. Now, in language learning, children do not just merely memorize words, they inhabit them. They speak fluently, read with expression, and write with imagination. Mistakes, my dear friends, mind you, do not intimidate them any further, for they know each misstep is a step closer to, any guesses? Any closer to mastery. Wonderful. Every small success is celebrated, and those celebrations fuel a cycle of effort, resilience, and joy. Motivation here becomes intrinsic, no longer tethered to marks or fear of failure. The future, as Mahatma Gandhi ji rightly reminded us, depends on what we do today. And today we stand at a defining moment. NAP 2020 is not just a policy, it is a call to action, a call to create classrooms that are competency based, skill oriented, and joy filled. The path model gives us that compass, showing us how to nurture purposeful learners. Every child, dear friends, before us is more than a student. They are tomorrow's citizen, tomorrow's innovator, tomorrow's leader. We cannot ask them to wait. So let us act, and let us act now. Let us build classrooms that are warm and inclusive, where emotional stability is as valued as academic success. Let us create spaces where every child feels deeply seen, deeply known, and deeply valued. Let us teach them not just how to pass exams, but how to pass through life with confidence, creativity, and compassion. So, to sum it all, dear galvanizers and educators, I would say that we are motivated. We as human beings are motivated when we are connected to each other. That's what you tell us, Sunita ma'am.
Absolutely.
So, connectedness is one of the outcomes we seek.
Absolutely.
Now, what is missing in our education system, as ma'am has rightly pointed out, is the connectedness, the human experience, and working with each other. What's the pathway? What's the alpha path indicating? That here the children are learning to discover. And that's where the maximum learning is taking place in the shortest and the fastest possible time that we know till now. Now, the child learns through discovery. I'm quoting you, ma'am. These are your words. So,
That's right.
yes, and he is the explorer. The child is the explorer. And I'll end with a beautiful statement. Do we say it together?
Sure. What is
Yes.
it? As I walk
the path,
the path, the
the
path,
path
appears.
appears. And
Okay.
who said that?
Rumi.
Rumi. That's it from my side. Over to you, Abha ma'am.
Okay. So that was purposeful, and now we're going to hear from Abha Anand, principal of this campus, right here. It's called CMS Kanpur Road campus, and she's moved from CMS Gomti Nagar 1 to head this particular campus. It's got 9,000 children. It's very big, and you can imagine the horrendous challenge it is to even just manage transport. So over to you, Abhaji. Yep. Abhanand, principal.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Senior principal, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. It was so wonderful to hear from Nisha, ma'am, all that she mentioned about every activity in Alpha having a real purpose, a very honest purpose in itself, very strong purpose in whatever we do in Alpha. In the morning, we heard our Honorable Mr. Rajnath Singh mention how NEP has laid a lot of stress on learning instead of teaching. Now, through Alpha, we have made, or rather, Sunita ma'am has taken a step ahead, and she has made the Alpha path the new path or a new way to transform education, leading it from teaching to real fruitful learning for all. When we talk of Alpha, what really impresses me the most in Alpha is the word all. When we talk of the word all, that's a very important term there. How do we make sure that learning happens and happens for each and every child? And the path movement that we are talking of is the secret behind it. And of course, active learning is the heart of this entire program. Active learning, which we understand is the most meaningful way and method of teaching in the world today. Well, when we talk of Alpha, what we have realized is the passive learners and the passive listeners who used to be there in yesteryears in classrooms, they are the people who have become active participants. And all of you, dear galvanizers, have experienced both phases. You know how initially in yesteryears, they used to be very passive, just listening to what's going on in the class, the teacher being the center stage or taking the center stage. And now we have all our learners who are active participants, and they are active participants in their own learning journey. Mind you, their own learning journey. We have seen how they have been discussing, how they've been questioning, how they've been collaborating with each other, and in coordination, they have been learning in a big, big way. We also see that through the Alpha program, through the 4 steps of Alpha, we have seen how there is celebration of learning that happens every minute. A child does something and there is celebration, leading to inner inspiration, motivation, self inspiration, and self motivation, taking the child ahead. The next big change that we have seen in Alpha is the years of teacher centered classes that we had, where teacher was the lecturer. And here we know how suddenly, through Alpha, you have all become galvanizers. And I'm sure you people will very happy because you are no more the teacher standing in front of the classroom. You are rather the facilitator and the galvanizer who is guiding students. You motivate students, you help them to do activities, you motivate them to take part in activities, you goad them towards becoming better every day. You are the people who are motivating and moving discussions in the classroom. So, though you are very important because you are the people who are pushing the children towards learning, but you are actually helping children to solve their own problems. And these problems which arise while they think. So, the process of thinking is on and learning happens automatically. Well, another very important aspect which has changed with Alpha, and that too with active learning strategies, is learning and memorizing of facts. Just learning of facts has given way to developing creativity, collaboration, thinking, building confidence, and also made them absolutely fluent as far as communication is concerned. These are things which you are working on nowadays, dear teachers, dear galvanizers. And this has made such a big difference in the classroom. Learning for children has actually become meaningful. They understand what they are doing. It has also become inclusive, and at the same time, you are making children future ready. So, congratulations to all of you, dear galvanizers, for doing so much with the children. Well, when we talk of the active learning strategies in Alpha, you as galvanizers, dear teachers, are the people who ignite the spark. Again, I repeat, you are still the most important people, members of the classroom, but you are the one who's not leading the way, but you are actually pushing the students and igniting the spark which is already in them. Do we all agree that children have a lot of curiosity within them? They have that innate curiosity in them. How do we bring that forth? How do we utilize that curiosity for learning? And this is what you people are doing, leading them to think, to observe, and as a result, learn. So you don't begin straight away with teaching, you teach them how to learn. You direct their thinking process towards learning. You conduct peer learning, you motivate, you actually encourage the children to ask questions. And we all know rather, as educationists, that when we design questions, when we think of questions, our concepts become clearer. And that is what we are doing through Alpha, through the learning strategies, through the active learning strategies. We encourage the children to question, to draft, to design questions, and that really helps them to think more. You give them a lot of real life examples. You relate teaching and learning process to the real life examples. And what happens? Learning becomes meaningful. Well, active learning. Well, we all know, how many of us know cycling? I'm sure everybody does. Raise your hands if you know cycling. Yes. How did we learn it? How do we learn it? By doing, yeah. Absolutely. We cannot just look at a cycle and let others give us a lecture and learn cycling. We can never do that. We have to actually try it. We have to sit on it, fall. We have all fallen while learning cycling, and then that learning becomes permanent. And this is exactly what is happening in Alpha. We are teaching the children how to learn and teaching them to learn for life. Well, why is the learning which is happening in Alpha activity oriented, and why is it so active? Here, students are mentally, physically, and socially involved in learning. Here we know that learning, because of it, becomes very deep, it becomes meaningful, and it becomes long lasting. Nisha ma'am also mentioned how in an Alpha classroom, children learn actively, they learn joyfully, they even learn emotionally and meaningfully. So, this is the beauty of this entire program. It not only makes the learners learn faster, but also makes them learn better. It transforms classrooms into centers and spaces of curiosity, of confidence, and the joy. And joy that you people, as galvanizers, are bringing into the classroom through the various active learning strategies that you're involving your children in. Our children are not only listening in the classroom, but they are learners in action. So, active learning is not only, that is, alpha learning is not only about teaching, it is much, much beyond that. It is making every moment of learning count. And, dear galvanizers, this is the magic that you are making happen in your classroom. You're shifting the focus from learning to true learning, better learning, and learning for life. So, absolutely, I think this path is absolutely the new path which is taking us forward. And I hope that we are going to continue to work in this direction, because ultimately, active learning is the secret of Alpha. It is a secret which we must all continue to work with, ensuring that we drive them on the path of active learning through this beautiful path that we are launching today. So, my best wishes to all of you, dear galvanizers. May you continue to work in the same direction and make our learners prepared for the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Abhaji. Very beautifully, both of you have spoken so far, purposeful and active. And I think, as we're discovering together, we must remind ourselves that it is not about what we know today. We need to be on that journey for a long, long time to come. And the journey itself, as ma'am reminded, and Rumi's words, that Nisha ma'am said, that as we walk the path appears. So we don't know everything. We just know kahan jana hai, where we have to go. Because if we know we have to go from here, Lucknow to Chandigarh, right? We decide we're going to go from Lucknow to Chandigarh, we can take several paths to Chandigarh. We can go several ways to Chandigarh also, but let's look at the path. We can take a scenic path, we can take the fast path, we can take so many ways that we can get to our destination, let's say Chandigarh. Here we are talking about lifelong learning, how to empower these kids so they can be not just learners, that they can be actors, they can be socially motivated people who can create a better world. And we have a long journey to go, because we are still stuck on learning, as in like academic learning. And yes, alpha is a good way to learn, but we learn now from the speakers coming up on how it is transformative is a watchword when we look at the path, how to make that journey transformative. So that is being taken care of by Soma Chandra ma'am. And Soma Chandra is the principal of City Montessori School, Gomti Nagar 1 campus. It has 8,000 children. Oh, Nisha ji, how many do you have? 6,000. Okay, so this will, I mean, CMS is massive, as our guests will probably, understand that we have, this year, we have nearly 64,000 children in City Montessori School. So it's a bigger school. I also want to say that Soma Chandra is very special because she was teacher of my son Robert Gandhi in grade 5. So
Who is
he was
now the managing director.
now he's a
of
managing
CIS.
director. See how they grow up and then they come to lead us. And I'm looking forward to the young in our midst becoming amazing leaders of the future. And that's what we have to cast out, not just learning in the way we have known it. So there's a long, long way to go, a long, long way to develop our understanding and not just say, oh, we know the word alpha, we're done. No. Okay, alpha is one way, but it's an evolving way. It's like your mobile. Each year, the good, smart people who made the Nokias and the Samsungs of the world, right? And this is Vivo, I think, and iPhones, all these were smart people. Why do they have to come up with a new version every year? Any guesses? Version 2.1, version 2.2, version 2.3. Those same smart people have to do it again and again and again because they learn from the system. They learn from implementing. And I think that's what Alpha should be, is a ground for learning, new insights that we learn from. Last year, you all said you had a problem with the fact that so many children were not doing, submitting their homework. So we called it home stretch and made it a stretch, not just something that requires a tutor. And we also introduced the whole idea of CCC, right? That's all because of you, because you galvanizers are finding your reflection registers, you're writing down the metacognitive part that both of the ma'ams have mentioned. The metacognition comes from reflection, and reflection meaning those reflection registers. When you write down, you get new insights. It's not about stopping. It's not about being there. It's about the journey that we've just begun on. Abhi lamba jana hai, Chandigarh pahunchna hai. Question
Like you said, ma'am, why take a rickshaw when you can fly?
Yeah, exactly. So that's right. So I mean, we could choose Ikka Tanga to get to Chandigarh. हाँ, हम लोग बहुत सारे लोग अभी भी इक्का तांगा पे ही हैं. कोई कहेंगे नहीं हम तो साइकिल ही चलाएंगे, जो आभा जी ने मेंशन करी. केवल साइकिल से जाएंगे हम चंडीगढ़. कोई कहते नहीं हम तो ट्रेन ले लेंगे चंडीगढ़ के लिए, कोई कहते नहीं हम फ्लाइट ले लेंगे चंडीगढ़ के लिए. तो भाई अल्फा शुड बी कंसिडर्ड अ फ्लाइट, फास्ट, but still it might take 2 hours to get there. So that journey must be made very beautiful, very enjoyable. If you're going by road, stop by the beautiful parks and the beautiful nature that you come across. Take a breath, watch nature, things we have forgotten. So there's just so much more to enjoy in the journey. The journey itself should matter, not just the destination. So destination, journey, active learning. So destination, journey, path, all of that, and now to
So the path matters.
the path matters. कौन सा path ले रहे हैं? Scenic path ले रहे हैं कि boring कोई path ले? Okay, जल्दी में है, पहुंचना है, वो भी इतना जरूरी नहीं है क्योंकि लाइफ लंबी है और we have 14 years in the tunnel of learning. We want to convert that tunnel of learning into a tunnel of enlightenment. We want everyone, every child to be enlightened, and the outcomes we seek at the end of it are the most important. So that's where now we are sort of transitioning. What does transformation mean? And then what does holistic education mean? Because that's where we want to be. We want children to become these, endowed with everything. So without much ado, I want to pass on to Soma ma'am. And thank you, the two presenters have done a fantastic job. Can we please clap for these two presenters?
Thank you.
No, I'm the learner, biggest learner here. Thank you so much. Yes, Soma ma'am.
Thank you, Sunita ma'am. So we have heard about path. As we walk the path appears. We have heard about purposeful, active, learning what is the purpose behind path. And now we'll be learning about transformation. Transformation in education is not just about imparting knowledge or information. It is about building a holistic personality. Through alpha pedagogy, for example, we see children develop confidence, independence in their learning. They are no longer dependent on the teacher. Am I right, teachers? They are no longer dependent on you.
because
Yes.
now you have become galvanizers. They do not depend upon the information being given by the teachers. They explore, they think critically, they frame their own questions, they work in peers to find solution. This builds a strong growth mindset where children start believing in their abilities can be improved with a little more effort. And every day we see that they are putting in that effort to grow. We are transforming them from a caterpillar to a learned butterfly who is ready to take up any challenge, always active and super excited to learn new concepts, for which they are forever ready, which turns them into outstanding individuals who is willing to reach new heights of learning with growth mindset. Our focus is on the outcome. Even Alpha works on backward planning. We know we have to reach a certain destination, and as ma'am mentioned, the path is there. And we just have to follow that path of active learning, create a purposeful classroom, transformation education, and which will lead to the holistic development of the child. Transformation education also equips children with life skills, the ability to work with peers, solve problems, and communicate effectively. These are the skills that goes much beyond the textbook. They are no more the rote learners in the classrooms. They have become future ready learners. I have seen a lot of changes in the students when I go and sit in the classroom. Teachers tell me that this child was extremely shy, but I was surprised to see the child was taking the lead in the discussion, was coming up with questions. That was an amazing sight to see. And that happens because of alpha pedagogy, the steps of alpha, which we perform in the class. That makes them confident learners. That makes them confident speakers, builds their character, and makes them global citizens. Another example is of children who initially struggled in learning basic concepts of mathematics and English. With step by step activity based methods, they not only understood the concept but now began to lead. They have started telling their peers how to understand those concepts. This is not about an improvement academic mastery, but Alpha has also built their self-esteem and compassion. These are the outcomes of Alpha. Parents, too, as Robert mentioned in his speech, parents, too, were appreciating how a passive learner, a passive student, a quiet child has started participating in every activity. The home stretch activity, where parents record the videos and how actively the child performs, it surprises them. And they're extremely, extremely thankful to this alpha pedagogy, to Sunita ma'am, to Devi Sansthan for bringing this alpha, and to Batra ma'am for introducing alpha to CMS. And that is the change which we have seen in our students. They have transformed from a caterpillar to a learned butterfly. That is what is transformation all about. Thank you so much, Sunita ma'am.
Wow, Somaji. Brief but so meaningful. Thank you. Transformation, of course, is that metamorphosis that Soma ma'am has talked about. You know, how a cocoon becomes a butterfly, becomes a caterpillar, then a butterfly. And it is something that we need to think more deeply about, because allowing children to struggle is very important. We used to be always present for the child. Say, okay, children, if you don't know anything, come to me. I mean, we're waiting, eager to help them and support them. And here we're saying, please do not help them. Why? Don't help them. Why? Who are the eager teachers who still want to help their children? We're saying, no, please don't be facilitators. That's an old word now. Let's be galvanizers, meaning let's not assist the children, let's empower them. And that's the point that I think Nisha ma'am also made. Yeah. And that, the whole idea of metamorphosis, thank you for reminding Somaji about that. It's really about allowing children to struggle, because later on they'll also face new things in their lives. They'll feel more confident to handle the unknown if they're allowed to struggle. So हम लोगों ने सिटी इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में एक फ्रेज शुरू किया था, शायद एक टीचर ने मुझे बोला था कि मैम हम 3 बार सताते हैं फिर बताते हैं. 3 बार सताओ फिर बताओ. Let them struggle on their own. Figure out 10 ways to do something on their own with each other. They've got the support of each other. When you're working in a job, you're not going to say, oh, let me go ask the boss for everything. Right? So we as galvanizers have to allow children to learn by making mistakes, to go through that metamorphosis. The moment we help a butterfly come out of its cocoon, what have we done? We made it weaker. The wings are going to be damaged, perhaps, forever. Right? They're becoming reliant on you. So as Alfie Kohn has said that external rewards are like a punishment, right? We should not reward children. We should not tell them things. We should not assist them, because they're all external inputs. We want internal, everything internal. So these are directions we need to set our minds to. How we do it, of course, Alpha is a way forward, but don't settle on just what we know today. It's a journey, it's that version 2.1, 2.2 we'll continue to work at. So Somaji, bahut bahut dhanyawad. You spoke beautifully, very, very briefly, but very, very deeply about the whole subject of transformation. It's a big subject, really a big subject. Thank you. And now we have Jayashree Krishnan ma'am. She's principal of one of our other very big schools, campuses. It's called Rajan Nagar One Campus. Ma'am, how many children do you have this year? Almost 4,600, ma'am. 4,600 schools, children. So Jayashree ji is, really, she was the one, I should tell you, really amazing what happened last year. We had said, let the campuses who first approach us start Alpha. And somehow she took a bit of time. Maybe we didn't communicate properly enough. And then she said to my mother, I really want Alpha, please take me in. Because she was left out. And so was, two of the campuses that are here today. I'm so happy that we have principal from our Kalpana Patiji, principal of Mahanagar Campus 1, which is Mahanagar now. A lot of campuses there, and she's looking after a very, very big campus and amazing place. And also the principal of Ashrafabad campus, Archana Pandeyji, who's here with us, and she's just joined that, campus, beautiful campus, as a principal, from being vice principal under Nishaji.
She was senior in charge.
Senior in charge under Nishaji. So you see, there is hope for all of us. All you in charges, all you coordinators, Archana ji has shown the way that she can be, heading an institution. So talking about Jayashree Krishnan ma'am, she fought it out. My mother said, no, too late. She sent her teachers here for the training regardless. They all went back, and now ma'am said, must get it. So she is persistent, she's relentless, and she makes things happen. And so she can talk very beautifully about our fourth acronym for PATH, the H part. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Sunita ma'am. Just now ma'am said, one of her teachers said, 3 बार सताते हैं और फिर बताते हैं. तो मुझे 3 बार तो नहीं सताया, लेकिन बता दिया that Alpha is the way. And that is how I came into, because for the first 2 years, I was not knowing about it. But when I saw such wonderful things happening in all the campuses, then I took up the step and I had to really fight out. And of course, Badi Didi and Sunita ma'am took me into it. And the last 1 year has been an excellent, you know, experience we have seeing happy children, happy faces in our pre-primary sections and classes 1 and 2. And the whole the scenario, the scene there in these sections have changed completely. So I'm really thankful to respected Dr. Sunita Gandhi ma'am for letting me in. And now today I'm here being a part of it proudly and can speak about it. So, dear distinguished guests, dear galvanizers, my colleagues, so today, as all my other colleagues have already discussed in the panel about how alpha functions, what is alpha, how it functions, what are the basic features of it, what is the purpose, the active learning strategies which has made alpha a very successful pedagogy in the classrooms, and Shoma ma'am talking about the transformation that is happening. I'm here, dear galvanizers and guests. I'm here to speak about the holistic education, the last alphabet in the word path. Without the last alphabet, the word will not be formed. PAT will just be a pat. So, a pat to the children, for a holistic development. So, what do you mean by holistic education? Holistic education is an approach that nurtures the complete development of a child. We are educators not just for transmitting knowledge, but we are educators to transform the child for his life, a complete development of the child, which goes beyond academics. And it includes emotional, social, physical, and ethical growth. So it equips our children to think critically, collaborate effectively, and contribute meaningfully to a society. I would like to take an example here. Our students, they learn about so many facts. We give them knowledge about the environmental conservation, because that's the most important factor nowadays, to teach our children how to conserve the environment. Now, this is just not facts. When we teach them, we also design a project to reduce waste in their community, gains hands on experience in problem solving, teamwork, and empathy. So, holistic education transforms learning from a task into a journey of growth, self discovery, and real world readiness. Why should school focus? Earlier, schools have been defined as organizations which needs to take care of the academics. But now it's a different world. Schools must focus on holistic development because children are not just learners of facts. They are growing human beings who need skills, values, and confidence to thrive in life. Like almost all the panel members said about, it is learning for life. So, holistic education is just not learning facts, but it is learning for life. In alpha pedagogy, learning is not limited to reading and writing, but it extends to social, emotional well being. Like children learn patience, empathy, and cooperation through paired learning and collective feedback. So, the process of alpha pedagogy, which was explained in 4 steps, you can see all these social, emotional skills being imparted to the students. They learn creativity and curiosity. So, Alpha's activity based methods, it sparks imagination, it helps children to discover and create rather than memorize. So even the national education policy has given us the foundation that rote learning is not existing now. There is no rote learning. There must be understanding for the children to learn for their life. So no memorization, and alpha pedagogy follows it. We also teach children resilience and growth mindset. With the triple C process, mistakes are seen or as steps towards mastery and not failures. We say that, of course, every step you fail, you learn to succeed. And alpha pedagogy teaches children to have a growth mindset, and they make the children a master in what they are learning. It also teaches values and character. You may wonder, where are we teaching moral teaching in alpha pedagogy? But when they are collaborating, when they are doing the pair work, peer work, respect, honesty, and teamwork are built into this peer learning and grow circles. So, holistic education prepares the children not just for exams, but for life challenges. They help them become confident problem solvers, critical thinkers, and responsible individuals. Now, again, to give an example, I would like to share what I have seen in my campus. Like it, you all know that most of our campuses have pets, rabbits, which rabbits and parrots, which have been given to us by our respected founder director, ma'am. And these pets bring so much of joy and smiles on the children's face. So when they are taken for a simple visit to watch these rabbits in the school, they, besides honing their knowledge, it also instills moral values, respect, empathy, and a concern for wildlife, addressing ecological imbalances. So it's so beautiful to see children, the all-round development of the children. When children move out of their classroom, you show in a smart board mountains or maybe animals, wildlife, they do enjoy rather than the lecture method of the children teacher. They enjoy watching the visual in the smart board. But when you take them to the actual environment and show them, so they not only learn how to, like, what are mountains, how to measure, they also learn how to measure the height of a mountain. It helps them to assess the mountain resources, understand how to live sustainably on it, and use those resources for the benefit of mankind. So it's so beautiful to bring an all round development of children. So school must focus on these. Now, coming to how does this way of learning align with parents and community expectations? As we said, our traditional method or our traditional schools just delivered lectures in the classroom to impart knowledge. So there was teaching there. Learning was never measured. It was only assessment which always helped assess the learning. But here, how do parents and the community align with this kind of learning, holistic learning? So, what do you think, dear galvanizers? Your parents and the community, do they want the children only to know, rote learn, and know what is there in their textbooks? No. They want their children to succeed in school, but more importantly, they want them to grow confidently, well rounded human beings. So we have greater responsibility now to make our children a well rounded human being. And alpha pedagogy naturally bridges this expectations. So congratulations to each one of you again, all the galvanizers sitting here who is making this happen in the classroom. Parents want to see their children become independent learners. They want them to be stronger in their reading, numeracy, and also more expressive, empathetic, and collaborative. So PTMs and home stretch activities, they make parents active partners. It's so wonderful to see the videos where in the home stretch, the parents are actively involved. They become Tina or Toto or Hira or Moti, and it's so beautifully, enacted, and we feel so happy to see the parents engaged in the learning of their children. The community, what happens to the larger community? Do they accept this pedagogy? Do they want such kind of education? Yes, because communities, they value empathy, respect, and responsible citizenships. So the town halls under Alpha showcase children's teamwork, confidence, and real life connections, reinforcing these values. It also brings citizenship and connectedness, which in the beginning of the discussion, ma'am said, we still need to have that connectivity. But of course, it is building upon such collaborative learning and climate conscious tasks. Children develop responsibility towards peers, environment, and society. So, holistic learning reassures parents and the community that education is not only about marks, it is about raising happy, capable, and socially responsible citizens. So, with this holistic development, I'm sure the path is ready to be treaded upon, and we are already beginning the journey. And I assure the queen of Alpha, Dr. Sunita Gandhi. Can we hear it for ma'am? She is the queen of Alpha who has taken us in this journey. And I'm sure in the coming years, we are going to build up very, very confident and confident citizens in the world. Thank you so much, and Jai Jagat.
Thank you, Jashi ji. I would like to say that the real queen is all of you sitting in the
We are the princes.
participant group there, because we can come up with ideas, we can support you in those ideas, but actually the person who is facing the music every day, your children, is you. So I think the real actors are you, the real people making that change happen. Beyond all theory, beyond all ideas, is you. And you're helping us to understand what works, what doesn't work. So it's a laboratory, it's a constant endeavor. And I think you're such an amazing part of that. And that's why I say you're the real queens and the kings. I want to thank all the panelists here who have all shed light on this new path forward. Today is the official launch of the Path movement, and we're making it a movement not just for our schools, but for schools across the board, government schools and private schools, budget private schools and elite private schools across the country. And not just that, across the world. I think people are waiting to hear about a new path forward in education. I think we've lost track someplace. Literally, we're lost track. We don't know, we're lost in this forest. You know, Alice in Wonderland, you know the story of Alice in Wonderland? So she's lost in a forest. I think we all are. We educators are lost in this forest. And we don't know how to get out of it, right? We're so much in the daily routines, the syllabuses, the curriculum, the rhythms that we know, and the past, of course. So Alice in Wonderland, she arrives at a fork in the road, and there are two roads to take. And she wonders, which of the two roads should I take? So she notices that there's a wise cat, a Cheshire cat, on a tree. And in Alice in Wonderland, all the animals can speak. So Alice asks the wise cat, "Pray, wise cat,
tell me which of these two roads should I take? Which of these two roads should I take? So the wise cat doesn't answer it. She asks a question. Everything begins with a question. She says, Alice, where do you want to go? And what does Alice say? I don't know. And this is what the principals and the teachers say. I don't know which road I want to take. I don't know where I have to go. I'm just going. Right? So then the wise cat says, then it doesn't matter which of the two roads you take. Hmm? But it should, obviously, this is a very interesting analogy because all of us are just going without thinking. कहाँ जा रहे हैं? Right? And where we want to go also. कहाँ पहुँचना है ये भी नहीं पता. Right? So the wise cat says, अगर ये नहीं पता कहाँ जाना है तो फर्क नहीं पड़ता कौन सा रोड लो. भाई पता तो होना चाहिए कहाँ जाना है. भाई चंडीगढ़ जाना है आपको. ठीक है? So we are saying if you have to go to Chandigarh, then you know, okay, this road takes you to Chandigarh, this one takes you to Timbuktu. Different place altogether, maybe another part of the world. Anyway, so we need to know the road. And so Path, and it's been really amazing to hear the four senior principals and principals of this great institution, your institution called City Montessori School. I want to also acknowledge, of course, we've acknowledged City International School, Manas City Principal. We acknowledged our new campus, which has just started, Lumina Terra, and the principal Priya Chatrawal. And we've all, but I want to welcome two other principals here. Manoj Verma, sir, City International School, Jaipur. Where are you, sir? And your entire team. So really awesome to have you with us. He's come all the way from Jaipur for this. We have a campus in Jaipur. And Saurabh Dikshit, we have a rural campus. Saurabh Dikshit, sir, who is the principal of this City International School in Hathonda village, in a palace, mind you, but in a village. And it's really awesome that we can educate these children of the farmers who don't have any English background, but they're topping in English. They're doing so amazingly in English. And not just that, confidence and everything, the elocution. I mean, I'm amazed the kind of school you both are running also. Very, very nice. And Savita ji, of course, the CIS, Mana City. Also want to acknowledge the presence of some amazing people here from other schools, and my amazing mother who has just walked in, and Professor Geeta Kingdon. So let's welcome Badi Didi, as we call her, Dr. Mrs. Bharti Gandhi. She's the founder, along with my father, of City Montessori School. She was 23 years of age when she started City Montessori School. Today she's 92. And yeah, we may clap for her. And I should also let you know that Alpha, accelerating learning, as you know, our principal said, not just for some, as Abhaji said, but for all. Accelerating learning for everyone. All of that has come inspired by the thoughts that my mother had about education from the earliest time that I know as a child what education, you know, needs to be. And so that discussion has been all through my life, but I think my mother has contributed the most towards that thinking. And I think that's what has led to Alpha in the final analyses. So I think the source of all learning goes to her, for me personally. Thank you so much, Mommy, for being here. Okay. And I also want to acknowledge Professor Geeta Kingdon, who is my sister, but she's doing amazing work, taking over from my father and running this big institution, because it is the biggest school in the world. It comes with a lot of responsibility, but because it is big, there's a lot of things to do. And it's not just a lot of things to do, it's a lot of new directions to take. I think we can say for sure that Professor Kingdon has taken some amazing steps forward for City Montessori School, not just third-party evaluation, but so many other things as well. And we initially rebelled because we all don't like change, but then we finally dug down to it, and we then realized, oh, it is good. This is good. This is actually what we needed. And so raising standards, you know, is the watchword here with Professor Geeta Kingdon. She has been a professor at different places in England. She was a student of a University of Oxford, where she also became a reader a researcher. And from there, she then went to Institute of Education, UCL, that's London, University College London. And IOE is the premier institution of the UK that is running teacher training courses, but also PhD programs. She was directing a lot of PhD students. And then my father and my mother called upon her to drop all that and come to India. So here she is for the last, I think, 13 years, Professor Kingdon. 13 years now? 13 years in Lucknow? 15. So for last 15 years, she's sacrificed everything and come to Lucknow and has been managing this institution. So we're very grateful she's here. She's really busy, just got back from a conference in France. She'll probably share about that a little bit as well. And today's chief guest is my mother, Dr. Mrs. Bharti Gandhi. Really pleased to have you here. What we have just concluded is the panel on the movement we're launching today called PATH, Purposeful, Active, Transformative, and Holistic Education, which is a goal, a set of goals we can agree to, and a movement for transforming education worldwide. Because somewhere it has to begin, and it begins with you all in the audience. You are the ones who are the real change makers. Because of you, we can showcase your classes to the government schools, we can showcase your classes to the world, and we know that the world will duck down, because when they see children joyfully learning and those outcomes are coming out, as you are seeing, as you're witnessing, as Jai Shri Krishnan ma'am so beautifully said, that she is seeing a different outcome. These kids are different, and they're being holistically engaged. So thank you, Jai Shri Krishnan ma'am, for your beautiful presentation. Thank you, Somaji, for yours too. We're working backwards from holistic. That should have been the first word anyway. But she pointed out that without H, we only have pat in the back. Right? Pat doesn't work as path. We need the H to complete it. And so holistic, and then comes, guys, going backwards? Transformative. Yeah, great. Where are you all? What is the second word? Okay, what's the last word? What's the second last? What is the next? Right, not you being active, but who being active? The children being active. Earlier it was you being active, they being passive, listening to you. Now you can relax, write your registers. Hopefully you can relax. You'll get your peace one day. Most of you are doing so. And then the class is active. So that's where Abhaji took up very so beautifully. And then, of course, the last, but the first, my father's logic. Purposeful. Nisha ma'am. Okay, thank you so much. So Papa's logic was, he used to say to four of us, Neeta, the youngest, she's the best, but Geeta is better than Neeta. And then Vinay, my brother, is better than Geeta. And best of all is, no, better than Vinay is Sunita, but the best of all is Neeta. Now figure that out. It's a loop. So whichever way you go, it's a circular path, and we're on that path, inspired by no other than my father, Dr. Jagdish Gandhi. We pray to him. We, that he gives us support from there for all these things we are doing, especially Vantara School, spearheaded by my son, Robert Gandhi. Thank you so much, everyone, and for the wonderful people who are here with us, thank you very much indeed. Also want to acknowledge the presence of Jyotsna Habibullah. Really nice to have you here, as well as I saw Lalita ji show up, Lalita Pradeep. Okay, there's Lalita ji. Wonderful. Excellent. Thank you very much indeed. Over to you, ma'am, Samita ma'am.
Yeah. Thank you to our moderator, Dr. Sunita Gandhi, for guiding this insightful discussion with such clarity and depth. And ma'am, a heartfelt congratulations to you for being a guiding light to more than 35,000 government schools also. And I think she deserves a big round of applause for this, ladies and gentlemen. A special note of gratitude to our esteemed principals for sharing your wisdom, experiences, and reflections with us today. This conversation has truly brought to life the essence of Path and reminded us why now is the time to embrace it. Your voices have added strength and conviction to this movement, inspiring us to think bigger and act with renewed commitment. On behalf of everyone present, we extend a heartfelt appreciation to the entire panel for enriching this conference with your vision and leadership. A perfect picture, perfect moment being captured and will remain in a remembrance always. Okay, dear galvanizers, don't you think it's the perfect time to press pause on our serious faces and hit refresh with a quick energizer? So consider this a mini boost. It will wake us up, shake us up, and maybe even make us laugh at ourselves a little. So, everyone, yes, even those at the back, let's get moving and over to our Energizer leaders from the newest baby of City Montessori School, the Shalimar World Campus CBSE board, and where our students are growing wonderfully. So over to you, Shalimar One World. Come on, galvanizers. Where is the spirit? We all need to join them. Up on your feet. Thank you so much.
Dale tu cuerpo alegría Macarena, que tu cuerpo para dar la alegría cosa buena. Dale tu cuerpo alegría Macarena, Macarena. Dale tu cuerpo alegría Macarena, que tu cuerpo para dar la alegría cosa buena. Dale tu cuerpo alegría Macarena, Macarena. Dale tu cuerpo alegría Macarena, que tu cuerpo para dar la alegría cosa buena. Dale tu cuerpo alegría Macarena, Macarena. Dale tu cuerpo alegría Macarena, que tu cuerpo para dar la alegría cosa buena. Dale tu cuerpo alegría Macarena, Macarena. Macarena. Dale tu cuerpo alegría Macarena, que tu cuerpo para dar la alegría cosa buena. Dale tu cuerpo alegría Macarena, Macarena. Dale tu cuerpo alegría Macarena, que tu cuerpo para dar la alegría cosa buena. Dale tu cuerpo alegría Macarena, Macarena. Dale tu cuerpo alegría Macarena, que tu cuerpo para dar la alegría cosa buena. Dale tu cuerpo alegría Macarena, Macarena. Dale tu cuerpo alegría Macarena, que tu cuerpo para dar la alegría cosa buena. Dale tu cuerpo alegría Macarena, Macarena. Get your hands up, 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 hands up. Hey, Macarena. Hey, Macarena. Hey, Macarena.
Okay, brilliant. Now look at those smiles. I think the energy in this room just doubled. Thank you for jumping in with such enthusiasm. Now that we have shaken off the yawns and stretched our minds and bodies, let's dive right back into our sessions with the same spirit. Thank you, galvanizers. I request you all to please settle down. And now, let's carry the same energy and spirit forward into the rest of the conference. And we are privileged to welcome a distinguished leader in the field of education and CSR. Our next speaker is Dr. Anthony Nelese, the head of Sterlite Ed India Foundation. With over 27 years of experience, Dr. Nelese has been at the forefront of integrating education with sustainable development. His leadership has been instrumental in scaling impactful programs that bridge the gap between corporate responsibility and educational advancement. Dr. Nelese has held pivotal roles in organizations such as Bharti Foundation, Save the Children, UNICEF, and Save Savers International. His expertise lies in teacher education, life skill development, and leveraging technology for educational transformation. He's also a global goodwill ambassador, an author of the book The Skills Edge, and serves on various advisory boards, including the CII, Northern Regional Committee, and University Boards of Studies. Today, Dr. Nelese will share insights on how education stands as the most sustainable CSR investment, emphasizing the long term benefits of integrating educational initiatives into corporate strategies. So, please join us on the stage, and can we have a big round of applause as we welcome Dr. Anthony Nellis.
Tom, which one do I point? This? No, no. Which one I point? Here. Where is the system? Is there? Yeah. No, no. I will. Yeah. Yes, sir. Yeah. Hello. Good afternoon. All right. Now, after hearing so much about the earlier speakers and the panel, I feel like I'm preaching to the choir. You're already an expert. I don't know what else I need to speak. So, since it's a joyful learning, I can see, especially after the last action song, everybody is in a high spirits. So let me ask a question, right? In some, no, when we start teaching, always we start with a question so that people can think. But this is very trick question. No, question is not on the screen. It's only a question mark. This is something which I saw in one of the reels. So let's see how many of the Gen Z level people are here. It's a really completely out of the question, and it's not in the books. So if you're giving me a bookish answer, it will not be correct. Okay, the question is, why is history so tough? Yes, it's a trick question, nothing connected with the subject. We have to remember the dates. Okay, yeah, I had tough time in my class as well. Yeah, that's true. Let's see how creative, because this has come from one of the students, one of the small kid of a 3-year-old, class 3 or 4. Yes, ma'am. Okay, you are all getting into the academic discussion, but actually, please move away from the academic discussion. All right. Very nice. It's coming more than beyond what I had thought of. But there's something a very, very funny answer which I'm expecting. Yes. Yes, because it's story. Because all of you are so academic. Please come out of the box. I just want you to think out of the box and just forget academics for certain time. Yes, ma'am. His or her story. I couldn't hear you, ma'am. All right, you are very coming close to history again. I just want to take you out. You see, so difficult to change. Earlier speaker said, I think Dr. Gandhi was saying, it's very difficult to change. I want you to come out of subject for some time. Yes, very clearly. No, because why it is tough? Because dead people coming to the exams.
Okay, take my answer also, sir.
Yeah, who's
Yeah,
that?
yeah.
Yes.
Because I own my story. I just own my story.
Yes. Now you see, most of the time you might have said how mathematics is tough, right?
So may I?
So, yes. Who's
So
that?
this side, this side.
Yes, please.
So towards your right, this side. In front.
All right. Okay, there you go.
Okay. Sir, history is tough because it is his story. That is why we are not taking interest in that.
Yes.
It's breaking it into two parts. His story.
And how many of you think history is the best subject? All right. So I can go on and on with this question and forget about my slide behind. So moving on, I have another question.
The positive things and the good things from history.
Very nice. So I'm moving on to another question, which I would like to lead you to the next, what I would like to discuss. Because after hearing you all, I have changed my few of the slides. I'll be skipping few of the slides because it will be a complete repetition. All right. So please, I'm sure all of you have a notepad with you, right? All right. Please write the favorite name of your favorite teacher in your school, at the school level. When you were a student at the primary level or middle school level or secondary level, write the name of your favorite teacher. Just write the name of your favorite teacher. Have you written? All right. Write also the subject that he or she was teaching. Please write the name of your favorite teacher at your school level when you were a student. And the next one is write the subject that she or he was teaching you. Completed? Now write the subject that you are specialized, maybe especially 11, 12. If you have not changed your subject to graduation, then your graduation subject. What was your subject of specialization when you studied your graduation? Written? Yes or no? Okay. Please, I would like to request all those whose subject is matching with that of your favorite teacher, please get up. Please get up. Your favorite teacher's subject is matching with your subject. Only so many? I hope you are able to understand my question. I can just see about 10 to 15% getting up. Please be seated. This is the power of teachers. Yes. I will repeat it again. I would like to know whether your subject is matching with your favorite teacher in the school's subject. Yours as well, ma'am? All right. So you see that about 10% to 15% of you got up. That's a power of being a teacher. Teacher can influence, and can influence for how many generations? How many generations is, they talk about influence of a teacher? Generations to come, at least in the lifetime, at least 2 to 3 generations. I started my career as a teacher. Last time when I was in Delhi, I met my student and students' kids. You get a feeling of a grandfather, being a grandfather, student, you see it. So moving on, before I continue my presentation on how Sterlite Ed India Foundation is trying to make a difference in wherever we can. All of you are doing fantastic work in these schools, and I would like to start by requesting you all to give a round of applause to all of yourself. This information, I'm sure, nothing new to you, right? Can you see a pattern? Grade 3, language, mathematics. Grade 6, language, mathematics. Grade 9, mathematics. Is there any pattern that you're finding? I've not taken all the data. I've just taken few data for our discussion. I hope it's visible. Let's focus only on language or mathematics per se. Any observation from any of you? I'll take 2 observations maximum. Yes, ma'am. Right. That's a point I was looking at it. You see the way especially the mathematics is very clear. 60, 46, and 37. The percentage is going down. This is the latest result of Parak assessment. Similarly, you will find even grade 3, language. Yes, ma'am. That's the second point I would like to bring in. Yes. You see also the grade 3 the languages and how grade 9 languages are performed. Students are being performed. Similarly, you will find the other subjects as well. And you will find in grade 3, gender gap was not so high, and how that is increasing. In some of the subject, it is not very high. So the point that I'm trying to make is, at the foundational stage is the most important stage of the role of being teacher. That doesn't mean that teachers at that level of secondary is not important. It's at the foundational stage that we need to concentrate. If we don't get that right over there, the accumulation of learning loss is only going to increase, and the performance at the higher level, it's only going to decrease. So that's why the whole system, education system, government, everyone is trying to push for foundation literacy numeracy. If you don't get it right there, here I'm happy to see that 60,000 plus students are safe in your hands. But we are talking about, these are how many schools, if I may ask, Dr. Gandhi? The 60,000 is in how many schools? You have 60,000 students. 21 campuses. Now, 64 campuses. So now you look at 1.4 million schools in India. How many crores? 250, 260 crores. Children are studying there. Just imagine the amount of work that all of us have to do. So the challenge for Davis and Son and City Montessori School is how your influence can be expanded to all the other nearby school. And I'm really happy to see there is also a school that has been initiated for non-profit or the students who are coming from economically weaker section. Moving on, you will find something similar problem. In class 3 level, rural was better than urban, but in class 6 and 9, things are reversed. These are some of the issues you may or may not be aware, because you are, although you are in a big system in itself, but you also need to know what is happening outside your system, so that in case if any of you are able to do something more beyond your schooling system, it will benefit the country at large. Now, what are the possible solutions that country is facing? It's faced by many states in India. So definitely, I heard quite a bit, how do we get teachers observing and interacting with the students to see if they are learning? I know we used to always say facilitators, but I think you are using the word galvanizers. Galvanizers definitely, who inspires, make sure the student comes at the center. So we need to more focus on that. Similarly, more support for year 1, year 2, year 3. The first 2-3 years of a student is the most critical thing. So how many of you are teaching at that foundational classes? If I can ask, please raise your hand. Foundational classes. I think my eyesight is becoming weaker. Can I request you to stand up? I'm not able to see those who are far. Could you please stand up, those who are teaching in the foundational level, up to say class 2 or class 3 level? That's quite a big number. Everyone. Okay, but everyone is not getting up. Maybe they are feeling shy to get up. All right, please be seated. You are the real pillar of nation building. If you don't build the correct skill set at that level, country doesn't have future. Country doesn't have future. So it is all the more important. I think in the earlier sessions also, you were stressing on continuous professional development. The type of professional development that needs to be done continuously. It's not just one time. That is one of the reasons that the government is also insisting for 50 hours of continuous professional development. And make literacy and numeracy a culture. Imagine 50, 60 percentage can read and write as per the grade appropriate. What about the rest 30, 40 percentage, 40, 45 percentage? Some states it's higher, some states it's lower. Just imagine many of our kids coming to the school and they are very talkative, right? When they are very young. How many of you observe this? All the kids are very talkative. But when they get into the school, they stopped. Do they stop talking? Yes or no? Yes. They start talking. And that is why some of the system that you are doing, it's supposed to make sure they come out. Many of these students who are coming to class 1, directly from the family or even at the nursery level, they have the basic language speaking at least. But what we do at the school level is in our hands. So especially the teachers who are teaching or the galvanizers who are up to foundation level, they are the real change makers for the future schooling system. If the foundation is not dwelt correctly, we are not in safe hands. So, as Sterlite India Foundation, we believe that transformation, innovation, initiatives have to happen at all levels. It cannot be just done at the school level alone. It has to be done at the community level, at the school level, teacher education level, education administrator level, and policy level. It is in these aspects we are trying our best to make a difference in the education system in the country. We are working in 6 states of India. And one of the focus, as I was talking about, we need to work at all these levels. So I'll start talking about what we do at the community level. The idea behind supporting these projects, this is one example from Tripura. We work with the community to, first of all, make sure that they are made aware the importance of education. This project is happening in a place where almost 90% of the parents are not literate. So I would say the students who are there, they are the first-time school goers. I wouldn't say first-time learners, first-time school goers, because they learn a lot of things even before they come to the school. So we try various things with the parents, literacy games. We have some newsletters in a very with a lot of pictures and visuals. You will see a photo on the right of a mobile. We converted all the student report card into visual report cards. So the subjects have become icons, grades have become smileys. So it becomes easy for parents who are not able to read and write to understand the growth of their kids. So they are able to take part, collaborate in this part. The whole focus of this particular community project was to improve the the teacher-parent relationship. That ecosystem is provided in a very good way. And you will find that most of the parents did not even have the concept of a class teacher. It is after this project, many of them came to know there is a class teacher with whom they can discuss about their well-being of the students. So this is one of the projects that we have. Second project that we have is for the teachers who are in the school. And we find that through this project, we find 80% of the teachers have gone up by levels. This levels what we are talking about is the National Professional Standard of Teachers, NPST level. So from level 1, many of them have jumped to level 2 or level 3. Even few of them have reached level 4 as well. And the main focus of our program now is more with the pre-service teacher education. So we work with DIETs of various state governments. DIETs are those district level institution for education training. They also have a college for students, diploma in elementary education. We also work with B.Ed colleges, both government and private. The whole focus is how do we prepare aspiring teachers to be prepared for the future? So that's why our tagline comes, preparing teachers of the future. How do we help them? How do we help them to imbibe a passion for education? Yes, knowledge is important, very important. But at the same time, if as a teacher you are not interested in education, interested in the child development, interested in teaching, interested in facilitating or being a galvanizer, then what's the point in having such a B.Ed colleges or DLED colleges? So there we try to help them to bring up, and these are the various. We do have both online online activities and offline activity. The whole focus is how do we help them to improve, better prepared, and we complement the efforts of the institution in trying to bring in those curriculum which is not being touched upon as of now. And you will find also the achievement that happens. Almost 80% have improved in their digital and technical integration skills, financial management skills, future teaching skill as well. And almost 90-95% feel very confident in going for the teacher eligibility test that happens after they pass the graduation. We also found that it's a time that we give career guidance to the students of B.Ed colleges, because we found that after they graduate B.Ed college, many of them move away from education sector. They get into other jobs other than education. So because many of them think that teaching is the only job that is available in the education sector. So we started providing them. The idea behind is so much of money and resources are being wasted in the B.Ed colleges by graduating the students. Why can't we garner their knowledge and skills to the education sector? So the career guidance also is something which we started. And to give exposure, we also gave online competitions. We also help them to improve the internship that they're doing, teaching practice that they do with various various activities, which I don't want to get into detail because all of you are doing such a fantastic teaching job. But you will find in these interior places where we're working, more than 80% and 90% are beginning to feel confident of getting into a classroom, teaching, making their lesson plans well, helping them to engage with the students. And very close to 100% are happy with the various workshops which are giving them skills and helping them to change their attitude and behavior towards education, towards children, towards teaching is being enjoyed. And just like I can see all your presentations and all your documents, data is something which is very strong in your program, in Alpha program. We also monitor the growth both in Hindi language and English in a special way, because we found that pre-service teacher education, student teachers, these are the things which are lacking. So we have started giving more focus in this area, and we can also see there's a kind of a good growth that's happening. We also try to encourage them, and I really liked what was demonstrated in the morning assembly here, that how do you appreciate? But it's very difficult to appreciate 10,000 pre-service student teachers who are logged into your app. So what we have done is we have not only given them individual leaderboard to see where they rank, we also have started giving institutional ranking. So every institution is like having a healthy competition between each other to see how the progress. In that progress, the benefit is for the student teachers who go through the various courses, resources that we have in our Teachable app. The second program is specific to data analytics. This is meant for educational administrators. And one of the things which I am very happy seeing the program here, what I've seen, Alpha program, or I would say Davis and Sons program in general, you give a lot of emphasis on data. Do you give a lot of emphasis on data? Yes or no? And that is also one of the reasons that you're progressing. Unless and until we measure what we do, you are not able to take informed decision. So this is what we are trying out with, not just with the colleges where we are supporting, we are also doing it with the educational administrators at the state and district level as well. I don't want to go into the details of the dashboard, but just giving you an example. This is one of the examples from municipal corporation schools of Greater Mumbai, where students who were wanting to get scholarship in the 34 schools, only just 3 students were getting scholarship. With the power of data analytics, by analyzing their results. First year, it moved from 3 to 33, second year, 33 to 75, and now it has gone to 122. See the growth that is happening, and as an organization, we have only helped them to analyze the data that they have. We are all sitting on a wealth of data, a lot of information, but unfortunately, that doesn't get analyzed, that doesn't get come into the review meetings to take the right decision. And this also helped in increasing the enrollment in a less time. 25% is saving time. And we also have analyzed nearly 8 to 9 lakh students in the analysis of their attainment in the foundation literacy numeracy, and trying to help the district authorities, state authority, how they can improve the training program, how they can improve the classroom management, so that the FLN becomes not a problem, it becomes a reality for all children in our schools. So these are just a glimpse of it. The fourth program that we have done is institutional strengthening program. We are working with SCRT and the DIETs to see how their capacity can be developed, so that through these resource persons, we can reach all the schools in the state. So this particular project has started in Rajasthan, and the reach is more than 50,000 schools through these resource persons, which are approximately 400 at this time. And how is it going to help the state? It helps them in their annual planning, because of course we as a foundation, we can go and train all the teachers, take 50 teachers in a batch and start training all the teachers in the school. But what happens to that particular project when we withdraw from that area? Again, it will go back to what it was earlier. So the idea is how to help the system to improve their planning, improve their implementation, improve their utilization of resources, improve their documentation, and also start benchmarking for the excellence. So we are working with the government to support their DIET as center of excellence, so that the SCRT and the DIET becomes the academic powerhouse in that particular state. Just to summarize, I had told you in the beginning, the data shows not very positive, though it has improved from 2018, it has improved from 2019. Even now at 2024, the results are not very happy. If we have to take the advantage of demographical dividend that we talk about, we are young. Average age is how much for us in India? Average age in India? Average, not living, I mean, not for the expectancy, average age of all of us put together, how much it would be? It's 35, it's more than 35, but it is less than 45. It's coming, I guess. So we talk about various young age population. So many youngsters are in the working age. But if we don't tackle this particular problem of skills, we are not able to get that dividend to our economic improvement, nation building as such. And that's why all the teachers who are here, it's very important that we need to focus not on just content transfer in the school, but on the skill transfer. So at the state and district level, we try to help in improving the coordination of various institutions. And that is also based on data-driven decision making. We try to support DIET as center of excellence, so that there is a system, there's a quality framework that they have to aspire for, benchmarking for. And one of the things that what we are trying out is at the block and cluster level, can we start organizing various mentorship level, teacher cadre for these institutions that are there? Otherwise, every 2-3 years, teachers come and go. And at the school level, how important is at the school level? That's what all of you do. School leadership. The school depends on how principal and the teachers give the leadership for building a culture of learning at the school level. And the policy implementation level and the guidelines, there are a lot of things can happen. NEP 2020 is a fantastic policy, but now how do we implement it in each of our states, each of our 1.4 million schools? That's where we will make this NEP 2020 a success policy. And as Sterlite Ed India Foundation, if you have to help holistic development of children in our schooling system, we need to focus on the teacher part of it and the administrator part of it. So we are working in that particular area that is marked pre-service and service and induction part of teacher education, along with supporting the administrators who have to take the decision, and we are trying to help them with data-driven decision making. And that's why we have the tagline, preparing teachers of the future, as I think Rajnath Singh, our honorable minister, also spoke about. And even I think I forgot the name, ma'am was speaking about the earlier speaker, talking about there are many jobs are going to be lost. I think by the time all the students graduate, those who are coming into your class 1 or the lower class, by the time they graduate, they are coming into a world where many of the jobs are going to be obsolete. Already 20 to 30% of jobs are already lost, especially in the health, education, and any other sector. So how do we make them with that particular critical thinking skills, problem solving skill, decision making skills? That's what all of us needs to start working. And for that, let's not see things as it is. Let's start seeing things as it could be or it should be. Then the world will be a better place. I think Dr. Gandhi was summarizing a story from Alice in the Wonderland. So, and Alpha as a evolving program she was talking about. And that's where we need to look at it. We should not be accustomed, or we should not be used to, or we should be satisfied, complacent with what we have achieved. We need to continuously compete. Compete with whom? Compete with whom? I can't hear from behind. Backbenchers. Yes, we have to compete ourselves. And when you compare your competition, is it annual? Is it monthly, weekly, daily? Every day we have to make sure we are better than the previous day. And that's how we start seeing things as it could be. The moment we are able to visualize this, things could be like this. I'm sure when this particular program started, I think Dr. Gandhi and her mother visualized, right? This could be like this. And that's how the program started. And now you have to make it much better. For that one, we need to start visualizing better. We should not be satisfied. We should not be complacent with what we have achieved so far. If that is the case, I'm sure all of you put together here, the 60, 64,000 students that you have, they will not just go to the space, they will go much beyond to the other part of the space and come back successfully. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for reflecting. On the power of a teacher and sharing the FLN Palak 2024 status through the data across classes. Your key point that the foundational stage determines performance at higher level is a strong reminder for us to focus where it matters most. You also emphasize the need to go beyond our school system, build the right skill sets, and highlighted impactful initiatives like the Community Power Program and pre-service teacher education. As you rightly said, knowledge is important, but passion is what truly drives transformations. We are deeply grateful for your insights. And now I would like to invite Dr. Sunita Gandhi to please be on the stage to give away a small token of appreciation, our gratitude to Dr. Anthony on behalf of everybody present here. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for the wonderful round of applause. And next, it gives me immense pleasure to welcome Ms. Jyotsna Habibullah, our guest of honor and a distinguished member of the advisory Sages panel of Lumina Terra School. She is truly the heart of Lucknow and a driving force for the meaningful community engagement. As part of Lumina Terra, which stands for Progressive and Purposeful Education, she will also be sharing her insights with us today. We are delighted to have you here, ma'am.
Thank you so much. It's such a delight speaking to all you amazing educationists. And it's wonderful to see the work that CMS has done, where you've progressed, and the new school, Luminatera, that I'm so privileged to be part of the advisory team with Sunita and the amazing work that they're doing. See, sustainability is something that it's critical for us because we're not at a time of climate crisis now, we're in climate emergency. And until we bring that change, I mean, of course, CMS is the one school which has really brought forward. I think you can just go ahead with the presentation while I'm talking for the time. CMS really does take sustainability very seriously with all the environment leaders that they have and the students participating in all the programs. We do recycling. There's lots of, you have a huge, I think, lineup of speakers after me, so I don't want to take too much time. And this is something that all of you know about. It's how we can put it into our curriculum that's important. In fact, one of the things that I'm working on actually is to bring sustainability as a textbook and how it can come into the actual curriculum of the school. I think CMS is one of the only schools which has actually brought sustainability into the learning aspect of schools. I don't know of any other school in, even Delhi, and definitely not in Lucknow, who's doing that. So the long-term gains that we'll get from you actually training the children, from doing things like segregating and we actually show the circular economy in action at the farmers market, which I've been organizing now for 12 years. And the wonderful thing is that we're able to bring students into this. And we take 3 batches of students of up to 50 students each into our farmers market. And we actually show them things like how seed balls are made, how composting is done, how segregation is done. We've trained many groups of students who also come to schools and talk about this, about how daily practices, because you see the mountains of garbage that we see outside our city, that's something that nothing can be done with but incineration, which actually pollutes the environment, it pollutes the soil, and plastic has come into our bloodstream from the fetus that's born already has plastic. So the change has to be brought by us. We can't wait for somebody else to do it. The segregation has to be done from source. It's wonderful to see that we don't see any plastic bottles here, mostly. But I hope that the recycling that's happening, these hard plastic, the bottles have to be recycled. If children can carry their bottles when they go to school every day, it's something we've got to continue to do later and actually celebrate the environment champions, celebrate the ones who are actually bringing about the change. So through your environmental program, get them to do segregation programs in their communities and drive this change. And the recycling, we have recycling entrepreneurs now that are actually converting plastic into chairs and furniture, a lot of products. So you can get in touch with us. The environment program people are already in touch with us. So please connect with us. Every month we have a farmers market on the first Sunday of every month. 5th of October is the next one. We also offer farm visits. And the farm visits give children a very important learning about how we are connected to our soil and how we are connected to our farmers. Look at the situation that's happening now where we have floods and drought in equal parts all over the country. It's about respecting your food, not wasting a single morsel of rice or dal that's on your plate, and knowing what to eat when it's seasonal, local, and about boosting your immunity. So these are all things that we can teach the children firsthand when they do a farm visit, and the little fun things they have, picking up a baby goat, and that's the fun aspect of it. But they actually get to see, I don't think children have seen how bananas grow with 100 bananas on a stem, or what the wheat stalk looks like. Making rangolis, for example, why should we use dal and rice? Let's use the wheat chaff and the rice stalks and not use what we would use for food. So with every festival, we also showcase how festivals can be celebrated sustainably. So please do connect with us at the Farmers Market. We're already connected with many of the environmental coordinators here at CMS, thanks to all your very active participation, and look forward to being you can actually drive the change from the bottom up. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your gracious presence and for sharing your valuable insights with us. Your commitment to the community, along with your association with Humanitaria's vision of nurturing purposeful education, makes your contribution truly inspiring. We are deeply grateful for your support. Thank you once again. I would also like to take the opportunity to welcome one of our guests of honor, Mr. Nishant Bangera, Lead CSR CBI Mutual Funds. Thank you, sir, for gracing the occasion. And now, I would like And now we are honored to welcome Mr. Vikram Solanki, Director of Educate Girls, whose tireless efforts have transformed the lives of countless children by ensuring access to quality education. His leadership and vision continue to inspire meaningful change in society. We eagerly look forward to hearing his address today.
नमस्ते, जय जगत। मैं कुछ बात करूं उससे पहले मैं आपको थोड़ा सा हम गांव की तरफ ले चलता हूं। मेरे फील्ड के कुछ साथी जो मेरे गांव में काम करते हैं, वो उन साथियों की एक झलक है जो आपको दिखाना चाहता हूं। वो देखते हैं और फिर मैं कुछ बातें करूंगा। डॉक्टर गांधी ने मेरे को बोला है कि समय कम है, हम बहुत लेट चल रहे हैं, इसलिए मैं भी फास्ट चलने की कोशिश करूंगा। थैंक यू। एक बार हम इस वीडियो को देखते हैं और फिर हम बात करते हैं।
मैं हूँ पिंकू सोलंकी, टीम बालिका। मैं अपने दिन की शुरुआत ऐसे करती हूँ, सुबह तो उठती हूँ, फिर मेरे पास एफसी भैया का कॉल आता है मेरे पास, और वो बोलते हैं कि पिंकू आज मैं आपके गांव में आ रहा हूँ।
मैं हूँ फील्ड कोऑर्डिनेटर विक्रम सिंह मेहता। सबसे पहले तो हम डे टू डे करते हैं।
जो बालिका स्कूल नहीं जाती है, उन बालिका के माता पिता से मिलते हैं हम लोग, क्योंकि जो गांव है मेरा और जिस गांव में मैं रहती हूँ वो मेरा ही गांव है, मेरी समस्या और मैं ही समाधान बनना चाहती हूँ। चुनौतियां तो बहुत सारे आते हैं हमारे साथ, मतलब पेरेंट्स का नहीं मिलना या डॉक्यूमेंट्स का नहीं मिलना, ये तो हमारे लिए आम बात है। तब ऐसा लगा कि मेरे को यहाँ पे काम करना चाहिए, बच्चों को शिक्षा देना चाहिए। नामांकन के संबंधित मैंने नामांकन करवाए।
एक इलाका रहता है जो पहाड़ी बड़े बड़े ऊंचे ऊंचे इतने ऊंचे रहती है, नीचे से देखोगे तो ऐसा लगेगा कि मैं चढ़ पाऊंगा या नहीं चढ़। अगर हम उस पहाड़ पे चढ़ भी गए तो वो बालिका मिलेगी या नहीं मिलेगी, या वो पालक मिलेगी कि नहीं मिलेगी, ये सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज है हमारा। अगर मैंने ये काम नहीं किया तो ये बालिका अशिक्षित रह जाएगी। हम विजिट के दौरान हमारे को पता पड़ता है कि एक बालिका है जो उस पानी के उस पार है, तो जहाँ डूब क्षेत्र है वहाँ हम टूटी फूटी नाव लेके जाते हैं। इस मोहल्ले में हमारे को मोहल्ला मीटिंग करना है, उस मोहल्ले में पहुँचते हैं।
जब हम मोहल्ला मीटिंग करते हैं तो एक दो दिन पहले तो हम गांव वालों को बताते हैं कि अपने गांव में मोहल्ला मीटिंग कर रहे हैं।
उस इलाके में एक नॉर्मली लोग ये सोचते हैं कि लड़कियों के प्रति लड़की पढ़ के क्या करेगी, ये सबसे बड़ी सोच एक दिमाग में घुसा हुआ। जो स्कूल से बाहर है बालिका, उनके अभिभावक है, उनसे हम बैठ के उनकी काउंसलिंग करते हैं, और उस चैलेंज को पार करने के लिए हमारे को सबसे जो सहयोग देते हैं वो टीम बालिका।
जब मैं पहली बार संस्था के साथ जुड़ी तो गांव वाले मेरे को बोलते थे या ताने मारते थे कि ये अनजाने लड़के के साथ गाड़ी पे घूमती रहती है, बच्चों को पढ़ाया, नामांकन करवा। आज मेरे गांव वाले वही बोलते कि बेटा आपका काम बहुत अच्छा रहा।
हम जो बच्चों को नामांकित करके छोड़ना, ये हमारा काम है। हमारा एक एजुकेट गर्ल्स की तरफ से हमारा एक ज्ञान का पिटारा जो हमारा चलता है, जो हम पढ़ाते हैं और बच्चों को इस प्रकार से पढ़ाते हैं। हम खेल खेल में एबीसीडी सिखा दी, खेल खेल में अ आ सिखा दिया और खेल खेल में मात्राओं की पहचान करवा दी और खेल खेल में हमने गिनती सिखा दी।
उनका सहयोग किया, वो बच्चे आज भी पढ़ रहे हैं।
हमारी संस्था का इस लक्ष्य को प्राप्त कर लेते हैं तो हमारा जो स्लोगन है नो गर्ल लेफ्ट बिहाइंड, उसको भी हम पूर्ण कर लेंगे।
जैसा आपने यहाँ पे अभी देखा, तो वैसे ही हम प्राइमरी एज ग्रुप जहाँ पे हम 6 से 14 साल की बात करते हैं, 6 to 14 ईयर के एज ग्रुप के अंदर हम लोग इस तरीके का ही काम करते हैं। लेकिन हम जहाँ समस्या होती है वहाँ जाते हैं। जो आने वाला जो दौर है, जिस दौर में अभी हम जी रहे हैं, जिसे हम एआई का दौर कहते हैं, उसी एआई के तहत ही आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंट मशीन लर्निंग के थ्रू ही हमने उन ज्योग्राफी को आइडेंटिफाई किया है। और आपको जानकर ताज्जुब होगा कि भारत में आउट ऑफ स्कूल चिल्ड्रन का जो प्रॉब्लम है वो है तो बड़ा कहने के लिए, लेकिन अगर उसको अगर टुकड़ों में अगर छोड़ के जोड़ के देखेंगे तो भारत के 5% गांव में अगर हम लोग काम करते हैं तो हम भारत की इस समस्या का 40% निवारण है जो हम कर लेंगे। तो सिर्फ 5% गांव के अंदर 40% भारत की आउट ऑफ स्कूल चिल्ड्रन है वो बसते हैं। तो उन्हीं और उनके बसने के अंदर जो अगर कारण की अगर हम बात करते हैं तो उनके 3 कारण है जो हमको दिखते हैं एज एन प्रिंसिपली हम ये कहते हैं। तो पहला कारण है पॉवर्टी, गरीबी। अगर गरीबी के साथ में उसको अगर हम गरीबी को डील कर लेते हैं तो ये समस्या नहीं होगी। दूसरा कारण है पैट्रियार्की, पितृसत्ता। जो हम पुरुष प्रधान समाज की बात करते हैं तो वो पुरुष प्रधान जो समाज है उसकी वजह से भी बहुत सारी लड़कियां हैं जो स्कूल नहीं जा पाती है। और तीसरा कारण है पॉलिसी। पॉलिसी है तो सही, लेकिन उस पॉलिसी का इम्प्लीमेंटेशन एक बहुत बड़ा कारण होता है कि जहां पे भी हम इस समस्या को अभी तक हम जड़ से समाप्त नहीं कर पाए। उसके इन्हीं कारण के अंदर अगर हम और गौर से घुसते हैं तो आज की जो ये बैठक, जहां पे आज की ये जो ट्रेनिंग, जो पाथ हमको जो दिखाया जा रहा है, उसी पाथ में भी एक बहुत बड़ा रीजन है। क्योंकि अगर ये लड़की या लड़के जो भी हैं, अगर उनको स्कूल में लेकर भी आ जाएं हम, तो भी वहां पे रुकना मुश्किल होता है, क्योंकि उसे वहां पे वो गर्ल चाइल्ड फ्रेंडली एनवायरनमेंट नहीं मिलता। और दूसरी बात कि उसी वहां पे, क्योंकि सरकार के, हम सरकारी स्कूल में काम करते हैं, हम सारी पब्लिक स्कूल के अंदर हैं, तो वहां पे उसको वो लर्निंग एनवायरनमेंट भी नहीं मिलता। जिस भी माता पिता से हम बात करते हैं तो माता पिता यही कहते हैं कि स्कूल में भेजे क्यों, वहां पे तो पढ़ाई होती ही नहीं है। इस वजह से भी हम लोग जो हैं वो उन स्कूल के अंदर यही, जिस तरीके से आप अल्फा मटेरियल यूज कर रहे हैं, अल्फा किट को यूज कर रहे हैं, हम ज्ञान का पिटारा किट को यूज करते हैं और उस स्कूल को उस लेवल पे बनाने के लिए जाते हैं। जैसा आपने वीडियो में देखा पिंकू सोलंकी को, ऐसे ही पिंकू सोलंकी जैसे हमारे पास में 35,000 विलेज चैंपियन है, हमें जिनको हम विलेज जेंडर चैंपियन कहते हैं। और वो 35,000 जो वॉलेंटियर जिन्हें टीम बालिका के नाम से जाना जाता है, वो 30,000 गांव के अंदर, भारत के 30,000 गांव के अंदर किसी न किसी स्कूल में उस ज्ञान के पिटारा नाम के टूल को इम्प्लीमेंट करके बच्चों का फाउंडेशन बिल्ड कर रहे हैं। जैसे जिस फाउंडेशन को बिल्ड करने के लिए आप लोग यहाँ पे है, उसी फाउंडेशन की तैयारी है जो वो सरकारी स्कूल 29,000 गांवों के अंदर वो कर रहे हैं। और इसके साथ ही हमने संस्था की मैं बात करूं तो अब तक हमने इसी मुहिम के अंदर लगभग 24 लाख चिल्ड्रन का फाउंडेशनल लिटरेसी न्यूमरेसी के अंदर हमने उनको तैयार किया है और उनको आगे बढ़ाया है। और उसी क्रम में 20 लाख बच्चियों को, लड़कियों को हमने विद्यालय से जोड़ने का भी काम किया है। लेकिन समस्या यहाँ नहीं है, अभी ये एक शुरुआत है। जहां पे हम बात करते हैं तो ये एक बेसिक शुरुआत है। इसको अंदर हम जिस लाइफ स्किल की बातें मैं यहाँ पे सुन रहा हूँ, तो उस लाइफ स्किल की भी एक बहुत बड़ी जरूरत होती है। जो 21st सेंचुरी स्किल्स का हम जो जिक्र करते हैं, वो अगर उन लर्नर में नहीं होंगे तो ये फिर से ड्रॉप आउट हो जाएंगे। आपको पता है भारत में कितने गांव हैं? एनी गैस, एनी डाउट, एनी नंबर? पूरे भारत में कितने गांव हैं? सो इट इज नियर अबाउट, लेकिन 6.5 लाख गांव है। कितने गांव है? 6.5 लाख, 6,50,000। और आपको एक आंकड़ा और देता हूं, कितने स्कूल हैं जो सेकेंडरी लेवल के हैं? बिल्कुल, थोड़ा बिल्कुल ही भारती जी बहुत नजदीकी हैं उसके। सो 1.5 लाख स्कूल जो है वो सेकेंडरी लेवल के हैं, जिसमें गवर्नमेंट प्राइवेट सब मिला लें तो भी। सो 6.5 लाख के अंदर 1.5 लाख स्कूल ही हैं। सो एक्सेस अभी भी बहुत बड़ा इशू है। सो इसी एक्सेस को लेकर अगर जेंडर गैप की अगर हम बात करते हैं तो उसी एक्सेस को और इंक्रीज करने के लिए भी, क्योंकि हमें पता है अब सरकार के पास में बहुत संसाधन है, लेकिन इतने भी नहीं है कि पूरे 6.5 लाख गांवों के अंदर हर गांव के अंदर हम सेकेंडरी स्कूल बना लें। तो क्या अल्टरनेटिव पाथ हो सकता है? सो उस अल्टरनेटिव पाथ के लिए भी हम है जो काम करते हैं। मैं इस वीडियो के सेकंड पार्ट को शुरू करने के लिए रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा सर। वीडियो का सेकंड पार्ट, सॉरी। सो उस वीडियो में हम देखते हैं कि अभी क्या ग्रेड 8 तक तो चीजें हैं, स्कूल भी हैं, लेकिन उसके बाद में
प्रगति एक ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म है जिससे
पूर्ण कर लेंगे।
प्रगति एक ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म है जिससे एक महिलाओं और एक किशोरी बालिकाओं को लेकर काम करता है। अब इनके 8 तक तो इनकी पढ़ाई हो चुकी है, कोई 7th पास है, कोई 6th पास है।
जाना जी को पता है कि गुड्डी बेटी है, तो ये मेरे पास आई, मेरे को बोला, फिर मेरे को समझाया, मेरे मम्मी पापा को भी समझाए कि इसको फॉर्म भरो। इन्होंने मेरे को हौसला दिया, रोड जाके हम मेरा पूरा डॉक्यूमेंट बनवाया और मेरी हेल्प करके मेरा फॉर्म भरा और मेरे को 10वीं में एडमिशन दिलवा दिया।
The goal of Pragati is to build agency of the girls so they can take control of their decisions and life choices. And we do this by enabling access to quality education through open schools and by connecting them to skilling and livelihood opportunities. We conduct learning camps in the villages at the doorstep of the girls. The camp is run to provide support for exam preparation, but the camps do so much more than that. They are a safe space where girls can come every day and they can be themselves, they dream, they aspire, and they build their confidence.
प्रोजेक्ट प्रगति से मैं जुड़ी तो हमारी एक दिन का ओरिएंटेशन भी हुआ था, उसके बाद में 3 दिन की ट्रेनिंग हुई हमारी। कैसे उन लड़कियों को कैंप तक लाना है, कैसे उनकी पढ़ाई होगी, कैसे क्वेश्चन पे लेके बात करोगे।
The girls from a camp are supported by a prerak. The prerak is a compassionate adult from the community who can be their advocate, their mentor, and their guide. A prerak supports girls in acquiring their 10th grade credential.
हमारे एक कैंप खुलते हैं, उसमें 3 घंटे पढ़ाई रहती है, उसके अलावा उसके साथ साथ में कौशल भी सिखाते हैं हम उनके लिए। इनके जो हॉबीज है उनके बारे में भी बात करती हूँ और इनके साथ में हमेशा एक फ्रेंडली व्यवहार रहता है, तो इनको अच्छा लगता है, मुझे भी अच्छा लगता है।
We also work at developing their 21st century skills. Skills like communication skills, digital literacy, financial literacy, and other soft skills to increase their employability potential for them to be able to generate livelihood opportunities for themselves.
मेरे मन में ऐसा है कि मैं सिलाई टीचर बन जाऊं। मेरे पास और भी सिलाई सीखना आएगी तो वो भी आगे बढ़ेगी।
मैं मेरी दुकान बढ़ाना चाहती हूँ इसलिए क्योंकि मेरे गांव में एक ही दुकान है। मैं 10वीं में पास हो गई तो मुझे लोन मिल सकता है, तो दुकान को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए सामान खरीद सकती हूँ।
खुद के निर्णय भी थोड़ा बहुत लेने लग गई है, बात भी करती रहती है, बोलती भी है कि हम आगे पढ़ेंगे, आगे क्या अभी हम शादी नहीं करेंगे।
यहाँ आके मेरा विश्वास एकदम सही हो गया कि मैं कुछ कर सकती हूँ। तो मेरे बच्ची खुद बोल रही है कि मैं कलेक्टर बनना चाहती हूँ, तो मेरे भी मन में है कि मैं उसका साथ दूं और उसको पढ़ाऊं और आगे बढ़ाऊं।
आपने जैसा देखा, अभी भी जैसा हम बोलते हैं कि ये जो हिंदुस्तान है इसमें 2 हिस्से दिखते हैं, एक जिसे हम इंडिया कहते हैं, और दूसरा भारत, जहां हम रहते हैं। सो वही भारत की लड़कियां, आज हम जितने बड़े बड़े ख्वाब हम यहाँ पे देख रहे हैं, लेकिन उनके अंदर कुछ कुछ तो छोटे से ख्वाब हैं। उन ख्वाबों को पूरा करने की जिम्मेदारी भी है जो हम ही लोगों पे है। आप अगर देखेंगे तो यहाँ पे आप जो चीजें हम करने जा रहे हैं, ये जो हमारा जो मॉडल है, इस मॉडल को हम प्रगति कहते हैं। पुराना जो प्रोग्राम था उसे हम विद्या बोलते हैं, क्योंकि स्कूल के सिस्टम में स्कूल है अवेलेबल, तो हम क्या कर सकते हैं, तो स्कूल में बच्चों को लाने का काम करते हैं। ये स्कूल का एक्सेस नहीं है तो फिर हम लोग उनको स्टेट ओपन स्कूल के माध्यम से उनको जोड़ते हैं, जहाँ पे सारी गांव की महिलाओं को एक सेफ स्पेस प्रोवाइड करते हैं, जहाँ पे वो अपनी मर्जी से आती है, आकर पढ़ती हैं, और अपने सेल्फ लर्निंग पेडागोजी जितनी भी है, क्योंकि यहाँ पे सब्जेक्ट मैटर एक्सपर्ट हम हर गांव में नहीं दे सकते उनको, और इसलिए वो सेल्फ पेडागोजी के जो टूल्स हैं उनके उपयोग के माध्यम से वो पढ़ती हैं और अपने आप को 10th के क्रेडेंशियल के लिए तैयार करती हैं। और हम चाहते हैं कि उनको 10th का क्रेडेंशियल मिल जाए। सो इट्स नॉट अ 10th क्रेडेंशियल ओनली, ये सिर्फ क्रेडेंशियल की बात नहीं है, ये उन महिलाओं के लिए उनकी जिंदगी को रीस्टार्ट करना है। क्योंकि वो, इसमें से मैं आपको एक कहानी से लेके जाऊंगा। अभी रिसेंटली बंटी यादव नाम की एक महिला है जो मध्य प्रदेश में रहती है। 10 साल पहले उसकी पढ़ाई छूट गई थी क्योंकि उसकी शादी हो गई थी। 10 साल के बाद में उसको जैसे ही एजुकेट गर्ल्स के इस प्रोग्राम का पता चला, तो उसे पता चला कि हाँ मैं भी कर लेती हूँ, लेकिन उसके सास ससुर ने मना किया, उसके पति देव ने थोड़ा बहुत सपोर्ट किया उनको, और वो दोबारा हमारे इस मुहिम से, हमारी कैंप से जुड़ गई। और जुड़ने के बाद में उसने अपना मतलब 10th ओपन, एमपी ओपन स्कूल से उसने 10th क्रेडेंशियल ही पूरा नहीं किया, वो पूरे स्टेट में फर्स्ट आई। सो 10 साल तक छूटने के बाद में वो मेरिट होल्डर बनी है। सो ऐसे उन लड़कियों को जो रीस्टार्ट करने की बात जो हम करते हैं, और उसके बाद अब उसने अपना अपनी मुहिम को आगे बढ़ाते हुए उसको वहीं पे इस घर छोड़ के अपने फैमिली की जिम्मेदारी लेते हुए उसने वहीं पे कैंप के दौरान स्किलिंग में कंप्यूटर स्किलिंग सीखी, और आज वो कंप्यूटर ट्यूटर के रूप में काम कर रही है एमपी ओपन स्कूल के सेंटर के अंदर ही। सो इस तरीके से बहुत सी कहानियां हैं जिनको रीस्टार्ट करने की जरूरत है। और मैं यहाँ पे जो पाथ का डेफिनेशन जो आपने बताया था, पर्पस, आपको उस पर्पज के साथ में अगर हम जिस तरीके से चलते हैं, उस एक्टिवनेस के साथ में अगर हम चलेंगे, तो ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन होगा, और वो एक चीज से नहीं होगा, होलिस्टिक रूप से करना होगा। और उस होलिस्टिक में हम उस बंटी यादव को भी नहीं छोड़ सकते, उस फरजाना करजुना को भी नहीं छोड़ सकते। सो मुझे आपके सहयोग की जरूरत है, और आपके इस प्रोग्राम के अंदर मैं भी आपके साथ में हाजिर हूं। अगर आपको इस तरीके से कोई लोग मिलते हैं जो इस मुहिम में साथ देना चाहते हैं, तो हम उपलब्ध हैं। अभी उत्तर प्रदेश में ओपन स्कूल एस्टेब्लिश नहीं हो पाया है, पिछले 2 साल से हम सरकार के साथ में लगे हुए हैं, और मोस्ट प्रोबेबली इस साल उसका इनॉग्रेशन हो जाएगा। तो उसके बाद में यहाँ पे भी सेकंड चांस देने के लिए हम लोग तैयार रहेंगे। सो धन्यवाद, थैंक यू, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपका, आपने समय दिया मुझे, इसके लिए आभार आपका।
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring words and for the remarkable work you're doing through Educate Girls. And now I would like to invite Mr. Nixon Joseph from Devi Sansthan to please come on stage to give away a token of appreciation to Mr. Solanki. And meanwhile, I would request the moderator of Roundtable 2, Ms. Shivani Singh, Principal Aliganj Campus 1, and her presenters who are along with her, Ms. Lalita Pradeep, former Additional Director of School Education, Uttar Pradesh, Ms. Kanika Kapoor, Principal Indiranagar Campus 1, Ms. Sonali Chowdhury, Headmistress, Jopling Road, Ms. Chati Lamba, Headmistress, Rajajipuram Campus 2, to please grace the stage. And it is our privilege to welcome once again our respected Professor Geeta Gandhi Kingdon, MD, City Montessori School, an esteemed educationist and researcher whose work in the field of education has shaped policies and practices globally. Her insights into improving learning outcomes and fostering equity in education have been truly transformative. We are honored to have you with us, ma'am, today, and may we invite you to share your thoughts and expertise with the August gathering here. May we welcome our respected manager with a big round of applause.
Good afternoon. And I see that I'm speaking at 1 o'clock, which is the time for lunch. And I think that there is a panel that is speaking after me as well. So I think you must be very robust people because lunch is, we're keeping you from your lunch. I'll make it very short. Um, I think that you all know already that you are the people who are teaching. No, it's okay, thank you. You're the people who are teaching the youngest children. And that foundation is so important for later on. You know that so many of the children we find cannot do maths. And really, by the time they have come to grade 3, if they have not really learned the very basics of maths, then they cannot do it. And it is a disadvantage for the whole of their lives. For the whole of their lives, they cannot do mathematics. If in the ages when they are with you, you've not been able to convey properly the basics of numbers. And so you see how foundational stage is so important for the whole of the rest of the life. There are so many examples of this. There are studies, for example, there's a Nobel Prize winner called James Heckman or Jim Heckman. And his studies with longitudinal data show that you have to, early interventions made a really material difference at every single stage of life subsequently. This data was based, there was a data called PERRY data, PERRY, in one state of the US, which was collected in the early 1960s. So the people who were born in a particular week in that city were the sample. The children who were born in that city in that 1 week were the sample. They were then followed at the age of 3, at the age of 8, at the age of 13, at the age of 18. Every 5 years they were followed. And you can imagine that now they must be about 65 years old. 62, 65, 63 years old, something of that nature. And so they were followed at every stage for different life outcomes. And it was found that in every single parameter, those children who at the age between ages of 3 to 5 had attended a preschool, that had attended a school, and they didn't just appear at school at grade 6, that the whole universe of all the children who were in the sample were divided up into 2 groups. Those children who had attended any kind of schooling between the ages of 3, 4, and 5, and those who did not attend any kind of preschool. And the results were quite staggering because there was a difference in the outcomes of these children at every stage of life, whatever outcomes there was. Initially, they measured, well-being outcomes, adjustment, whether they're socially adjusted young people when they were teenagers, their academic outcomes or cognitive skills levels, their employment outcome, the kind of occupation or industry they went into, the earnings they had, later on their health and well-being status, and loads of other parameters that were tested at every stage. So what happens at school is extremely important for life outcomes. And I just want to tell you about a conference that I have just been to, which was called, it's by the OECD. Could you raise your hand if you've heard the word OECD? Okay, a few people have, yeah. Okay, so it's the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development, and it is the grouping of industrialized countries. I can't remember exactly how many, but something like, I think 22 or 24, something like that, industrialized countries of the world are in this group called the OECD, and it has existed for many decades. And from 1990, they started a test called PISA, P-I-S-A, PISA, Program of International School Assessment or something like that. And PISA is done in now something like, excuse me, 93 countries. Last time PISA was taken by students in children 15-year-olds in 93 countries. India has not recently been part of PISA. It took part in 2011, just once. And so India was not keen to take part in it lately. But then India agreed to take part in something called PISA for schools. And PISA for schools is done for individual schools, children who are in individual schools, and the school gets a report. Whereas if it's the national level PISA that India has not agreed to do, and that 93 countries have done lately, and every 3 years PISA happens. So that test, the full-fledged national PISA, no individual school gets any report. It's just that there's a country level report. But PISA for schools gives a school level report. But then there is no national reporting of that. We cannot say from all the schools who took part in PISA for schools that, okay, we aggregate the results for all of them and say, okay, this is the performance for India. We cannot do that because that's the sampling, etc., is not appropriate for being able to say that. Anyhow, this conference was at the OECD headquarters in Paris, in France, and this conference was for those countries that have taken part in PISA for schools. And not every country that takes PISA for schools was represented there, but there were about 7 or 8 countries that do PISA for schools, because India did PISA for schools for the first time in the year 24-25. For the very first time, India did PISA for schools. Now, this is a test for 15-year-olds, right? You might say, why are we talking about a test for 15-year-olds when we are teachers that teach children, from age 3 to age 7? And the reason is that, as we said, and as you know, there's a massive link between how a child will perform at the age of 15 and how you were able to prepare them at the ages of 3 to 7. Huge, huge, huge impact you have. If the base is weak, then the results are going to be weaker later on. So what is the emphasis of the PISA test? Why did our school take part in it? Why did the other schools who took part in the first round of PISA for schools in India take part in it? And what's in it for us? And the reason we took part in it is because we want to, number one, measure ourselves against other schools in the world and to see how our children are learning. The reason why it is worth measuring that is because these are competencies that they test, which are needed for success in this world. What are these competencies that we care about, that we seek to measure at the age of 15, but which you will have created at the ages of 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7? And which we hope other teachers after you who take children on from grade 3 upwards will also continue the good work that you will have started, the good base, the good foundation that you will have given them. So what are these competencies? And why is it that you're doing Alpha? Is Alpha helping to develop those very self-same competencies that we care about? So these competencies are a lot of things that we call the 6 C's of education. And the 6 C's have got 4 skills or competencies. One of them is collaboration. Is Alpha methodology, is collaboration present in the Alpha methodology? Raise your hand if you agree that Alpha is a collaborative form of learning. I think everybody agrees that alpha is a collaborative form of learning. The second important competency, and by the way, do you think collaboration is important later on in life? It's a key skill to learn. In my workplace, those people who are collaborative, I thank God for those people who are collaborative. And those who are not, it's difficult. So everybody values people who are collaborative, who know how to, who have interpersonal skills, who can negotiate relationships. Relationships are important. Any workplace, in any workplace, anywhere in the world, relationships are important. And to build those positive, affirming relationships with others that we work with, that begins at the age of, at early ages, when children are in your hands. So if you're teaching them collaboration, and even better than you teaching them collaboration, if the methodology that you're using is inherently collaborative, then isn't that wonderful? So they end up learning collaboration skills as a part of the method. You don't have to concoct ways of promoting that. You can still do more, but the methodology itself assists you. Second competency of the 6 C's, or the 4 competencies out of the 6 C's, is communication. Raise your hand if you agree that the alpha methodology improves communication. Excellent. Thank you. Everybody believes that alpha promotes communication. Tina and Toto have really made it to every home, and I think parents must be sick and tired of Tina and Toto by now. In a nice way. In a nice way. Okay. Which parent would not like that their child becomes articulate, communicative, and voluble, able to express himself or herself, expressive, right? And fearless in communicating their ideas. So this gives an early, it's called in England jaw. And jaw is always better than war. There's a saying. So they're learning the second competency called communication. Collaboration we talked about, now we've talked about communication. What's the third competency? Creativity. Are they learning to be creative in an alpha classroom? You get them to do a lot of, puppeteering and, enacting. Do they have to act as Tina and Toto? Right? So that's creativity coming out. And if you're getting them to do, craft work, artwork, all of that, design. And here I would give a little plug for design. When we say art and when we say craft, if we just do art for its own sake or craft for its own sake, children are still learning creativity. But if you can think of it as design, that you are getting the children, you're assisting the children to do some kind of design, art or some sort of creativity, but with a purpose, becomes design. For example, when my son was 5 years old, at his school, every child in the class, they were given this matty cloth, and they were given, wool, and given thick needles, with which you can't prick yourself. It's just they're very rounded, thick, big needles. And then they learned how to thread, in the eye of the needle, to put the wool through it and to pull it. And then they learned how to do cross stitch. And then they were shown patterns and designs that they could choose any of these designs, or they could think of their own design. And they had to make a design on this matty cloth they were given. They were all given the matty cloth of the same size, about 4 inches long and about 2 inches wide. And they had to make some pattern with cross stitch, with their different colors of threads, the wool that they had been given. And then they were given card paper, which is a bit bigger than the matty paper. And then they were given another card that they had to stick. They had to put the card at the bottom, then the matty paper on which they had done their design, and then they had to put another bit of paper card on top of it, which had a sort of a thing cut out in the middle so that their design would be visible. And they had to learn to paste. They had to learn to use glue and not get glue everywhere. They had to learn precision of where to put glue and how to put it carefully such that it doesn't go everywhere. And then they had to stick the top card on the bottom one where the matty design was there. So in other words, at the age of 5, they did something that was a bit creative, but they also learned a skill. And they had ended up making a bookmark. So what they had all made was a bookmark. So it was design, it was art with the purpose of making something useful, and they also learned some skills. So if we can think of art and craft as design for something, usually for something purposeful, and I've just, before we came into this room, part of the reason why it took so long is because we went through the gallery, seeing all the beautiful exhibits that your children have made and that you've got them to make. And then I did take the time to go across here as well, and I watched them all. So I think they were enormously creative. I think if there's one thing our teachers are, they are creative. This is amazing. So creativity is the third thing. And the fourth competency that we care about, or that we should care about, is critical thinking. And this is where the PISA test comes in. The PISA test tests critical thinking. What is critical thinking? Critical thinking is being able to view something or an idea from different angles, from different perspectives. Critical thinking is asking questions. Asking questions requires that the child should feel uninhibited and carefree, and trust exists between the child and the teacher. If a child does not trust you, will they ask you a question? Could you raise your hand if you think a child will ask questions if they don't trust you? Not possible. Supposing they have had an experience because some child asked a question and the teacher got annoyed with that child and said, "Shh, listen to what I'm saying." Will the children be encouraged to ask you questions? Because the children will have seen that you don't like people asking questions. So that's not going to build trust. But supposing you're doing something important at the time that a child is asking a question that is not exactly relevant, you can say, "That's an important question. I will come back to that. Just hold it for the moment. Let's finish this work. I would love to come back to your question." Will that build trust? Right. So we don't dismiss a child's thing. We also don't allow children to derail our lesson, but we give them proper acknowledgement of that what they wanted to say, and that we will come back to you. So the assurance is important. That reassures a child that you care, that you were not dismissive of what they were saying. You cared, and that you will come back, and then you must fulfill your promise to come back. Right? That's how you build trust in a relationship. Relationships are important, trust is important, and asking questions is very important, because only when you ask questions are you a critical thinker. You don't uncritically accept what the teacher is saying. If you have questions for the teacher, then it shows that you want to understand something better. So that is very much to be encouraged and applauded and loved. If a child picks up the courage to ask a question and make that as an example for everybody else, that look, what a wonderful question he asked or she asked, right? So that is encouraging critical thinking. It's encouraging reflection. It's encouraging questioning. And a person who questions, who looks critically at things, who doesn't just uncritically accept what is put in front of them, who's therefore not passive, who's an active learner, These things, when we talk about alpha, does it involve active engagement of the child or not? Active engagement of the child. So that is putting the agency of the child front and center. It's not the teacher, it's not a teacher led classroom. It's not a classroom where the teacher is, you know, uh, doing much of the work. It's a classroom where the children are doing much of the work. And that is an engaged classroom. And engagement means that there is agency. The child's own volition is involved, their own proactivity is involved. They're not passively listening, they're actively engaged. That is super important because that is what is going to make them more confident, more self assured, more expressive, more questioning, more wanting to understand. That engagement is what leads to more critical thinking. And ultimately, critical thinking also means being able to solve problems. Does the world need people who will listen to their bosses and do, you know, uh, what they're told? Or does the world need people who can problem solve themselves as well? The world needs problem solvers. If we are a good school, should we be trying to create problem solvers or just people who passively listen to authority? Right. So, who will do the job of making them problem solvers? You will. You are the primary, you are the most powerful people on the planet. Because what you choose to do in a year with a child or with your children, what you choose to do with those children in 1 year will massively impact them the whole of their lives. And to steal a line from what my mother was talking to me this morning, she was saying that Nelson Mandela has said that education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. And I put it to you that a pre primary teacher or up to grade 2 is the most powerful person on earth. Thank you.
Thank you so much, respected ma'am. Your perspective has provided us with both inspiration and actionable ideas to further our mission of transforming education. We are deeply grateful for your time, guidance, and the knowledge that you have shared with us. And now over to Team Roundtable 2. Together, they will help us walk this new path of Alpha, sharing not only perspectives but also powerful stories that bring this pedagogy to life. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now my honor to invite Ms. Shivani Singh to take the lead and begin the discussions.
Thank you, Samida ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are.
Thank you. So मैं अकेला ही चला था जानिबे मंजिल मगर लोग साथ आते गए और कारवा बनता गया. Can we all give it up for our very own Dr. Sunita Gandhi? So good afternoon and Jai Jagat, all the galvanizers present here. A teacher is always a teacher, so I have some tasks for you. I'm going to read few lines which I wrote in the morning, and I want you to imagine, to feel, and then I'll talk to you later. So it goes, imagine a classroom where the air itself is alive, where questions are the engines that make young minds drive. Mistakes are medals, proof that we tried, and curiosity is the anthem that cannot be denied. Where learning is not for the test at the end, but for the life we shape for the world men. Imagine a classroom buzzing with cheers, where well done and high five all we hear, where good job is the rhythm, and when we fall, a bold try again echoes throughout it all, where curiosity shouts louder than scores, and learning opens 1,000 doors, where the teacher is not just a guide, but a galvanizer, sparking every mind to dream bigger and rise higher, where where each child is a teacher, each teacher a guide, walking this road of growth side by side. Teachers, what was it? Your classroom with Alpha, isn't it? So I have very dynamic panelists today sitting with me, and I'm really looking forward to learn something new and take it back again to my campus. So to begin with, we have Ms. Kanika Kapoor, Principal Indranagar Campus. We have
Thank you,
Miss,
ma'am.
welcome dear. We have Miss Khyati Lamba, Principal Rajajipuram 2.
Thank you, ma'am.
I will skip and come back to you again later. Miss Sonali Chaudhary, Principal, CMS Jopling Road Branch.
Thank you, ma'am.
Most welcome. Now, I would like to thank Sunita ma'am, how beautifully she has picked up. So we have teachers here, we have principals here, and amongst these principals, two are parent also. Their children are studying in City Montessori School. And to complete the circle, ma'am has invited Mrs. Lalita Prasad, Lalita Pradeep, a former additional director from UP Government Education Department. So it's a complete circle because we have a government official also. And as I was talking to ma'am earlier, so ma'am was part of the growth of Alpha, and ma'am will share herself, her experience. So to begin with, let me ask you, Sonali ma'am, how does Alpha differ from the traditional system of education?
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, ma'am, for that question. That says how alpha pedagogy differs from the traditional teaching. As we all know, that education is at a turning point, and the National Education Policy 2020 strongly emphasizes the need to move beyond rote memorization and examination driven methods. NEP calls for a more holistic, experiential, discussion based, and child centered approach to learning. Alpha pedagogy aligns beautifully with this vision. It encourages active participation, curiosity, and real life connections. While traditional teaching often focuses only on the textbook knowledge and teacher authority, through six themes, that is, teaching approach, role of teacher and learner, teaching methods, assessment, learning outcomes, and classroom environment, I will highlight how alpha pedagogy not only fulfills the vision of NEP 2020, but also truly prepares our children not just for exam, but for life and future challenges. To begin with, the first theme, the teaching approach. Alpha pedagogy follows a child centered approach where learning begins from the child's experience and curiosity. It promotes active and experiential learning, while the traditional method emphasizing listening and note taking. In Alpha, the lessons progress step by step and connect with real life. Whereas traditional teaching often rushes to cover the syllabus, this makes Alpha more meaningful and engaging, while the traditional method tends to be rigid and exam oriented. Next is role of teacher and the learner. In Alpha pedagogy, the teacher becomes a facilitator and a guide. While the learner takes an active role in constructing knowledge, traditional teaching, on the other hand, sees the teacher as a sole authority, with students as passive receivers. Alpha allows learner to work at their own pace and collaborate with peers, while traditional classroom expect uniform learning and promote individual competition. This shift empowers children to take ownership of their learning. The third category is teaching methods and tools. Alpha pedagogy emphasizes activity based and hands on methods that cater to different learning styles. It integrates multiple intelligences and using technology and multimedia to enrich the classroom experience. Whereas the traditional teaching mostly relies on the chalk and talk and gives importance to linguistic and logical skills alone. While Alpha encourages open end exploration and interdisciplinary connections, traditional teaching isolates subjects and experts fix the answers. Next, I would like to differentiate on the basis of the assessment and feedback. Alpha values formative assessment and reflection. Traditional depends on exams and marks. Alpha treats mistakes as learning opportunities. Traditional often penalizes the mistakes. Alpha focuses on the learning process as well as the outcomes. Traditional focuses only on the result. Alpha encourages self and peer assessment. Traditional depends only on teachers' evaluation. Alpha develops confidence through feedback. Traditional may silence weaker learners. Then comes the learning outcomes and the skills. Alpha pedagogy develops not only academic knowledge, but also essential life skills like creativity, problem solving, and collaboration. It nurtures high order thinking, helping children adapt to future challenges. Traditional teaching, however, relies heavily on rote memorization and prepares children mainly for exams. Alpha promotes holistic growth, intellectual, social, and emotional, whereas the traditional model focuses narrowly on the academic performance. In conclusion, the difference between alpha pedagogy and traditional teaching is just not in methods, but in the mindset. Traditional teaching trains students to pass exam, whereas alpha pedagogy empowers them to think, question, create, and collaborate. It nurtures the whole child intellectually, socially, and emotionally, equipping them with skills for the future. As educators, our role is to guide this transition and ensure that classroom becomes spaces of joy, discovery, and lifelong learning.
Wow. Thank you so much, Sonali ma'am. I think how beautifully you touched upon NEP. And as Geeta ma'am also mentioned about 6 C's: collaboration, communication, critical thinking, creativity, character, and citizenship. So thank you so much. And yes, why not to change from the traditional to modern? Our big Nokia handsets are changed, light iPhones. Our traditional cars, now we have moved to automatic and then now EV. So why not? Why shouldn't we experiment in the classrooms? So thank you so much, ma'am, for your contribution. Uh, you said that alpha leads to faster and deeper understanding. So I would like maybe Khyati ma'am, if you can throw some light on this, please.
Sure, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
And I would like to take my answer from Shivani ma'am, your speech, in fact, where you mentioned that children are like teachers, right? So in Alpha, I feel that it has made our kids more active participants rather than being passive learners or listeners. They have started learning through their teaching because they are doing it in pairs. So they are teaching as well as learning. The third point that I would like to make is that regular practice creates a habit of mastery because they've started asking questions and the questions help them think more critically. And my fourth point for this particular question will be that feedback helps them correct themselves quickly and also improve. So mistakes are not seen as punishments, rather mistakes are seen as an opportunity to improve themselves. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you so much. What a beautiful line. A class where mistakes are celebrated, and then very lovingly, you will get a pat saying, "You can do it, try again." Lovely. Thank you, Hati ma'am. So, my next question is for Ma'am Kanika. Kanika ma'am, how do parents work together to support children's alpha learning at home? Since we are talking about all the stakeholders.
Sure, ma'am. Thank you for that question. Whenever we talk about alpha, I think the first thing that we all know is, and we all will agree with, is that it doesn't stop at the school gate. Because it is not just a classroom approach, it is a philosophy that extends into homes where parents become our partners in making the learning joyful, continuous, and more meaningful. So I believe that the partners are the real first co-teachers in the alpha journey. And what makes it even more beautiful is that it doesn't require hours of teaching at home. It doesn't require any expensive resources. And one of the most effective way when the parents effective ways wherein the parents can contribute is by reinforcing the concepts taught at school, reinforcing the numeracy and the literacy concepts being taken up at school. So it's just, I think it takes just 10 minutes for I think it just takes 10 minutes for a parent to uh, revise with the child, whether it's buddy reading, storytelling, or reading three-letter words, or even just a counting game while cooking. So all of this has huge impact. So this key aspect is what we call the home stretch. Children actually carry the joy of learning back home, and sometimes they even reverse the roles. I've had parents who have shared with me that how their child insists and asks them that, Mama, please sit and let me teach you something today. Papa, please sit. Let me tell you something. What I've learned today. So that reversal of roles is so powerful, I believe, where children take the ownership, they feel the ownership, and the parents gradually see how much confidence their child is developing and building day by day. So it shows that alpha is not just a method, it's a mindset of shared learning. PTMs, our parent teacher meetings, also look completely different now. They're no longer just about the marks or report cards, they're more like partnership meetings. Teachers show the parents the actual strategies that they use in the classroom, be it Tina Toto puppets, Hira Moti puppets, and the number cards, the paired learning, the teacher child demo, the child child demo. So this helps the parents, go home ready to continue with the same approach while they teach their own children. So for the first time, I understand, and what the parents have been saying to us that they understand now that not what just the child learns, but how is the child learning at school. So I think that kind of shift has changed the relationship between the home and the school. And it's not just about the tasks, it's about the mindset too. We have encouraged the parents to, replace their questions, like what marks did you get, to replace it with what did you enjoy learning today? Can you teach it to me? So that's how, these little changes have made the learning even more joyful at home. So if you ask me that how parents work with Alpha, I think it's by turning the home into an extension of the classroom. They reinforce, they encourage, they celebrate, And in doing so, they make the learning more consistent, joyful, and sustainable. So, in short, I would say that the parents are not just the spectators of education anymore. Through Alpha, they've become the co educators and the co travelers in the learning journey of their children. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. As we all know that change is not easy. So if any of you would like to just mention something like how did you get the stakeholders, especially teachers, were they ready for it, or you had to mold them a little, if any one of you?
May I, ma'am?
Yes, please.
Okay, so I think the challenges were there initially, and through the transformation, we could see that all these challenges have been overcome. So the transformation that we saw was in all our stakeholders, be it our students, be it our parents, or our teachers. In the form, I think since morning we've been listening to the stories that how students have got transformed into confident learners. Even in our campus we saw shy children, the children who used to hid behind the books, who used to not make any eye contact, have developed confidence. They are talking, they're grouping, they're making new friends with every random pairing that's happening every with the new day. So that's how the student transformation has taken place. If I talk about the parent transformation, we did have parents initially who were skeptical about this approach, this way of teaching. They just felt that it's a playway method and not study. But gradually, they saw that this playway method had led to deeper learning and the child had developed a lot of skills. Not only the parents, I think our teachers, all of you will agree to this, that not everybody was quite convinced in the beginning with Alpha, but then as you started to teach, you developed that confidence. And I had one of my teachers who shared with me. She told me that earlier they felt heavy responsibility of making every child understand. But now they see that the children are carrying each other forward through paired and group learning. They take the responsibility of their partners. So now the teacher says that it has lightened my work and deepened their joy of sharing and teaching each other. So I think these are the transformations that I've seen in my school, in students, teachers, and parents. Thank you, ma'am.
May I add, ma'am?
Yes, please, go ahead. Would
To
love to
what?
hear the stories.
Thank you. To what Kanika ma'am has just mentioned, we've been talking about data analysis since morning, and data speaks volumes. And I saw when we came in the morning that they projected a baseline test before alpha and after alpha. That so just receiving data is not helping, but to read data, to measure it, and how we use it in our classes also speaks volumes about CMS as a whole. So, and I would request the media team backstage if they could just play one short video that I've got. And this is a culmination from various campuses, and this is what a CMS all about. May we have the media, please? Thank you.
If the world was ending, I wanna be next to you. If the party was over and our time on earth was through. So, say she's Tina and he's Toto. Hi, Tina. Hi, Toto. How are you, Tina? I am fine, thank you, Toto. Toto, how are you? I am fine, Tina. Okay, Tina. Show me number 2 with the help of snap and clap method. 1, 2. Oh, wow. Well done. Hello, Toto. Hello, Tina. Let's learn about science. This, what is this? This is the car. What a sound it is. Very good. Well done. Make a new word.
What is this?
This is turmeric. It helps to make food yellow and healthy.
Good. What is this?
This is red chili powder. It makes food spicy.
Good job.
Lovely. Thank you so much. A visual treat.
Ma'am, shall I add something?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. I would also like to add about the parent anxiety in the beginning, ma'am. They were very anxious about how will they go from rote learning to this activity-based, child-centered. How will the marks be get affected by that and all that thing. But now, after seeing their students performing, seeing on their social media page, appearance of the children on the social media page, now the complaint has changed that my child is not there on the social media page. Others are there. So now everybody wants their children to be on the social media page, either reading, either reciting, either reading a newspaper, or doing certain activity-based uh, processes.
Wow, lovely.
Please stand up. No sitting now. Those who want to sit, they can sit down. And those who want to remain standing, they can remain standing because some of you are getting bored listening since eternity. Thank you very much, Dr. Pradeep, and your colleagues. Please continue.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. So my last question, we are coming to you, Lalita ma'am. We heard from teachers, we heard from principals, and now is the time when we want some insight from your side, because as you mentioned that you took it up in your training classes, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank
please.
you, Shivani. Bharti ma'am. Namaskar.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sunita. Dr. Sunita Gandhi for inviting me here. And hello to all my teachers. मैं यहाँ से शुरू करती हूँ. आपका जो थीम है पाथ, मेरे को जैसे मैं इस कमरे में आई तो मुझे हरवंश राय बच्चन जी की पंक्तियां याद आई. उनकी बड़ी फेमस मधुशाला. शुरुआती पहली ही लाइन, मदिरालय जाने को घर से चलता है पीने वाला, किस पथ से जाऊं असमंजस में है वो भोला भाला. अलग अलग पथ बतलाते सब, पर मैं ये बतलाता हूँ, राह पकड़ तू एक चला चल, पा जाइएगा मधुशाला. सो ये जो राह है यही बड़ी महत्वपूर्ण है. आपके सामने कौन सी राह है? अल्फा रख दी गई है, बना के, डिजाइन करके, ट्रेन किया गया. आपको एक लंबे समय से उसका एक्सपोजर दिया जा रहा है. मैं अपनी बात करूं तो आई थिंक दैट वाज वे बैक 2012 और 2014, या समथिंग लाइक दैट. डॉक्टर गांधी ने एक आइडिया डेवलप किया था. ये बहुत बडिंग स्टेज की बात थी. व्हेन शी वॉक्ड इन माय रूम, I was like so glad to see the format. I said नहीं ठीक है. उस समय हमारे यहाँ BTC के स्टूडेंट्स थे. I was heading टीचर ट्रेनिंग इंस्टीट्यूशन डाइट लखनऊ. मैंने कहा नहीं, इस बार का जो पहला इंटर्नशिप है इस पर इन बच्चों को इंटर्नशिप करा दी जाए. एंड फुल 1 मंथ, बहुत स्ट्रक्चर्ड तो नहीं हो पाया था वो, पर मुझे इतना याद है कि रिजल्ट्स बहुत बहुत पॉजिटिव थे. और उसके बाद उसका एनालिसिस जो किया गया तो इट वाज लाइक क्वाइट गुड, क्योंकि उन बच्चों ने जिन्होंने इंटर्नशिप की थी, इवन बाद में उनका जो परफॉर्मेंस क्लासरूम में रहा, और आई एम श्योर वो टीचर बन के निकले होंगे तो डेफिनेटली दे मस्ट हैव दैट मेमोरीज, वो उसे अपने क्लासरूम में लेकर आए होंगे। लेटर ऑन मैं आती हूँ जब, तो हिलौली स्कूल ब्लॉक की बात मैंने सुनी कि अल्फा में एक ब्लॉक एडॉप्ट किया गया है, और आज की स्टेज पर उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार में हमारे कितने 5 या 6 जनपद, 4 जनपदों के सभी स्कूलों में अल्फा की इस पेडागोजी को लागू किया गया है। और मैंने देखा है ये बहुत बड़ा अचीवमेंट है, ये उस विश्वास की डोर है जिसको लेकर आप चलते हैं, जिस ओनरशिप की बात की जाती है, जिस ट्रस्ट और विश्वास की बात की जाती है, चाहे वो अभिभावकों की तरफ से आनी हो, चाहे बच्चों की तरफ से आनी हो। मैं अपने टीचर्स की बात अगर करूं तो मैं बाराबंकी के एक स्कूल में डॉक्टर गांधी के साथ गई थी, और वो टीना टोटो हमारी वहाँ पर जिस तरह से बच्चों के बीच में वो पॉपुलर थे, और क्लासरूम की जो एनर्जी दिख रही थी, जिस तरह से टीचर्स का एंगेजमेंट था, दैट वाज एक्चुअली वेरी वेरी ओवरवेलमिंग। इसी का नतीजा अगर आप देखें तो परख 2024 में उत्तर प्रदेश ने ग्रेड 3 के रैंक पर नेशनल एवरेज से भी ऊपर का स्कोर किया है ना।
अब
किन
ताली
चीजों से
बजाते
ये
बजाते आप
पॉसिबल
लोग
हुआ
बैठ
होगा,
जाइए, लेकिन
किन
खूब
चीजों
ताली
से ये
बजाइए।
पॉसिबल हुआ होगा। हमारे देश का जो विजन विकसित भारत का 2041 जिस पर हम आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, उसमें FLN जिसे निपुण प्रोग्राम के तहत पूरा कवर किया गया। हमारे सभी सरकारी स्कूलों के शिक्षक उस क्रिया में, उस पूरे प्रशिक्षण को उन्होंने किया है अपने क्लासरूम में, उसे वो प्रैक्टिस करते रहे। इसी FLN को प्राप्त करने में, जहाँ पर हर स्कूल को निपुण घोषित किया जाना है, हर ब्लॉक को घोषित किया जाना है, हर डिस्ट्रिक्ट और पूरे प्रदेश को निपुण घोषित किए जाने की प्रक्रिया है, वहीं पर शिक्षकों को अल्फा के रूप में एक बहुत बड़ा टूल मिला है, कम से कम इन 4 जनपदों में, जहाँ पर उनका ओरिएंटेशन तो बहुत सारे टीचर्स का है, पर स्पेशली इन 4 जनपदों की बात अगर करें तो एक बहुत बड़ा टूल आपके हाथ में आया है। मुझे लगता है कि अगर फटाफट अपने स्कूल को आपको निपुण करना है तो FLN की ये जो टेक्नोलॉजी, जो पेडागोजी आपके हाथ में आई है, इसकी ओनरशिप लेनी पड़ेगी। और जिस प्रकार से आप अपनी एनर्जी को क्लासरूम में देते हो, बच्चों से जो हमें आउटकम चाहिए, प्रोबेबली दिस इज द पेडागोजी, दिस इज द टेक्नोलॉजी वी हैव नाउ इन हैंड। और हमें केवल जिस चीज के लिए पूरा वर्ष एक शिक्षक अपने क्लासरूम में लगाता था, 10-15 साल पहले स्कूलों का इंस्पेक्शन करने जब हम लोग जाते थे, जब हम जूनियर हाई स्कूल की टीचर से मिलते थे, तो वो लोग कहते थे कि मैम नीचे वाले बच्चे ठीक से ये नहीं कर पाते हैं, वो नहीं कर पाते हैं, और उनको बड़े क्लास में समझाना बड़ा मुश्किल होता है। तो मैं उन प्राइमरी की टीचर से एक सवाल ये कहा करती थी कि अभी आप प्राइमरी में हो, फिर आप प्रमोट होके जूनियर के टीचर बनोगे, तो ये तो एक ऐसा कर्म क्षेत्र है जहाँ पर हम ही को यहाँ भी रहना है और हमको यहाँ भी रहना है। तो ये जो अवसर मिला है अल्फा के रूप में, शिक्षकों से मेरी ये अपील है, मेरा तो जो अनुभव है 2014 में जो मेरा विश्वास था वही 2025 में वैसा ही बना है और मजबूत होता गया है हर दिन, क्योंकि ये टेक्नोलॉजी, ये पेडागोजी बहुत रिजल्ट ओरिएंटेड है। और ये इसलिए रिजल्ट ओरिएंटेड है क्योंकि अगर फाउंडेशन मजबूत होगी तो ये हमारा जो आउटकम है, परख 2024 में ग्रेड 3 की अच्छी परफॉर्मेंस आई, ग्रेड 6 में भी ऑलमोस्ट उत्तर प्रदेश नेशनल से 1-2% नेशनल एवरेज से ही नीचे रहा है, और उसके बाद हायर क्लासेस में जाहिर सी बात है कि थोड़ा सा डिफरेंस ज़्यादा बढ़ गया है। पूरा हमें विश्वास करना होगा कि अगर हम बच्चों के फाउंडेशन पर काम करेंगे तो ही हमारे हायर क्लासेस के नतीजे अच्छे बनेंगे, और उस विकसित भारत की कल्पना जो 2047 की हमारे देश में की जा रही है, संभवतः हम उस एक तरह से उस सपने को पूरा कर पाएंगे। तो मैं, आप सभी लोग इन जनपदों से यहाँ पर आए हैं, एक पैनलिस्ट की तरह मुझे यहाँ बुलाया गया है, पर मुझे जब इतने टीचर मिलते हैं तो मैं उनको लेक्चर ही देने का मूड मेरा हो जाता है। और मुझे लगता है कि मैं उनसे ये कहूँ कि आप इसकी लीडरशिप लीजिए, ओनरशिप लीजिए, सेंस ऑफ बिलोंगिंग लेकर आइए अल्फा के लिए। जिस काम के लिए हमें पूरा वर्ष लगाना पड़ता है, जस्ट स्पेयर 60 days फॉर दिस अल्फा एंड डू द मैजिक। ये मैजिक जो हमारे को पैनलिस्ट ने अभी अपना शेयर किया है अपने कैंपसेस में, डू दैट इन योर प्रीमिसेस। और अगले 2 दिन हम आपसे सुनना ही चाहेंगे, यहाँ पर आपके स्कूलों की बात होगी, तो आई एम श्योर हम इस स्टेज पर अल्फा के मैजिक को अपने इन शिक्षकों के माध्यम से भी सुन पाएंगे। थैंक यू शिवानी।
Thank you so much, Lalita ma'am. It is like another stamp on Alpha. So I would like to share something, Sunita ma'am, like when we go for our learning walk, the corridors of primary and pre-primary, they have different kind of scenario these days. I hope you all will agree, friends. Uh, Earlier, you know, discipline and that silence, you know, forced silence. Now there is noise, but then it's a constructive noise. Children are working in pairs, they are talking, they are checking their friends, they are helping their friends. So you can see, the traits of being responsible, waiting for their turn when the friend is speaking, and being respectful. These things, it's a holistic approach, my dear friends. There is no fear. This is what I like the most. In the class, children are not fearful. They, keep experimenting with their peers. Then there is no exam fear. And thank God, during PTM, we don't have parents fighting for 1 mark. That 1 mark. So we have reflection registers where teacher, they know the gaps and they sit later on and they work to fill in the gap. There is a language of encouragement when we were talking about communication. Children, right from their early childhood, they are using such words. As Ma'am Lalita said, that foundation years are very important. Then they are more confident, they are independent, the classes are more engaged, and children are very actively taking part in each and every activities in the class. Uh, we didn't touch the portion of reading. Reading, the graph has gone so high. We have children reading newspapers, children reading the hoardings on the road, and we have young authors also in the campuses. So there is so much to celebrate. So I'll say that stop being afraid of taking the step, and stop being afraid of what could go wrong. Start getting excited about what could go right. So ladies and gentlemen, take first step and move the alpha way. I would like to end up saying that घर से मस्जिद है बहुत दूर, घर से मस्जिद है बहुत दूर, चलो कुछ यूं कर ले, किसी रोते हुए बच्चे को हंसाया जाए. And teachers, you have that power, you have that magic. And thank you to Dr. Sunita ma'am. Thank you to all the panelists for this wonderful experience sharing panel. Thank you.
ये गुलदस्ता किसने सजाया है इतना अच्छा कि आप जैसे महान शिक्षकों को, प्रेरणा स्रोत शिक्षकों को हम लोग सुन रहे हैं. सजा हुआ बगीचा और हमारे दिल थोड़ा थोड़ा भटक रहे हैं, क्या सुन रहे हैं, लेकिन आप वही सुन रहे हैं जो आप कर रहे हैं. थैंक यू.
Thank you, Shivani ji. Thank you, all the great principals. Thank you, Lalita ji. That is Sonali ji, Khyati ji, and of course, Kanika ji. Thank you so much indeed. And Lalita ji. Thank you for the panel.
बिना कोई तकल्लुफ किए मैं आपको श्री गांधी जी के एक वीडियो को सुना देती हूँ. छोटा सा है, लेकिन आपको लिखना पड़ेगा. मैंने भी लिखा है, जब वो बोल रहे थे तो लिखा है. ठीक है ना, तभी तो सुना पा रही हूँ. तो आप भी लिखिए फिर सुनाइए। अब आप कहेंगे कलम नहीं लाए तो मांग लीजिए। Today, if we look around the world, we find terrorism, wars, climate disasters, and religious strife everywhere. We need a man, I'm not speaking, Mr. Gandhi is speaking. We need a man who can change the world, like Mrs. Pradeep, Larita Pradeep ji. We need a man who can change the world and stop the manifestation of deadliest weapons of mass destruction. A man who can unite this world and bring peace to the world. Education changes the people. Agreed? You will change the people. And people change the world. You are getting education, children, in this classroom. What for? You are giving education. What for? For change. Change your mindset. Change your attitude. That is the way. That is what you are here for. It is not just that knowledge of English, mathematics, science can change this world. Change your mind so that you can bring about real change in this world. Make it a nice place worth living. The world is not worth living with so much of terrorism, so much of environmental degradation, so much of anarchy. Are you listening? Thank you. I know you are listening. The world is not worth living with so much of terrorism, so much of environmental degradation, so much of anarchy, so much of religious strife. Is this the world you would love to live in? Change this world. Who will change it? Teachers. प्रथम टीचर माता, सेकंड टीचर पिता और तीसरे आप गुरुजी। लेकिन माता पिता तो बहुत महान होते हैं, बच्चे को कॉन्फिडेंट बना करके हमें देते हैं। नेल्सन मंडेला said, education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. You can change the world only through education. You are lucky that you are getting the best education in the world. You are lucky means your students. CMS has the best teachers in the world. Are you not the best? Wonderful. You are the best teachers of the world. You won't find more dedicated teachers and principals anywhere else in the world who are so dedicated. Such environment, such exposure that you are getting here is available nowhere else in the world. No school is organizing international conferences of chief justices. True? And other international events like CMS does. No other school sends so many of its students abroad. There are so many big things that you are getting in CMS. तो क्या करना है? दुनिया को स्वर्ग बनाना है। दुनिया की समस्या क्या है आजकल? भेदभाव, भगवान एक है, हाँ जी, मानव जाति एक है, हाँ जी, ठीक है, लेकिन जाति पाति से मानव जाति बिखर रही है। और जेंडर क्या होता है? इनइक्वालिटी। लड़कियों तो घर बैठो, अभी भी सीएमएस में आप सब टीचर से गिनिएगा अपने क्लास में, अगर 40 बच्चे हैं तो आधे आधे लड़के लड़कियां नहीं होंगे। कौन ज्यादा होंगे? सुनाई नहीं पड़ा, जोर से बोलो। लड़के। क्यों? अभी भी जेंडर इक्वालिटी के लिए पढ़े लिखे लोगों को भी सोचना है, उनको भी पैसा खर्च नहीं करना है लड़की पे, मुफ्त में पढ़ाना है। सीएमएस में आप हैं, हमारे यहाँ लड़कियों को ज्यादा टीचर बनाया जाता है, बेचारे लड़के तो मुंह देखते रह जाते हैं। ठीक है, कोई बात नहीं, चलो आगे चलते हैं। कहने का मतलब है दुनिया की जो समस्या है उसे हमें समाप्त करना है। माने दुनिया में क्या लाएंगे तो भेदभाव खत्म हो जाएगा। भेदभाव का उल्टा क्या है? एकता। थैंक यू। एकता। भेदभाव जो है एकता। भगवान की एकता है ही है ना? हाँ जी है। सूरज एक है, चंदा एक है, भगवान एक है, हम सब मानते हैं, लेकिन हमें मानव जाति को एक करना है। Minimum standard of living has to be given to each and every citizen living on this earth. What is minimum living standard? is रोटी, कपड़ा, मकान, CMS जैसी शिक्षा, या एंड लास्ट इज डॉक्टर। ये 5 चीजें हर नागरिक को वर्ल्ड में मिलनी चाहिए। एक तो ये हो गया, इसको बोलते हैं मिनिमम स्टैंडर्ड ऑफ लिविंग। इसको लाने के लिए, और दूसरा है लड़ाइयों को बंद कराने के लिए। क्या बंद करानी है? लड़ाइयों पे कितना खर्च होता है, वेपन्स पे कितना खर्च होता है, अगर वो उपलब्ध हो जाए, कहते हैं उसका 5% भी वेपन्स पे जो खर्च होता है और लड़ाइयों पे मिल जाए तो सारी दुनिया में सीएमएस से भी ज्यादा अच्छी एजुकेशन हो जाएगी। कौन करेगा? हम करेंगे। हम बच्चे के टीचर्स हैं। हम बच्चे को ऐसा बनाएंगे, और उदाहरण भी है उसका। एक देश आजाद हुआ सर, बड़े विद्वान लोग यहाँ बैठे हुए हैं, बहुत महान काम कर रहे हैं, हम उनके चरणों में प्रणाम करते हैं, आपके सबके चरणों में, अपने सब टीचर्स के चरणों में भी प्रणाम करते हैं। वो सब क्या कर रहे हैं आपको पता है? हमें क्या करना है? सीएमएस में हर बच्चे को प्रेयर में बताया जाता है why we have been created। आप बताएंगे क्यों क्रिएट किया भगवान ने हमें? टू नो गॉड एंड टू, अब ये बोलने में बड़ा शर्म लगती है, गॉड गॉड का नाम लेने में बड़ी शर्म आती है, लेकिन सांस जो है गॉड की वजह से ही चलती है। जो लोग शर्माते हैं उन्हें शर्माने दो। और CMS के बच्चों को ये प्रार्थना सीखने दो कि भगवान ने हमें इसलिए बनाया है कि हम उसे क्या करें, मार डालें। भगवान ने हमें क्यों बनाया है? टू नो हिम। तो हमारा हर बच्चा कौन सिखाएगा? भगवान को जानना है। हम सिखाएंगे ना, हम टीचर सिखाएंगे ना, ठीक है ना? तो भगवान क्या चाहता है? जो उन्होंने भगवान को हमने पहचान लिया, वो तो भगवान नहीं दिखाई देता, जिसको बोलते हैं कौन सा? निराकार। हर पत्ते में है, हवा में है, हर चीज में है, ठीक है। लेकिन हम किसको मानते हैं बच्चे के लिए? ये छोटा बच्चा हमारे पास है, साकार भगवान को मानते हैं। भगवान के अवतार साकार होते हैं। अपने अपने धर्म में जिन जो अवतार आए उन्हें याद करिए। राम, कृष्ण, मोहम्मद, ईसा मसीह, महात्मा बुद्ध, ये ही हमारे मार्गदर्शक हैं। मॉडर्न सोसाइटी में शायद ये माना जाता है कि भगवान को जो नाम लेता है या इन मैनिफेस्टेशंस का जो नाम लेता है वो कैसा होता है? वो मॉडर्न नहीं होता है। वो क्या होता है? मॉडर्न का उल्टा क्या होता है? दकियानूसी होता है। नहीं, जब तक ये सांस चलती है तब तक ये हाथ उठता है। तो सांसों को चलिए। अब दूसरी बात आती है पूजा करना, वर्शिप हिम। पूजा कैसे करेंगे? टू ओबे गॉड। जो उनके पवित्र ग्रंथों में उन्होंने लिखा है उसको आप दिखाते हैं, माता पिता को भी कहते हैं दिखाएं, और नहीं तो हम आपका बच्चा नहीं पढ़ाएंगे। यू विल मेक देम कीप द होली बुक, ठीक है ना? टीचर क्या नहीं कर सकता है? एक बताएं आपको उदाहरण टीचर का, जिनके नाम से हम लोग को मनाते हैं, क्या बोलते हैं उसे? टीचर्स डे, ठीक है। वो टीचर थे और पहले तो प्राइमरी के थे, फिर मैसूर यूनिवर्सिटी में वो पढ़ाते थे। तो उनकी ट्रांसफर हो गई कलकत्ता यूनिवर्सिटी में। तो उनका सब विद्यार्थी रोने लगे और नहीं जाने देंगे, लेकिन वो तो चल नहीं सकता था ट्रांसफर। तो जो घोड़ा गाड़ी लेने के लिए उन्हें स्टेशन आई थी, तो वहां के विद्यार्थियों ने घोड़ा हटा करके खुद लग गए और खुद हाँक करके उनको अपने कंधे पर उनका टांगा, खुद लेके स्टेशन गए। तो ऐसे दिल में जगह बना लेते हैं टीचर्स। माँ बाप भी कहते हैं अरे माँ बहन जी ये आपका कहना ज्यादा मानता है, मेरा कम मानता है ना? सही बात है ये। डू यू एग्री? रेज योर हैंड्स। थैंक यू, ऑल ऑफ यू एग्री। तो कहने का मतलब ये हुआ कि ये दिमाग किसने बनाया? गॉड ने बनाया। तो इस दिमाग को कहते हैं खान है ये। Regard man as a mind rich in gems of inestimable value. Education can alone reveal these treasures and can enable mankind to benefit therefrom. तो माइंड को प्यार से आप डेवलप करते हैं। अल्फा माने प्यार, तीना माने प्यार, टोटो माने प्यार। क्या क्या करते हैं आप लोग? तो आप जैसा, इसीलिए गांधी जी ने कहा कि आप जैसा टीचर वर्ल्ड में नहीं है, आप जैसी प्रिंसिपल्स वर्ल्ड में नहीं। क्योंकि ये जो आपने सजाया है सुनीता जी ने बगीचा, कहां से लेके कहां तक, जिधर देखता हूं उधर तू ही तू है। तो ये बच्चों के लिए बनाया है आप लोगों ने, आपने मेहनत की है। आपका दिल डांटने में नहीं लगा है बच्चे को। आप भी टीना बन जाती है, मैंने कई बार देखा है ना। आप भी टोटो बन जाती हैं। क्या मजा आता है, कैसे पढ़ाई होती है। मैंने तो कभी नहीं देखा। मैंने जो सोचा था, अगर कहीं है स्वर्ग तो उतार ला जमीन पर, आप लोग उतार लाए। बहुत कुछ बोलना है, लेकिन लिमिट होती है हर चीज की। और बात यह है कि हमारे मास्टर साहब तो हमारे को बहुत मारते थे। हमारी चुटिया पकड़ के हम भाग जाते थे किसी दूसरे घर में, तो वहां चले जाते थे और चुटिया पकड़ के तमाचे मारते हुए पूरे गली में घर ले आके पढ़ाते थे। ठीक है, बताइए, सुनीता गांधी ने सारा ही वातावरण बदल दिया। कमाल। हम क्या बोले और क्या ना बोले, इससे बेहतर है चुप रहे, ताकि आप भोजन कर सकें और थोड़ा बहुत हमको कहें थैंक यू। जय जगत। हम इतना बड़ा पिटारा लाए बोलने के लिए 5 घंटे का।
Thank you, respected ma'am. From the depth of our hearts, we are grateful to you for your inspiring words and the heartfelt address. Your words deeply resonate with all of us, reminding us why we are committed to transforming education. We are truly blessed to have your guidance, vision, and blessings as we continue this journey. Thank you, ma'am. It is our privilege and joy to once again thank you and for your inspirational address and the guiding light that you are there for all of us. After all this food for thought, I think it's only fair that we now move on to some real food. Lunch is now served, and we invite you all to enjoy a well deserved break, connect with fellow delegates, and share your reflections informally over a meal. Please note, lunch is for half an hour. It is 20 past 2 at the moment. So, what time are we getting back and meeting in the auditorium? Galvanizers, if it's for half an hour? Absolutely right. And also, galvanizers are requested to proceed to the basement, while our distinguished guests and principals are invited to the CISV dining hall. Thank you so much. Enjoy the lunch, and then we meet back within half an hour. Thank you. Okay. Teachers, rather I'll say the galvanizers who are responsible for the breakout rooms, please ensure that you meet Mr. Nishant right now in the breakout rooms allotted to you. I repeat once again, teachers who are responsible for the breakout rooms, please ensure that you meet Mr. Nishant in the respective breakout rooms allotted to you. Thank you.
Now our results are quick. We are getting to know the loopholes of where we are lacking instantly, and it's very helpful.
With the iProgress Learning app, we, the students, are experiencing the new age examination system, which is digital, interactive, and stress free.
It is less time taking and it will help me in my further competition exams.
This innovation does not only make the assessment easier, but also provides us with instant feedback.
Exams don't feel like a burden anymore. With the iProgress app, we give exams on screen, get faster results, and actually enjoy the process.
When education meets technology, the learning becomes limitless. Technology cannot replace great teachers, but technology at the hands of great teachers can make the learning transformational.
We use iProgress for the assessment of the students, in which I basically found the assessing and evaluating the students was very good and according to the technology.
It definitely enlightened them for future assessments and examination to work hard and know how to do it better.
As the head of CBSE of our school, I have closely observed that how iProgress has transformed the assessment practices. Also, the teachers, those who are implementing this, are very enthusiastic, and the feedback which I have received from them is actually very positive. This process has significantly reduced their workload. especially in the cases where they have to prepare the long individual report for every student as a form of anecdotal. In today's fast paced world, when everything is expected instantly, assessment and feedback should also be in the same pace.
If you ask me as a principal, I would like to say that it enables me to guide my students efficiently and also my teachers to and help them to design the remedial strategies and also recognize the students' excellence. The High Progress app has also, I can say, reduced the delays in the reports since the reports are instant and in detail. And it has also helped us to engage students and parents meaningfully, thus enhancing their efficiency and transparency.
Namaskar. Education leaders gathered at the 15th Education Leadership International Roundtable in Lucknow, and those joining this event virtually from across India and around the world. My warm congratulations to Dr. Sunita Gandhi and her team at the Global Education and Training Institute, GATI, and Dignity Education Vision International, Devi, for convening this assembly of education leaders. It is heartening that the Path movement for transforming education is being launched at this roundtable. As its name suggests, education must be purposeful, active, transformative, and holistic. Transformation in education is not merely desirable, it is an imperative. We need a system that goes beyond incremental reform to a genuine paradigm shift. In this context, India's National Education Policy, NEP 2020, rightly emphasizes moving from teaching to learning. In a rapidly changing world, our education system needs to keep evolving itself. What children need today are meaningful opportunities to succeed and to learn with joy. Achieving this requires the courage to move away from outdated practices and embrace innovation. It is commendable that the City Montessori School has adopted the Accelerating Learning for All, I mean Alpha, program for its 21,000 students. This approach helps every child learn better, faster, and with greater joy. Neuroscience tells us that when learning accelerates, the brain forms stronger and more lasting connections. This is exactly the change envisioned by NEP 2020, a move from memorization to understanding, from passive listening to active participation, and from a purely material approach to one that nurtures the Panch Koshas and guides children on a holistic path. The National Education Policy and the National Curriculum Frameworks envision education that prepares children not just for exams but for life, helping them think critically, solve problems, be creative, and face future challenges with confidence. I firmly believe that the four C skills collaboration, communication, critical thinking, and creativity, and the four C traits character, citizenship, climate, consciousness, and connectedness must form the foundation of learning. These are not optional, they are essential. When students collaborate, they practice teamwork. When they express ideas, they strengthen communication. When they solve problems, they develop critical thinking and creativity. And when they support each other, they grow in character, citizenship, and responsibility toward society and the planet. Dr. Sunita Gandhi, Getty, and the Devi Sansthan have demonstrated that these are not just ideas but realities that can be implemented across schools of every size and type. As Getty launches the Path movement, let it serve as a call to action for leaders, educators, parents, and communities to come together for this transformative journey. Let us place children at the center of our efforts and give them the future they deserve. I extend my best wishes to all education leaders and teachers present here. May your discussions be enriching, your collaborations fruitful, and may this conference inspire bold and disruptive change in education across the world. With these, I thank everyone associated with this program and wishing this event a grand success. Thank you very much.
Hello, dear friends. I am super delighted to welcome you to our next Ed Leadership International Roundtable. It is taking place from 27th to 29th of November this year, 2025. It's always a wonderful occasion when we can get together and discuss education because we never get time. We're too busy with the mundane rhythms of our daily lives. So I invite you to Lucknow. We're hosting it at City Montessori School, Lucknow, which, as you know probably, is the largest school in the world. We will be hosting the largest ECCE and FLN fair as well. So you get to see what's going on that's innovative, that's interesting. You can interact with people who are working on similar goals. And also you will see something very, very interesting. That is the unfoldment of a brand new pedagogy and a program we're calling PATH, P-A-T-H, Purposeful, Active, Transformative, and Holistic. This is something we are launching in September, and you'll be able to see how it goes and what is happening with it by November. And of course, you're welcome to explore this for your own schools. This is a very important mission because what we are hoping to do with this is to help children who cannot afford an education benefit from the proceeds. So I think altogether, it's a new way forward for education in every manner. So I hope to see you at this year's Ed Leadership International Roundtable in November 2025. Look forward to your participation. Hello, dear friends. I am super delighted to welcome you to our next Ed Leadership International Roundtable. It is taking place from 27th to 29th of November this year, 2025. It's always a wonderful occasion when we can get together and discuss education because we never get time. We're too busy with the mundane rhythms of our daily lives. So I invite you to Lucknow. We're hosting it at City Montessori School, Lucknow, which, as you know probably, is the largest school in the world. We will be hosting the largest ECCE and FLN fair as well. So you get to see what's going on that's innovative, that's interesting. You can interact with people who are working on similar goals. And also you will see something very, very interesting. That is the unfoldment of a brand new pedagogy and a program we're calling PATH, P-A-T-H, Purposeful, Active, Transformative, and Holistic. This is something we are launching in September, and you'll be able to see how it goes and what is happening with it by November. And of course, you're welcome to explore this for your own schools. This is a very important mission because what we are hoping to do with this is to help children who cannot afford an education benefit from the proceeds. So I think altogether, it's a new way forward for education in every manner. So I hope to see you at this year's Ed Leadership International Roundtable in November 2025. Look forward to your participation.
Cada uno está formando sus palabras. Niños, no había quien los grabe, por eso recién estoy grabando yo.
De la baja lectura y escritura y de las operaciones básicas. Pero ya con el proyecto que hemos aplicado en la institución educativa, los niños de primer grado leen periódico, Dios mío, nunca durante todo mi tiempo que he estado, mis niños de primer grado ya leen periódico, leen cantidades grandes. Entonces, yo un aplauso. Muchísimas gracias a ustedes por darnos esta oportunidad de lograr grandes cosas este año 2023 y el año siguiente, que sigan viviendo mejores cosas para la institución educativa y para nuestros estudiantes principalmente, que es el motivo por lo que trabajamos a diario en la institución. Quisiera invitarle a las regidoras de Maina
our results are quick. We are getting to know the loopholes of where we are lacking instantly, and it's very helpful.
With the iProgress Learning app, we, the students, are experiencing the new age examination system, which is digital, interactive, and stress free.
It is less time taking and it will help me in my further competition exams.
This innovation does not only make the assessment easier, but also provides us with instant feedback.
Exams don't feel like a burden anymore. With the iProgress app, we give exams on screen, get faster results, and actually enjoy the process.
When education meets technology, the learning becomes limitless. Technology cannot replace great teachers, but technology at the hands of great teachers can make the learning transformational.
We used iProgress for the assessment of the students, in which I basically found the assessing and evaluating the students was very good and according to the technology.
It definitely enlightened them for future assessments and examination to work hard and know how to do it better.
As the head of CBSE of our school, I have closely observed that how iProgress has transformed the assessment practices. Also, the teachers, those who are implementing this, are very enthusiastic, and the feedback which I have received from them is actually very positive. This process has significantly reduced their workload, especially in the cases where they have to prepare the long individual report for every student as a form of anecdotal. In today's fast-paced world, when everything is expected instantly, assessment and feedback should also be in the same pace.
If you ask me as a principal, I would like to say that it enables me to guide my students efficiently and also my teachers to and help them to design the remedial strategies and also recognize the students' excellence. The High Progress app has also, I can say, reduced the delays in the reports, since the reports are instant and in detail. And it has also helped us to engage students and parents meaningfully, thus enhancing their efficiency and transparency.
हर बच्चे को एजुकेशन मिलनी चाहिए और हर बच्चे को फ्री में वो शिक्षा वन तारा स्कूल के जरिए मिल सकती है। कभी भी शुरू कर सकते हैं, कोई जरूरी नहीं कि अप्रैल में शुरू हो कि जुलाई में शुरू, किसी भी दिन आप चाहें बच्चे को पढ़ाना शुरू कर दें और 3 महीने का एक लक्ष्य बना के चलें और बच्चों को उद्देश्य रहेगा कि वो अपने बल पे पढ़ पाएं, लिख पाएं। तो ये काफी सालों के प्रयोगशाला के बाद हम लोगों ने इसे डेवलप किया है और कोई भी जना जुड़ सकता है। बच्चा अपने परिवार के साथ मिलके दूसरे बच्चों को पढ़ाएं, जो यूनिवर्सिटी जा रहे हैं वो किसी को पढ़ाएं, अपने घर में या अपने आसपास किसी स्लम के अंदर एक झोपड़ी में स्कूल चालू कर दें, अपने घर के अंदर आंगन में किसी को बिठा के पढ़ा दें। फर्क नहीं पड़ता कहाँ पे आप शुरू करें, बड़े स्कूल के अंदर आप अपने क्लासेस में, आफ्टर स्कूल में जहाँ की बच्चे आपके पास नहीं होते हैं, बिल्डिंग होती है, वहां पर भी आप चालू कर सकते हैं। एनजीओ अपने अपने सेंटर्स में जहां वो ऑलरेडी कार्यरत हैं एक वनतारा स्कूल से जुड़ सकते हैं। हर जना कर सकता है, इतना आसान हो गया है एक स्कूल चलाना, एक स्कूल के जरिए किसी को पढ़ाना। सिंपली एनरोल करिए, हमारे ऐप पे उनका नाम डालिए और साथ में उनको एनरोल करने के बाद डेली बुला करके उनको लेसन्स देंगे। लेसन्स हमारे दोनों तरह के हैं, आप अपने लैपटॉप पे दिखा सकते हैं, पीसी टैबलेट पे सिखा सकते हैं, मोबाइल पे सिखा सकते हैं। आप उसको प्रिंट करके खुद ही और बच्चों के सामने बुकलेट्स रख के उनसे भी पढ़ा सकते हैं। तो कोई भी कभी भी कैसे भी शुरू कर सकता है और यही हमारा एक प्रयत्न है। जुड़िए, शुरू करिए, लाखों बच्चों को आप आगे बढ़ा सकते हैं और हम आपको इस बात का न्योता दे रहे हैं कि आप एक वन तारा स्कूल आज ही शुरू करें। 1 2 3 बहुत आसान है और आप जुड़िए इससे। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Tina, please tell me what is this? That's sun. What is the first sound? So what is the word? Sun. Give me a high five. Yay!
What is this? This is apple. What is the first sound of apple? What is this? This is a cock. What is the first sound of cock? Cock. Add the sound. Cock. That. What is the first sound of duck? Hello, my name is Swastika. My name is Zoe. I am 8 years old. I am 6 years old. I am a girl. I am a girl too. I have sister. I have share a third. This is Tina and this is Toto. Tina, can you read this? Yes, I can. This. Well done. Sun, moon, sky and stars. When we go to bed, the sky is dark. It is night. We see the moon and many stars in the sky at night. The sun, the moon, and the stars are called heavenly bodies. Stars, why do they appear small? The stars are big ball of fire. They appear small because they are very far away. Correct. The times of India geosmith tracks are up to half-kilometer long, 2 feet wide, calling Uttar Pradesh the center of hope for all of India, just as India has become hope for the entire world.
Dear educators, most eminent people in the field of education, you're the leaders and the change makers. We know there's so much that is excellent that is happening in education throughout the world and in India. So we have a lot of exciting child-centric activities. We've brought in inquiry, discovery learning. We've brought in a lot of change that makes children feel happier in our classrooms and learning more. However, there's also research that has been conducted by many researchers across the globe. And Professor John Hattie, in particular, has done a detailed meta-analysis of the research. And that shows that year-on-year learning is not as much as it needs to be. So I, for example, in 2001, 2002, gave a test to grade 8 children, a test that they had taken in grade 7. And the improvement was only marginal. So Professor John Hattie, obviously was making a point here. And it's not his point, it's a meta-analysis of research from all over the world. I think we can acknowledge that education cannot be the same that it is today, 10 years from now, or in the future. Though a lot of what we do today is familiar to us from the past. There are changes, no doubt, but a lot of it is the same. And maybe what we are wanting is a revolution in education, a transformation, the like of which we have never seen before. So all children excelling, every child feeling happy, all teachers
Good
feeling
afternoon,
really
dear
happy.
galvanizers. While we are waiting for the others to join us, those who are still finishing lunch and coming back, I would like to request all of you, if you can please go to the back hall and see the students from CIS who are present there representing their schools, and they have put up a town hall kind of a show for all of you. So please go and visit them. You can see what they are doing over there in their own schools, and I'm sure it's going to be a good learning experience for all of us. Thank you. And we'll be starting in the next 5 minutes, 7 minutes, or maybe 10 minutes at the most. So please visit these students, have an interactive session with them, and then be back in the hall. Thank you.
Could be also to create a better world for all, and a loving world, a more collaborative world.
how do we do that? Do we make education even more purposeful? The second acronym is A, standing for active. So I think we can all agree that education must be active, actively engaging children and building better understanding of whatever they're learning through activity. Third is the word transformative. And transformative means, of course, everything. So we're talking about all aspects of education and that the transformation is felt by everyone. And finally, we're talking about holistic. So that's the way forward.
May I request
A
the
vision for
galvanizers
a
present
brand
in
new
the hall
education that we can
to
all
visit the
collectively
back lounge
imagine
area
as
where the
the
CIS
world
students have put up a town hall show for you. Please utilize this time and have a good interactive session with them. You can also see the softboard displays that are there on the sides and outside.
to welcome you to our next Ed Leadership.
May I request the galvanizers who are seated to please get up and take a look around. So I've just been told that the CIS students have alpha till grade 12 and they have alpha B and C as well. So it's going to be a new idea for you and something new to learn from them. So alpha B is from grade 3 to 8 and alpha C is for grade 9 to 12. So please move around, utilize your time well and see what the children have put up for you. May I request the in charges of the different campuses to please take their team members to the back lounge area and to visit the soft boards that have been displayed here. Thank you very much. Many of the galvanizers have just entered the hall. So I would like to request you all to please visit the lounge area at the back where the CI students have put up a town hall show for you. And this is something new for you to learn that we have grade B and grade C in CIS. And grade B means for students of classes 3 to 8 and grade C is for classes 9 to 12. So these are the students who are there in the lounge area at the back and you'll learn something new from them. They are seated there to have an interactive session with you all. So please make the most of it and visit the lounge area as well as the softboard displays that have been put up by your colleagues. Thank you. Dear galvanizers, we are going to play some good jazzy music for all of you to enjoy the displays as well as to have an interactive session with your colleagues and the students of CIS. When the music stops, then you will come back to your seats. And while the music is playing, that all of you will be out of your seats. Nobody has to remain seated when the music is going on. So please move around, take a look around. As soon as the music starts, you have to move around and learn from the displays that have been put up for you and have an interactive session with the CIS students. And as soon as the music stops, you will all be back and seated in the hall. Thank you. Come on, everyone. Back on your feet. Everyone, please move around. Nobody is supposed to be seated when the music is going on. Everyone. All galvanizers, move around, take a look around. There's something new to learn from everything. Everybody, on your feet. Thank you. Nobody is supposed to remain seated when the music is going on. Please move around, take a look around. I can see some galvanizers feeling a little lazy over there. Please get up, everyone. Hello there. Please stand up. Everyone on your feet. Come on, get moving, everyone. Please stand up, move around. This side, please stand up, everyone. Come on, move around. Enjoy the music and enjoy the learning. Dear galvanizers, I'm just reminding you that there are some displays on the outside of the hall also. So please do go and take a look at what these colleagues have put up outside on my left. So please do take a look around. It's a passage of learning, it's a path of learning all around you. Okay, so the music has stopped, and that is the signal for all of us to take our seats. Please come back to your seats. May I request all of you to please take your seats so we can begin with the next new innovative approach to quizzing and entertainment. May I request all of you to please come back to your seats? I think you must have enjoyed the path of learning, enjoyed the displays, the students' works, and the galvanizers' ideas of getting the students to work for them. Every board has a new idea, a new learning from which we can enrich our own ideas and use them for the benefit of learning in future. So may I request all the galvanizers to please take their seats. We have so much fun coming your way. Galvanizers, please come and take your seats. I think these displays are so interesting, it's difficult to take you away from them and bring you back to the hall. Please come back and take your seats so we can begin with the rest of the proceedings. The galvanizers in the passage on my right are requested to please come back to your seats. Can we have all of you back so that we can begin? Please take your seats, everyone, quickly. May I request Mr. Tom Delaney and Ms. Mithila Haldar to please come up and start this new idea of a reverse quiz, an innovative approach to quizzing. Thank you. Over to you, Mr. Tom.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And I don't know about you, but I really enjoyed that lunch. बहुत भूख लग रही थी और भूख मिट गई. What about you guys? Did you enjoy? And I was also wandering the hall and seeing the displays. They are absolutely incredible. So first, let's have a big round of applause for all the teachers and students who put together these displays. Absolutely incredible displays. Now, मैं जानता हूँ लंच के बाद का समय सबसे मुश्किल होता है, इसलिए हम सिर्फ एक बहुत ही मजेदार चीज करने वाले हैं. And to help get us settled, we've got Militha with her favorite clapping and snapping activity. So for this, I'm going to request you, it's great that you found your seat, but please stand once again, just at your seat. Just stand at your seat. And we need to get our heart rate up. We need to do some exercise, some activity. So Militha is going to demonstrate the type of clapping and snapping rhythm we'll be following. So requesting all of you, also if you are in the lounge or if you're watching the display, looking at the display, please come back. We've just got a very fun short activity with you. So back to your seat and standing, and I'm going to hand over to my colleague Militha to demonstrate a clap sequence, which we'll then all follow.
Okay. So good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Let me hear that yell. Okay. 1, 2, 3, start. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Okay. So, see, खाने के बाद नींद आती है, but कोशिश हमारी यही होगी कि आपको नींद ना आए. Okay. So for that, we will make you clap, because clapping is an exercise that can reduce various diseases and reduce your medical bill. Okay. So there is a rhythm. There is a rhythm you have to follow. So the rhythm is 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Okay. So there is a rhythm. Make it faster. Let's make it faster. So that was the first step, okay? So the second step, okay? This is the first clap. And the second step goes here, okay? So first, second. You have to do it only once. First and second, then the third, okay? So the rhythm will remain the same. Faster. One more step. Okay. So there now 1, 2, 3, 3 steps we have done. So I am introducing one more step. That is the fourth step. Okay. I'm taking out one step and adding the fourth step. So the fourth step would be like this. Okay. You have to do like this. Just like the chimpanzee, you know. He has some ticks, so you can, chimpanzee. The rhythm will remain the same. Okay, so let's start. 1, 2, 3, start. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, Milita. We can take a seat again, but the fun is not stopping there because we've prepared a very short 10-minute upside down quiz. Now, शायद आप सोच रहे होंगे कि upside down quiz क्या हो सकता है, right? Well, upside down, a normal quiz is when we ask the questions and you tell the answers, right? So what will an upside down quiz be? Upside down quiz क्या होगा फिर? Yeah, no, upside down quiz, we give you the answer and you choose the right question, right? It's as Charles Levi-Strauss said, the wise man doesn't just give the right answers, he asks the right questions, right? So that's the important thing. Now, to make this even more enjoyable, it's a 10 question quiz, right? And when we give you the options, you're going to mimic an animal. You're going to give the symbol of that animal, okay? So the first animal Milita will demonstrate is a giraffe, right? So how will we do a giraffe? Can everybody try? Try doing a giraffe? So yeah, can you pose like a giraffe? So if you want the giraffe option, you're going to have your hand up and act like a giraffe like that, okay? Second option, a rabbit. For a rabbit, what are we going to do? Yeah, 2 ears. Yeah, 2 wiggly ears. Beautiful. So rabbit. Third option, owl. उल्लू के लिए हम ऐसे करेंगे. Okay, yeah, nice. Okay. Fourth option, elephant. For the elephant, we will be doing the trunk. Yeah. Okay. One arm through the other. Test out your flexibility and show off what an elephant does. Okay. So name समझ में आ रहे हैं? Let me test you out. Okay, everybody, bunny. Show me bunny. Okay, everybody, show me elephant. Elephant. Okay, everybody, show me owl. Ulu. Yes, show me giraffe. Okay, I think you got it. Great. So now let's go on to our quiz. So here we've got the answer. The answer here is random pairs taking turns, teacher as a galvanizer, not a sage on a stage. So you can start thinking, what might the question be? And I'm going to show the 4 question options, right? And then all of you, as soon as you figure out the answer, or the question rather, you can show the symbol of that animal. Okay? Ready? Steady? Let's go. So you can see 4 options here. There's how do we assess student progress in alpha methodology? What is the primary teaching structure used in alpha pedagogy? What materials are required for alpha implementation? And how do we handle discipline problems in alpha classrooms? So which option do you think it is? Show me using your animal. Show me using your animal symbol. The answer is random pairs taking turns, teach as a galvanizer, not a stage on a stage. Which option do you think? Yeah, everybody. Everybody needs to vote. Correct. Absolutely. It's the bunny. It's the bunny. Oh, my slide is not moving forwards, Nishan. You need to keep it on my slide, please. Yeah. Okay, yeah, so that's right. That's the primary teaching structure is random pairs taking turns, teacher as a galvanizer, not a sage on a stage. Okay, you've got the idea? Okay, now let's move through them faster. So foundational literacy in 45 days, up to 10x faster than traditional. Okay, let's think. Which one? Go for it. I'm just giving you 20 seconds. Read the questions and figure out which question. Show me your symbol. Show me your symbol. Okay, I'm seeing some elephants. I'm seeing some. Is that a giraffe or an elephant? Yeah. Remember how? Yeah, okay, good. Come on, everybody, get into the spirit. You can do it. Yes, correct. That's the time frame for students to achieve foundational skills in alpha. Just 45 days. Incredible. Okay, Tisra answer. Pictures to sounds to words on day 1. No alphabet drills. And the question is 20-second timer is starting. Which option do you think? Which question? We've got some elephants, we've got some giraffes, we've got... Okay, yes, that's right. It's the elephant again. That's the alpha method for introducing reading to beginners. Okay, next question. We've got 4 of these, 10 of these, by the way, up to question 4. The 8 C's: collaboration, communication, creativity, critical thinking, character, citizenship, climate, and connectedness. A good thing spelling isn't one of these. That's my fault. Okay. Choose the question. What do you think? Choose the question and show the animal. The 8 C's. Okay, I'm seeing some giraffes. I'm seeing some... Okay, I'm seeing some owls, some ulu. Yeah. Some giraffe, some ulu. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, owl. Correct. So these are not separate subjects in alpha. It's not like Hindi, maths, English, etc. But these are the skills that alpha develops, as we've been hearing from our panelists today. Okay, random pairing, inclusion, no labels, growth mindset for all. What question do you think that's the answer for? Let's see the symbol. Let's see the symbol. I don't want A, B, C, D. Yeah, I want the symbol. Okay, how should classroom seating be arranged? I'm seeing lots of giraffes. Yeah, mostly are giraffes. I'm seeing some bunnies. Yeah, okay, some giraffes, some bunnies. Yeah, yeah, that's right. Some of these are a bit, contentious, but yes. What's the rationale behind alpha's pairing strategy, right? We don't make pairs deliberately, we make them randomly, so it's fully inclusive and no labels. Okay, halfway through, you're doing very well, everybody. Kids craft questions for peers. Goodbye worksheets, hello thinking. Choose the question. Go, quickly. You can ask your partner as well. Okay, I'm seeing some giraffes. Yeah, I'm seeing some giraffes. I'm seeing some, yeah, mainly giraffes. I'm seeing some owls. Yeah, some ulu. Yeah, some giraffe. Okay. Yeah, that's right. That's the questioning strategy, is not so much that teachers are asking questions, students are asking questions of each other. Exactly. Okay, maths you can touch, ice cream sticks and matchsticks. The question for this is, what's the question for this? Yeah, we're seeing mostly giraffes here. Yeah, okay, that's right. That's how alpha teaches numeracy concepts, exactly. Okay, teacher playbook, prep, pair, demo, and feedback in flow. What do you think? Choose the question. Okay, I'm seeing some owls. I'm seeing one hathi. I'm seeing, yeah, mostly owls. Okay, yes, exactly. That's the steps teachers follow. I'm sure you're very familiar with the 5 pillars. This is kind of a simplification of that. Preparation, pairing, demo. Okay, second last. I think most of you have got everything right so far. Evidence-backed, strong gains, effect size up to 1.3, faster than traditional. Okay, choose a question. Choose your question. Okay, I'm seeing some giraffes. I'm seeing, yeah, giraffes mainly. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so there's a lot of evidence for alpha's efficacy, as Sunitha ma'am was sharing earlier today. Final question. Short visual modules, kids learn independent of long explanations. Choose your question. This is the final question to choose. I'm seeing some elephants. I'm seeing some, yeah, ulu. Oh, I'm seeing some bunnies. Yeah, yeah. Some bunnies, some elephants, some owls. Oh, I'm seeing lots of variety here. Okay, well, that's good. But yes, I was thinking, how are alpha learning materials designed? They're designed to be short modules that kids can understand easily. There you go. That's our quiz for you today. Thank you so much. Now, before, did you enjoy that quiz? Yeah, reverse quiz.
So let's clap. Clap for yourself. Clap
Clap
for
for
yourself.
yourselves.
And please, if you are clapping for yourself, you have to clap very loud. Okay, okay, one more thing. Clap for yourself very loud and can in unison, can you say alpha? Clap for yourself and in unison, let's hear it loud. Okay, see, okay, first clap for yourself. Okay, now 1, 2, 3. Little bit more louder. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, everybody. We really enjoyed that with you. This was Milita's brainwave to flip the quiz on its head. Now, very shortly, we are going to go and explore the breakout rooms. So there are 7 breakout rooms. There's 5 downstairs in the basement, and there's 2 upstairs in room 10 and 11. So I'd like to request the team from Innovation Wing to come on stage. I know you're there backstage, so come on stage, please. And I'll just explain where the breakout rooms and what they are. So then it's up to you. You can go to any of these 7 breakout rooms, or you can also stay in the auditorium where some teachers will be presenting their research in just really lightning TED Talk style, 5-minute research presentations. All the breakout rooms are also very interesting themes where we'll have different campuses presenting from their work there. So yes, great. Could you please invite the teachers? Yeah, great. Just bring them on. Okay. So on room 10 on the second floor, that's above us here, we have Aliganj 2. So some teachers from Aliganj 2 are presenting about innovative edtech, how they're using technology in their campus. By the way, if you don't know which room to go to, right, if you're feeling torn between them, you would have received a bag this morning. Did you all receive a bag this morning? Yeah, so you would have a colored ribbon attached to that bag. So if you're confused about which to go to, you could just follow the color of your ribbon, right? And follow that color and go to that breakout room. If you don't know where you want to go, you're welcome to go there. So we have ma'am from Aliganj 2 who has got the red scarf. Can you put it on, ma'am? Okay, so ma'am will be leading a group of people to room number 10 who want to participate in the innovative edtech breakout room. Okay, next we have Indranagar 2 with the orange color. I'll request ma'am to come on stage from Indranagar 2 also. That is the theme, parents as co-educators. So how we can involve parents in education. That's also upstairs on 3rd floor. So for going upstairs, at the back of the auditorium, there's some stairs. So just follow them, follow the ma'ams on stage. They will be able to take you upstairs. Not just yet, not just yet. Yeah, we'll take everybody. Okay, next we have yellow is chalk campus. These 5 are now down in the basement. Okay, so we've got chalk, teachers as galvanizers. Great, wonderful. Then we've got Rajajipuram 2 is green. Maybe ma'am, could you spread out a little bit, and then we'll see the whole rainbow here. So we've got Rajajipuram 2, ma'am, with the green shawl, and that's about the power of pairs. So just stay on stage for now. Just stay on stage. Yeah, perfect. Thanks. Rajajipuram 2, the power of pairs. Rajendra Nagar 2 is the blue for socio-emotional learning. So how Alpha and Path are empowering kids to learn, to develop their socio-emotional skills. Then we have Gomti Nagar 2, which is indigo, and that's about literacy, all about literacy, how Alpha teaches literacy swiftly. Thank you, ma'am. And then we have violet. Violet for Indranagar. Yeah, Indranagar 1, numeracy that sticks. And finally, we have also Innovation Wing. Innovation Wing will be staying in the auditorium here, and they've selected a few different teachers to present their research here in the auditorium. So maybe you can just discuss with your pair who you're sitting with, or decide in your mind now where you want to go, right? And we want roughly equal numbers of people in all of those things. So you're not allowed to all just stay in the auditorium, right? We can have a few people staying in the auditorium, but if any of these subjects, many of these are very interesting subjects, I want to go to all of them, but I'm sure something will pique your interest. So please follow those ma'ams as they lead to that room, right? Just before we go there, I want to hand back to Trapti ma'am for any further remarks required at this stage. And then after that, we'll all proceed to the breakout rooms. Thank you so much. I really enjoyed this session with you today. I'm sorry we couldn't come to the Alpha hands-on training that we've also prepared, but we'll be hopefully getting to that tomorrow. But yeah, back to you, Trapti ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Tom. I don't think you've forgotten anything, but if teachers have any questions or any doubts, you can raise your hand or come up here. In the meantime, we would want equal number, as Mr. Tom said, equal number of teachers to be present for the breakout rooms as well as the hall. That is the main hall where you are sitting here. So there are some bags which don't have a ribbon, so automatically you are supposed to be in the hall. And I also take this opportunity to invite the galvanizers from different Alpha campuses who have been in research mode and have made some presentations for you. Right. So before we disperse into our different breakout rooms or stay in the hall, there's a very, very interesting and important announcement that at 6 p.m. today, a small cultural dance, rather it's not a cultural dance, but it's a dance performance taking place here in the hall, a time for you to let your hair down, to enjoy after a day's session of attending this conference. So especially those guests who have come from outside Lucknow are specially invited. And amongst those who are from Lucknow, if you want to be present, you are most welcome to attend the dance in the hall at 6 p.m. today, which will be followed by dinner at 7 p.m. today in the evening, right? So today we have researchers coming from different campuses, and I would like to just call upon them one by one. I hope they are here backstage. Ms. Sonal Mathur from Indranagar Campus 1. Her topic is prepared learning and its impact on reading fluency and comprehension. The next research presenter is Ms. Shivani Kapoor from Chalk Campus. Her topic is fostering excellence, the Grow Circle approach. Then we have Arshita Mishra from Anand Nagar Campus, whose topic is integrating arts and extracurricular with Alpha. We also have Ms. Sana Sohail from Aliganj Campus 1, whose topic is effectiveness of using puppets in reinforcing homework and FLN concepts. Then we have Mr. Munish Chand from Golf City, whose topic is language goals. Then we have Ms. Rinki Chaudhary from CIS Barabanki with the topic Alpha Path. And last but not the least, we will have Ms. Amita Baveja from CIS Jaipur, whose topic is Impact of Alpha 8Cs Framework on Holistic Child Development. So these are the presenters who will be putting up their presentations in front of you in the hall itself. And now may I request all of you to please follow the color code or your interest topics and move to the different breakout rooms which are located on the second floor of this building and in the basement hall down below this auditorium. Yeah. Once again, to remind you about the location of the rooms where the breakout rooms and the parallel sessions will be conducted, we have room number 10 on the second floor, which is for the galvanizers with the color code of red. And the topic is Innovative EdTech, Empowering Teachers and Students. On the second floor itself, we have the orange color code room where Indranagar 2 facilitators will be presenting on parents as co-educators. In the basement room, we have Shoji Shiba Hall in the basement where Chalk campus teachers will be presenting teachers as galvanizers. In the green room downstairs in the basement, that is also the Donal Devar Hall, Rajajipuram Campus 2 teachers will be presenting Power of Pairs Unlocking Peer Learning. Basement Hall, named after David Hutchins, that is the David Hutchins Hall, Rajinagar 2 teachers will be presenting on socio-emotional learning, safe, seen and strong. In the Ataturk Hall, that is dark blue or indigo, Gomtinagar 2 teachers will be talking about literary sprint, fluency, comprehension, vocabulary, and writing. Then we have Violet, that is the Deming Hall in the basement, where Indranagar Campus 1 teachers will be talking about numeracy that sticks, mastering number sense, and operations. I hope you have decided where you want to go. If you are unable to decide, you can just follow the color code of your ribbon on your bag and start off. Coming back to the research presenters, may I now request the first presenter to please come up. I hope you are ready with your presentation, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Jai Jagat to all the respected educators and respected eminent dignitaries present here. A warm welcome to each one of you on behalf of CMS Indranagar Campus 1. I am galvanizer Sonal Mathur. In my journey of more than 13 years with CMS, the institution has been my guiding light, constantly introducing me to new methods and techniques of teaching. So from the days of the blackboard to the green board, the whiteboard, the interactive whiteboards, that is IWB, and now the IFPs, each transition has been a step forward in embracing innovation in education. When I teach in my class, I take up each module by building up little stories to make it more interesting because children, they love stories. Yeah, sure.
Dear galvanizers, a lot of research and hard work has gone into this presentation. So if you are moving out to one of the parallel sessions, may I request you to do so very, very quietly And the ones who are seated here, may I request you to please pay attention and take notes. Nobody should be talking and disturbing. This is going to be a very good learning experience for all of you, provided you pay attention. So may I request no talking in the hall, please? And those who are moving out to move out very, very quietly. Thank you.
So when I teach in my class, I just said that I take up each module with some stories which we build up in the class, like of my childhood sometimes. So children, they laugh and I tell them stories because they love to listen stories. The stories which are there in phase 2 in alpha are different from the other stories, and they can easily comprehend them. When we ask oral questions related to these stories, which are given in the alpha modules, they answer with zeal and zest. Sometimes, when I play a game and ask questions, for example, how many of you say Tina went to the park? Raise your hands. How many of you say Tina did not go to the park? Put your hands down. So, this way, the learning becomes fun. Ma'am, can we have slide number 4? Next slide, ma'am. Yeah, the topic of my research topic is paired learning and its impact on reading fluency in the early childhood education. So in my research work, I have incorporated reading skills checklist. That is slide number 22. So I've incorporated reading skills checklist. It gives me a feedback of each child. There are 20, I have worked on 28 children of my class, and it gives me a feedback of each child, and the progress is definitely raised from April till date. This is the month of September, and the progress is really raised, and I have seen a change in my children, the children of my class. Then comes the next slide, the social skills rating scale. This is a reading skills checklist where I have given marks from 1 to 5. The children who are reading, who need assistance, this I have shown in the form of a table. Like who can identify the objects, the beginning sounds, then they have to make words together, can read words and sentences fluently, they can match the picture cards to its correct sounds. This way, who is doing, who is not doing, who needs my attention next in this particular week. So this is in the form of a table. Next, then comes the social skills rating scale, which I have made for each child again. Here also the rating scale is divided into 6 parameters, which helps me identify the areas to work upon in a particular week. Next, I have made a monthly progress monitoring chart where, while taking up TH sound words or AE, IE sound words, I monitored whether children are actively participating and using critical thinking skills, because when I was taking and asking children to read TH sound words like earth, thank you, thanks, many words were there in the book. So I asked, give me 2 new words from your side. So one child said, ma'am, thinking. I'm thinking. The other one said, thank you. And one of the child in my class, he said, ma'am, theater, because he must have heard this word theater somewhere at home or it's in his surrounding. So they can think of such tough words also. It really surprised me that day. And when I was doing CH sound words, Zayed of my class said, ma'am, I like to play chess with my father. So, they relate these words or any module to their real world. They are very small. So they relate each and every module to their real world. Are they looking at these words around them? So this next is an observation chart. This is social skills rating scale, ma'am. Next is an observation chart where I can note down a few more behavioral patterns. Ma'am, it's the next slide. Please turn the next slide. Yeah. So I have made one observation chart where I can note down a few more behavioral patterns in the class, like collaboration, helping a partner, and so on, whether the child is helping a partner. And next on the screen is 1 minute reading race game. This is very interesting. And even I enjoyed this game in the class. We played the game in a paired learning environment. I have made a card in which I have written 10 to 15 words, and I have given to each and every pair, because this I have taken in a paired learning environment, and I have changed the setting of my class around the walls of the class, and children, they sat with their partner, they enjoyed the game, and they read the words, and I have noted down each and every who has read how many words. I have presented only 10 words in the card, and some children, they read 4 words, they read 5 words, and it was, amazing for me to see children reading words and competing with others. So the next day they were really prepared to win the game. So it was a real learning. And then I floated a Google form to take views from parents about the alpha learning, whether they have seen any changes in their child. And the results were amazing, because they were really confident that because of alpha learning, the child has become confident. Sometimes they put these things on the status, so others, they ask where your child is studying, why they are doing paired learning. So they said because of this paired learning, they are conversing confidently. Even when they go out, they're getting good results. Everybody is appreciating our alpha pedagogy, and I'm proud of it. And with this, I would like to thank my mentors, and I offer my humble salutations and gratitude to Sunita ma'am, my principal ma'am, Kanika ma'am, and my in charge Sushil ma'am. Thank you for giving me an opportunity for doing this research, where I have gone inward and checked myself whether I am doing correctly, I'm doing the right thing with the children or not. So this has really improved me also, and I'm exploring myself that way. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Ms. Sonal Mathur. It was really enriching for us to go through your experiences and learn from them. And definitely, it is important to reinforce our own confidence so that we know that we are going on the right path. It is always good to, measure your learning and measure your progress. So yes, this research really helps us in doing that. And now may I call upon the next research presenter for today. Just a minute, sorry. Ms. Shivani Kapoor from Chalk Campus, who will be presenting on the topic Fostering Excellence, the Grow Circle Approach. Please welcome Ms. Shivani.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Good afternoon and Jai Jagat, everyone present here. It's an honor to present my research on grow circles in alpha pedagogy. This pedagogy, as we all know, was introduced by our respected Dr. Sunita Gandhi, ma'am, and it has made galvanizers as mentors. Do you believe this? Yes? Show me thumbs up. Come on, teachers. Yes. So, my research basically included 13 teachers who have put forward, they have filled the feedback form, through which I have got to know how there was a great turnover in the grow circles. My research basically aims to study how grow circles support collaboration, reflection, and galvanizers leadership while also identifying challenges. It further evaluates their impact on classroom strategies and student learning. You know, when I started my research, few questions came in my mind about the grow circles. And those questions were, how do grow circles support peer learning? How do they encourage reflective discussions? What changes in teaching practices are seen after participation? And what were the benefits and limitations the galvanizers were experiencing? We have grown through weeks. Our weekly circles were dynamic, interactive, where galvanizers have come together to share, reflect, and plan. There were some good practices. Richa ma'am, please come on the next slide. Good practices. We have celebrated successes and shared effective strategies. We have discussed what worked well in lessons or interactions. We have highlighted specific teaching wins, explained methods that gave positive results, and shared stories of students' achievements. During the Grow Circles, we had the opportunity to reflect and resolve. This was the time to talk about challenges. Galvanizers discussed solutions to problems from the week. They used ideas and suggestions from the group. They have shared teaching problems which they were facing in their classrooms, and they made action plans together to improvise their teaching. During these Grow Circles, it was a very good time. They were maintaining their Google Drives, they were updating their trackers, which was helpful in the way that they were planned for the next weeks. They had all the records of activities. They could see where the class was and now where the class is. It was not easy for the galvanizers. There were some challenges, like there was initial hesitation, there was a time constraint, unequal participation. Some were not able to maintain focus, consistency, measuring impact, but we have got the solutions also. Galvanizers' experience were noted during the circles. Observe changes in teaching practices. We have also started using the icebreakers and the positive affirmations to make everyone comfortable. We gave each speaker a set time and helped if someone was speaking for long. We used talking sticks and cards so that everybody was getting turn. We explained the purpose and reminded if the discussions were going off the track. We had scheduled regular Grow Circles. And the best thing, we followed ma'am's guidelines on the Grow Circles. Now, there were some self reflections. Galvanizers felt more connected and open, shared, created a sense of belongingness and empathy. New ideas emerged from collective discussions, and random pairing encouraged collaboration with new partners. I have shared this QR scanner for the references. Can you please go on the next slide? We have the sample of the Grow Circle reports. Please move ahead. During the Grow Circles, we have prepared the feedback forms to gauge how much the teachers, galvanizers are imbibing in. So we had the feedback forms for integration of alpha in other subjects, on reflection registers, on assessments, on normalization, and many more. I have also conducted a Grow Circle talk show where these are the simple videos. We'll skip that. Please move ahead. Yes, so our MLLs have given their views on the Grow Circles. Richa ma'am, can you just play one? Good morning, Jayajagat ma'am. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
Welcome to the Grow Circle talk show. Ma'am, just a question from you. Do you think Grow Circles are bringing positive change among the galvanizers?
Absolutely, I'm very sure because when I've attended the circles, I've seen there's a lot of interaction between the teachers. They're much more open to sharing good practices, and the creativity can be seen flowing so easily amongst them. So I'm
positive that these grow circles are really bringing a lot of change and growth amongst our teachers.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Richa ma'am, the next one also. Good morning, and Jayajagat ma'am. How are you? I'm good. Welcome to the Grow Circle show. Ma'am, I have a question for you. Do you feel galvanizers are becoming more confident after these Grow Circles?
Yes, I do feel that the galvanizers are becoming more confident as we can see the difference in the students, their performance, and the way the classes are conducted. What I have observed is that the children have become very confident themselves.
Thank you, Richa ma'am. To conclude, Grow Circles with galvanizers helped share ideas, learn together, and improvise their teaching. A special thank you to Dr. Sunita Gandhi ma'am for bringing this valuable practice to us. Thank you for listening. Have a nice day. Signing off, Shivani Kapoor. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shivani. That was excellent. I'm sure all of us are going to grow with these grow circles. So coming up next is Ms. Arshita Mishra, who will be presenting on integrating arts and extracurriculars with Alpha. Please welcome Ms. Arshita.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for giving me this opportunity to present this presentation today. Good afternoon and Jai Jagat to one and all present over here. Myself, Arshita Mishra from CMS Anand Nagar. Before I begin, I want to show you something. Can we please have the video, ma'am? Yes. Please have a look.
This is my Tina.
Oh wow, you're doing craft activity.
Yes,
I
Mama.
need some help. Can you help me actually tomorrow? What are you doing, Anika?
I am dressing my Tina.
Oh wow, you're doing craft activity.
Yes,
I
Mama.
need some help. Can you help me? Actually, tomorrow is my meeting. What should I wear? Please come.
Okay, Mama.
Can I wear this one?
No, Mama, it's so heavy and so full.
Has full sleeves. Oh yes. Then can I wear this one?
No, Mama, it is so. I don't like brown color, and we have triangles.
So many triangles are there. You are correct. Then this.
Yes, Mama. We have circles, leaves, and elephant, and dolls, and zigzag.
And what about the color? Do you like the color?
Yes.
Think?
Yes.
Okay. Then I wear this only. Thank you for the help, baby.
Just now you saw how my child is interacting nowadays. It's unbelievable as a mother. I feel so proud of my daughter. She's able to compare on the basis of color, texture, and the shapes imprinted. All thanks to Alpha. Wow, just wow. I'm mesmerized. Thank you.
Yes. So this was just one video out of my class that I found really special to include in my slide. So this is one of the parent who shared their personal experience. So my topic is integrating art and extracurriculars for enhanced and creative expression. So just now you saw how my child, one of my children, they are expressing themselves so nicely. So my topic revolves around basically three questions. The first question was, what impact does integrating arts and extracurriculars with Alpha have on student self-expression? The direct answer is empowering young learners through Alpha. They are so empowered that they don't feel hesitant to share what they feel. They don't feel shy to accept their flaws, and they don't hesitate to try again. The second question was, how do Alpha strategies enhances creative thinking in arts and extracurricular activities? For this, we had unlocking creative potential, Alpha strategies in arts and extracurriculars for young learners. The Alpha approach offers a unique way to nurture creativity in arts and extracurriculars by incorporating all the 6 C's and SDGs. Basic, simple activities like fostering imagination, building confidence, and aligning all those activities with the SDGs motivated the young learners to achieve holistic development. The third question was, how can peer collaboration be fostered through arts and extracurriculars using alpha strategies? Simple activities and fun based outside extracurriculars motivated them to be a part of each and everything of the daily routine of the school. So, ma'am, can we move to the next slide, please? Here are some evidences of alpha pedagogy being aligned with SDGs and the 6Cs. The methodology used, ma'am, please move to the next slide. Yes. So the participation counts as the quantitative tools. Student reflection, peer feedback, art portfolios are qualitative tools. And drama, music, art, debate, dance with alpha cycles are all the subjects implied altogether. So art does not mean that we have to do the curling part, the origami thing, but art also incorporates the music, dance, experiment, and everything. So, do, while doing my research, I also faced many challenges that I want to list here. Ma'am, can we please move to the challenges phase slide? The challenges were limited time curriculum, uneven participation initially. Few of the parents and few of the children, they were not very much supportive for the alpha at the initial stage. But later on, when they saw each and every child being acknowledged and appreciated for the little efforts they made, they accepted alpha wholeheartedly. So here comes the slide where we can show the impact. So before, the growth was uneven. As you can see before alpha, the growth most probably reflected on the academic section. But on the after pie chart, you can see the growth was holistic and even. So while to conclude, I would just like to extend my heartiest thanks to Mrs. Sunita Gandhi ma'am for giving us this opportunity and bringing alpha in for us and making us the galvanizers of change. And lastly, I would like to acknowledge my dearest principal ma'am, Ms. Trapti Dwivedi, and my coordinator ma'am, Ms. Richa Sharma, for believing in me and giving me this opportunity to explore and stand here and represent my presentation today. Thank you so much and Jai Jagat. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Arshita, and also I'm acknowledging your gratitude towards me, even though I don't deserve it. I think it is the galvanizers who are the change makers. We are there to support you and to facilitate the change. But the actual change makers and the galvanizers is you who are sitting here and you who are doing it in the classrooms. Thank you, Ms. Arshita, for highlighting the importance of integrating arts with and extracurriculars with academics that help us to provide a holistic development of the children's growth. Thank you. Then coming up next is Ms. Sana Sohail from Aliganj Campus 1. She will be presenting the effectiveness of using puppets in reinforcing homework and FLN concepts. Over to you.
Good afternoon and Jai Jagat, everyone present here. I am Ms. Sana Suhail, serving as the teacher galvanizer for Kindergarten B at City Montessori School, Aliganj Campus 1. My research focuses on the effectiveness of using puppets, Tina and Toto, in reinforcing homework and strengthening foundational literacy and numeracy concepts. Next slide, please. Today, I will share research on how using puppets, Tina and Toto helps our learners complete homework and learn basic reading and math skills better. Next slide. The purpose was to see if puppet-led activities could boost learners' interest in doing homework and help them understand foundational literacy and numeracy concepts. The question we tried to answer Does having Tina and Toto puppets in our classrooms improve homework completion and FLN learning? Okay. Our class has 51 young learners from different backgrounds and learning levels. We noticed at the start that many students were not finishing their homework. Only about 41% were completing it, and they were struggling with basic reading and number tasks. Many learners did not feel motivated to practice alone at home. Next slide, please. To study this, we did simple tests before and after our puppet intervention. We looked at how well students could recognize letters, numbers, and do simple sums. We also checked their homework regularly. We brought Tina and Toto in our classrooms daily for 5 to 10 minutes. The puppets helped introduce new topics, gave homework challenges, and praised students for the good work. We used a method called Triple C: check, correct, and cheer to give positive feedback. Next slide. We tracked progress in two ways: quantitative and qualitative. We compared homework completion rates before and after using puppets. We also observed academic progress rates improved from 40% to 75% over the research period. We observed students enjoying lessons more, being confident, and parents noted kids were more excited to learn at home. Next slide. Next slide, please. Okay, so this line graph shows that average FLN homework scores went from 40% in week 1 to 85% in week 18. Almost every student improved. Next slide. So here we have the glimpses of classroom activities. Next slide, please. Home stretch activities including reading, notebook work, and worksheets. Next slide, please. We also maintain our reflection registers on daily basis. We observe the classroom, we write our observation in our reflection registers, and after the class, we sit together, we discuss the area of concern, and we get the solution for that. Next slide. After starting the Puppetlet activities, more learners completed homework each week. Accuracy in reading and math tasks went up a lot. For instance, literacy accuracy improved from 30% to 70% and numeracy from 40% to 75%. Children became more confident and enjoyed working with Tina and Toto. Parents saw their children wanting to learn by themselves. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide. Okay. Some students were shy to take part in puppet discussions at first. We solved this by starting in small groups and making puppet time a regular part of our daily routine. In academics, learners have improved in completing their homework and mastering FLN concepts. Socially, they became more motivated, confident, and engaged during class with fewer distractions. The puppet activities made learning easy and enjoyable for all learners, including those who struggled before. Next slide, please. Next slide. Going forward, I plan to continue using interactive tools like Tina and Toto and introduce more activities to meet different learning needs. We also want to involve parents more in homework with fun puppet ideas at home. To sum up, Introducing Tina and Toto has greatly improved homework completion and basic reading and math skills in our kindergarten B. The children are happier and learn better. I recommend all teachers in early grades use fun tools like puppets to help learners enjoy homework and learning. More research can be done to see long term effects as children grow. Next slide, please. Thank you so much for your kind attention. Jai Jagat.
Thank you, Ms. Sana. I think it was really good to know how the teachers are maintaining their registers and how important it is for them to be able to use puppets so that the children find it more engaging and interesting, not just in the classroom, but also at homes. We have next with us Ms. Munish Chand from Golf City campus talking about language goals. Please welcome Ms. Munish.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Good afternoon and Jai Jagat, everyone. I'm Miss Munishan, a proud pre-primary educator from Golf City campus. I hold degrees in commerce and education, and I have always believed in growing with my students. Over the years, I have upgraded my skills with training in digital classrooms, IT, and language development. Today, I will be presenting a case study on language goals, developing English language skills in kindergarten learners. So let me show you how I have collected the evidence for my research work. I collected all the evidence for my research work in different ways. I used a mix of qualitative and quantitative tools. Quantitatively, I compared baseline and post-test results, recorded student progress in word recognition, sentence formation, and fluency. Next slide, please. Next, ma'am. By keeping the record of parents' orientation, which showed improved understanding and confidence in supporting their child's English language learning. Next slide, ma'am. Next. Next, please. Next. Next, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, please play this video.
Mother of Ashvi Singh from KGB. This is regarding alpha. When the alpha was introduced to our kids, we were confused about it, that how we will teach, how we will explain our kids. But thanks to the faculty, thanks to the management, that they have done several orientation programs regarding this. In every PTM, we were explained that how we have to teach the literacy, either numeracy or the Hindi part, that how we have to explain our kids to this. They have introduced Tina and Pluto, which our kids love the most. They enjoyed peer checking and doing the activities through peer. So sometimes we are confused that we have to teach either like this or like that. But our kids are so smart; they grasp it really good. They explain that, "Mama, this is the wrong way and this is the correct way. We have to learn like this. You have to teach like this." So this is a very good initiative. I really want to thank Mrs. Vilma Shetty ma'am that yes, she has introduced this Alpha program in our senior university, and we are grateful that our kids are the part of this program. Thank you so much.
Yes. So as you all have seen that yes, parents were also confused. So how to take alpha at home? So the next evidence that I have captured how students support each other with peer feedback logs and student feedback. Record of observation checklist, dolphin moments, and reflection registers help a lot. Gathering parental perspectives on student progress through recorded videos, written feedback, and through the Google Forms. We have recorded reading fluency moving from speaking 1 to 2 words to 4 to 5 word sentences. Observed language growth through role play activities. Measured progress in writing moving from 2 to 3 words to 4 to 5 sentences, paragraphs with better vocabulary. Maintain the records of student participation in spoken English and alpha videos. By capturing the evidence of student success through photos and reflection, and then recorded in charge's testimony and homestretch activities, etc. Now let's see this slide in ma'am testimony, in charge's testimony. The next slide. Ma'am, the next one. Next. Next. Ma'am, next one. Yes, ma'am. Please play this one.
Good morning. I'm the in charge of pre-primary wing, CMS called City. What changes in language development we can see in young learners is that they are able to now take the lead. They are able to frame sentences, which earlier by this time, that is towards the month of September, was difficult. And now we can see after taking alpha that the children are able to say complete sentences, they're able to frame sentences, and the best part is they're even correcting their parents. So that's amazing change that we can see because of alpha. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. After gathering all the evidence, my self-reflection revealed that in my alpha classes, I find that pair work, role plays, rhymes, and picture reading significantly supported English language goals among pre-primary children. The use of AI tools added great value by making vocabulary practice, storytelling, and home reinforcement more engaging and effective. I would like to thank Dr. Sunita Gandhi ma'am and her team and my principal Mrs. Rima Sethi ma'am who has motivated us to take up the research work, and last but not the least my in charge Miss Neeti Verma ma'am and my pre-primary team for bringing alpha into practice. The journey has enhanced my skills as a galvanizer and enabled me to contribute in new ways, opening doors to many opportunities. Finally, I'm grateful for this platform to express my views through my research work. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Manish. You might be wondering why the teachers are not presenting. They have done a lot of research, and the presentations, if they present according to the number of slides, is going to run into more than 15, 20 minutes. But since we had set the time limit for 5 to 7 minutes, that is why the teachers have to pass on some slides and talk about the others. So coming up next, we have Ms. Rinki Chaudhary from CIS Barabanki campus, also talking about Alpha Path. So here, over to you, Ms. Rinki Chaudhary.
Good afternoon and Jajagat to one and all. Myself, Rinki Chaudhary, pre-primary galvanizer from CIS Barabanki. Today, I'm here to present a presentation on my research topic, Foundational Pillars and Environment. So, the very first thing is classroom ambience, school and classroom ambience. A classroom is more than just four walls. It is a space that speaks. According to Alpha pedagogy, every child must feel visible and heard by creating warm, welcoming, and child-led classrooms. Ma'am, please change the slide. Next slide, please. One-time preparation, making of Tina Toto, Hira Moti with the help of students, picture cards and hands-on materials, batches with positive adjectives and reflection registers. Next slide, please. Walls can teach, desks can talk. Classroom walls can display students' work, visual aids, and academic content, while tables, often central to group work, provide physical space where students collaborate, share ideas,
and learn from each other and their surroundings. Next slide, please. In alpha learning, no child is left without a partner, keeping the spirit of equity alive. Daily random pairing allow children of different ability to work together. This encourages collaboration and empathy. Next slide, please. Uh, please change the slide. Take it back. Take it back, please. Um, Perfection loop. It is very important to pause. It is important to pause after each module to take student feedback through class activities, worksheets, and weekly tests. Next slide, please. Four-step process for teaching and learning. Galvanizer, child demo, then child-to-child demo. Entire class and pair, all students practice together. Stretch activities and celebration. In stretch activities, we also ask our students and parents to make reading videos and share those videos on their class groups. Next slide, please. Change the slide, please. Numeracy is a fun with alpha. Learning by doing. Play the video, please.
Long hand is on. 12. And short hand is on. 3. So what's the time? 3. Very good. Well done.
Change the slide.
Long hand is on.
Number is this, Sadvik? Next slide, please. Interactive classrooms. Play the slide, please. Play the video. Selection of students by taking out ice cream sticks. Random selection. Next slide, please. Known to unknown through peer learning. Video, please.
Apple and doctor. Cat.
Next slide, please. Child-led exploration. Play the video. Change the slide. Okay, last one, please. Last slide. Assessment. These are assessment time. Last slide, please. Play this video. Making every child visual and heard, warm and welcoming, happy classroom.
Help me, rabbit friend. I don't need rabbit to watch. Come with rabbit inside. I am rabbit.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
In the front,
Thank you, Ms. Rinky. I think her presentation was full of evidences of the growth of the children on the alpha path. And now we have the guest speaker from CIS Jaipur, Ms. Amita Baveja. Please welcome her with a good round of applause. She's talking about impact of alpha 8Cs framework on holistic child development.
A very good afternoon to one and all. I'm Amita Baveja from CIS Jaipur, and I'm here to give my presentation on the Alpha's 8C impact on child's holistic growth. Slide, please. Slide, please. Slide, please. As Maimonides said, give a man a fish and you will feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish and you feed him for a lifetime. Just like that, we are helping and assisting each and every child to grow and build their skills to find their own answers and making them confident for their lifetime. The first slide. Next slide, please. These are the 8 C's. The first, collaboration. It encourages teamwork through game activities, playing in groups. Children enjoy playing in groups. They just learn to have fun with their peer learning, their partners, and also helping them too in their learning. It helps children in learning the concept of sharing, caring, and respect. The critical thinking. Through the storytellings, games, puzzles, children learn to understand the concepts easily and just building them more confident and energetic in their field. Creativity. It encourages self-expression, learning through role plays, playful activities, boosts their imagination and making them more imaginative and critical thinkers. Communication, their language enhanced through storytellings and conversations, and their pronunciation and vocabulary skills also improve through this, and this thus enhances their self-expression. Next slide. Curiosity. It makes children eager to ask why and how. They are just ready to ask, ma'am, why this happens and how this happens. And this makes us also feel happy as the children are fully engaged in their work, in their activities. It helps their cognitive growth also. Slide, please. Back. Just back it. The previous one. The other one. Just change it. The previous one. Yeah. Confidence. Performing in front of peers or completing tasks independently develops self esteem. It just empowers children to take initiative, to ask questions, and to solve their problems on their own. Compassion. Paired activities or group activities make them more en- engrossed into their activities and making work learning their own, strengthen their emotional and moral development. Competence. It focuses both on their academic achievements as well as their life skills. It helps children to show their empathy, sharing, and caring nature. The next slide. These 8 C's helps as a building blocks for the overall development of the child, for the cognitive development, language development, creative development, social, emotional, and physical development. It overall improves their thinking, reasoning, caring skills, learning skills, vocabulary skills, communicative skills, and their self-expression improves a lot with all these 8 C's, which helps as a building block. The next slide. The main objective of this study is to how this helps children to grow academically and emotionally. But the main question which raised as how this can be structured with paired learning and collaborative activities that support holistic development in early years. Next slide. The challenges faced by the 30-40% of the students as They are from mixed abilities, and some have difficulties in recognizing the phonic words and their formation, and some have difficulty in understanding the numbers and recognizing them. The next slide. To measure this overall with both qualitative and quantitative tools we used, pre and post assessments, the words per minute raised, we check the maths numeracy with practice sheets, observational notes, collaboration with peers, active involvement and emotional management, and surveys and feedbacks from their parent sides was also there. Students' evidence we have taken from the home assignments, and some academic tasks was also there. The next slide. Implementation of this pedagogy, the paired learning activities for numeracy, reading, everything with the help of number cards, word cards, picture cards. We use it for 3 to 4 times a day for 30 minutes. Collective feedback sessions for self and peer reflections, teacher as galvanizer. We act as just the helping aids, not the one who are teaching them each and everything. We just as the helping aids. Weekly partner rotation was there. The next slide. This is the data and the evidence, how the students for the words per minute efficiency has been raised. Speaking efficiency has been raised. The slide, please. The slide, please. It's not visible to me. The previous one? Yeah, this one. This is the data and evidence for the English words and for the numeracy skills, how it has been improved. The next slide, please. It's not visible to me. Reading fluency, the baseline 8 words per minute. It's 8 words per minute. Post few weeks from 14 to 16 words per minute, and it's had been improved from 8 to 87%. And this numeracy baseline accuracy 30%, post test accuracy 85% from 55%. The next slide. The children showed more confidence during these group work, increased willingness to participate and take turns, and parents also noted improvement in their reading habits at home. Just play the video.
Child name is Shishan Vidatta from Senior KG, City International School, and class teacher is Amita ma'am. She is very well in teaching. For our child, Alpha has been a wonderful experience. Every day there are new activities and practical learning that make her too excited to come to school. Her maths, English, and Hindi have improved a lot, and she enjoys learning without fear. We are very happy with the effort of the teachers and school, and especially I am very happy and very satisfied for my child. Thank you so much.
The next slide. The challenges and the solutions. Challenge is very learning pace. Some children grasp very easily, but some feel they have struggle while understanding the concepts. To overcome this, we pair the fast learners with the slow learners and provide them extra pair practice through games and other activities. Limited attention span, especially in young learners. And for this, we keep activities short, engaging, and interactive with the clapping, storytelling, and with other sound activities. Some students are very shy in paired activities, and for this, we use icebreaker activities just to overcome their fear, and they should be more confident in that. Uneven participation in pairs, and for this, we do the weekly rotations. Limited focus during maths. Introduce gamified activities with rewards like smileys, stars, stickers, etc. The other slide. Impact of this. Reading fluency improved from 8 to 15 words per minute, numeracy accuracy improved for 30% to 85%, and better peer collaboration of empathy, sharing, and etc. has been increased, confidence in expressing ideas. And the goal, equity and inclusion across mixed ability groups. The next slide. Paired learning and peer feedback. I'll definitely continue with this. It's the most important and impact. It has most important impact like collaboration, communication, confidence, critical thinking, confidence, and creativity. These basic features, they have more impact on children's mind and making them learn more easily. And what I will change, provide more support for numeracy using objects, allocate extra time for struggling learners, add short puzzles, games for thinking skills, and rotate partner often to improve comfort. The next slide. The Alpha 8Cs framework provides a holistic approach to child development, ensuring that learner covers intellectual, emotional, social, and ethical aspects. By focusing on the 8Cs, the framework nurtures well-rounded learner, balancing academics with social emotional growth. And thank you to Sunita ma'am for giving us this pedagogy and making our teaching more supportive and interesting. With, with this, for our young learners who will learn all these with great ease and have a great impact on their minds for their long time. And now, with this new pathway for our future generation to walk on this and reach the pinnacles of glory. Last but not the least, I'd like to thank my principal, Manoj Verma sir, for the support in each and every aspect. And also, I'm very thankful to my fellow teachers who helps me a lot in understanding this pedagogy. Thank you, everyone. Jai Jagat.
I thank all the presenters, especially Ms. Amita Baveja, who has taken time out from Jaipur to be here with us today in Lucknow to make a presentation of her research. And as we come to the end of today's proceedings, I would like to say that once again, a gentle reminder to all the outstation guests that there is a dance program here in the hall at 6 o'clock, followed by dinner at 7 p.m. in the CISV dining hall. For tomorrow, all galvanizers have to be present here at 8 o'clock for breakfast. May I request all of you to please remain seated? Please hear me out. Please sit down. May I have your attention, please? Everyone. Please sit down. May I have your attention, please, everyone? Can we have silence in the hall, please? Dear galvanizers, for every event, there are some set norms, some said norms, and some unsaid norms. And whenever we have a gathering in the hall, especially for an initiative such as today's, where we talked about educational leadership, the role of teachers as galvanizers, involving parents for the betterment of the child. For such an event, we believe that all of us are very well equipped to follow those norms. And one of the unsaid norms, even though it has been said a number of times, is to pay attention, is to maintain silence, and to engage ourselves with full alertness, so that end of the day we have some takeaways, some new learnings which we would like to implement in our classrooms. With these expectations, we organize a conference such as this. When we have galvanizers as audience, we feel that we don't need to tell you to pay attention, to sit quietly. Please pay attention. Please sit down. These are considered to be the standard operating procedures for any event. When you set your norms for your children in the classrooms, you tell them that this symbol means this is for being quiet. But for galvanizers, I don't think we should feel the need to remind you that these norms have to be followed. I've been requesting again and again that everybody should be seated, but still I can see movement in the hall. If we as adults can't have control over ourselves, how do we expect our learners to have control over themselves? So for tomorrow, we hope that there would be much better engagement, much better responsiveness, and much better self-discipline, so that we learn from each other, we grow from each other's strengths, and we identify the weaknesses or the areas of consideration and make sure we convert them into our strengths. With these words, we come to the end of today's conference, but I would like to request the headmistresses. Okay. Everyone, please remain seated. I have with me respected Badi Didi. She would like to have a few words with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm very much thankful to all of you. I think half of you are out. No doubt, no problem. I just wanted to speak to the, headmistresses, if they are there. Please come here in front, and I will have a little conversation with you for about 5 minutes. And meanwhile, I want to thank all of you. You have given such a, you are tired, I know. Nobody can sit for such a long time. But you did. So that is why I would advise that, there was a hotel in America जो कि पूरे अमेरिका में सबसे अच्छा होटल माना जाता था. तो लोगों ने सोचा कि इसमें ऐसी क्या बात है जो कि ये इतना, सब देखो उसी की बात करते हैं, सब देखो उसी की बात करते हैं, तो क्या बात है उसमें. तो क्या हुआ कि जैसे यहाँ पर अपने IIM है, क्या नाम है उसका, इंडियन इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ IIM ऑफ मैनेजमेंट. तो ऐसे अमेरिकन इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ मैनेजमेंट था. तो उनको ये, जैसे अभी आप लोगों ने रिसर्च किया, तो उनको रिसर्च करने का जिम्मेदारी दी गई. तो जब उन्होंने रिसर्च करी कि ये सर्वश्रेष्ठ कैसे बन गया, तो निकल कर के आया, खोदा पहाड़ निकली चुईया. क्या निकल के आया कि हरेक के पास उसके टर्म्स ऑफ रेफरेंस थे. उदाहरण के लिए, जो होटल में ठहरने आता है तो वो कार में आता है. तो सबसे पहले जो आदमी ने, वो कार आई तो जा कर के कार का दरवाजा खोला तो उसकी जेब में उसके टर्म्स ऑफ रेफरेंस रखे हुए थे। सामने से अरे आपके फोटो हमको नहीं चाहिए, आपके फोटो पास आके लिए जाते हैं ना, ये सब फोटो फेंक दीजिए, जितने भी तुम्हारे कैमरे हैं सब फेंक दीजिए। हम देखते हैं कोई भी दुनिया में पास में आके फोटो नहीं लेता है, सब फेंक दीजिए, दूर से लिया करिए। हम लोग डिस्टर्ब हो जाते हैं, हम लोग शर्मा जाते हैं। तो वो जो गया, एक आदमी जल्दी से गया और उसने जाकर के वो दरवाजा खोला और गेस्ट को उसने उतारा। तो वो कैसे उतारेगा उसके बारे में वो लिखा हुआ था। फिर उसकी जो नकल थी वो उसके सुपरवाइजर पर, फिर सुपरवाइजर के ऑफिसर पर, फिर उसके मैनेजर पर होटल के, फिर बड़े मैनेजर पर, फिर मालिक पर। उस बंदे की एसओपी थी, क्या बोलते हैं, टर्म्स ऑफ रेफरेंस थे। फिर उसके बाद में क्या होगा आप देखिए, होटल में वो लोग फिर एक ठेला लेके आते हैं, पता नहीं उसको क्या कहते हैं, उस ठेले में ट्रॉली बोलते हैं, अच्छा, तो वो लेके आते हैं। तो उस ट्रॉली में एक बंदा लेके आता है उसे, तो उसके पास भी टर्म्स ऑफ रेफरेंस थे जो उसकी जेब में रखे हुए थे, और उसमें ये लिखा था कि जो बंदा अपना बक्सा लेके आ रहा है उसके लिए वो बहुत कीमती चीज है, तो उसको बहुत मतलब डेलिकेटली उठाइए और ला करके फिर धम्म से मत रखिए ट्रॉली पर, बहुत ही हाँ जेंटली सहजता से उसे रखिए। फिर जब आपके वो गेस्ट आ जाए तो उन्हें लेकर के फिर बड़े आदर पूर्वक वहां ले आइए जहां पर कि उनका रजिस्ट्रेशन होगा। फिर जहां रजिस्ट्रेशन हुआ था तो वहां बाबू बैठा हुआ होता है, तो उसके पास भी उसके टर्म्स ऑफ रेफरेंस थे कि आपको ऐसे करना है, ये नहीं कि आ गए मेरे सिर पर और मुझे परेशान कर रहे हैं। कई बार हमारे बाबू सोचते हैं ना, कोई 5 बजे आ गया फीस देने तो सोचते हैं कि मैं तो बंद कर रहा था, मेरे को डिस्टर्ब करने आ गए, ठीक है ना। तो ठीक है, तो उनके लिए मतलब टर्म्स ऑफ रेफरेंस थे। फिर चाबी उनको दी गई, फिर वो चाबी लेकर के एक बंदा ऊपर ले गया उनको, तो उसने जाके कमरा खोला, तो कमरा एक रात के लिए वो 10,000 रुपए लेते हैं, ठीक है ना। तो एक रात के लिए कमरा जो था उनका, उसके अंदर चेक लिस्ट के 300 टिक लगाने होते हैं, तो उस केयर टेकर के 300 टिक एक कमरे के लगाने के थे। मैं ज्यादा लंबा नहीं खींचूंगी क्योंकि आपको बहुत टाइम हो गया है। तो वो 300 टिक बाथरूम के ही होते हैं, 150 टिक तो, क्योंकि इतनी चीजें होती हैं बाथरूम में। फिर वो अलमारी के टिक्स होते हैं, फिर टेलीफोन के होते हैं, और जैसे ही वो आया तो उसे अब इतना टाइम थोड़े सब बातें सबसे पूछे, खाना चाहिए, पीना चाहिए, पानी चाहिए, क्या चाहिए क्या नहीं, तो उसे वो बता देता है, जो बहरा आता है उसे ये बताना है। बहरहाल तो फिर हर एक का ऊपर तक था। तो हमारी महान टीचर्स यहाँ बैठी हैं, हमारी महान प्रिंसिपल्स भी यहाँ बैठी हैं, प्रिंसिपल्स ने करीब 1 महीने में अपने सबके टर्म्स ऑफ रेफरेंस बना के भेज दिए हैं, मेरे पास आ गए। फिर मैंने हेड मिस्ट्रेसेस के टर्म्स ऑफ रेफरेंस मांगे थे, वो भी काफी आ गए हैं। टीचर्स के टर्म्स ऑफ रेफरेंस मिसेस डॉन टेलर ने बनाए हैं, उसका नाम रखा है टीचर स्टैंडर्ड्स। लेकिन उसकी एक कॉपी आप सबकी लिखी हुई मेरे पास नहीं है। मेरे पास हो, मैनेजर गीता के पास हो, ट्रेजरर विनय गांधी के पास हो, ठीक है, प्रिंसिपल के पास तो होगी होगी, क्योंकि A to Z होना चाहिए। फिर उसके बाद में अभी इस बात के टर्म्स ऑफ रेफरेंस नहीं बने हैं कि कितनी देर तक टीचर्स को मीटिंग में बिठाया जाना चाहिए। अगर गलती से 6 घंटे बिठा दिया, ठीक है, तो कौन से टर्म्स ऑफ रेफरेंस होंगे? और 3 घंटे की मीटिंग हुई तो कौन से टर्म्स ऑफ रेफरेंस होंगे? ठीक है ना, क्योंकि आपकी भी कोई ना कोई स्टडी कर रहा है, ठीक है। ऐसा नहीं है, वो भगवान को तो छोड़ दीजिए, भगवान तो हमारे दिल की भी स्टडी कर रहे हैं कि हम बैठे बैठे कैसे कैसे बोल रहे हैं, तू मर जा, तेरा बेटा मर जा, है, और तूने मुझे यहाँ क्यों बिठा दिया, तेरी वजह से मेरा सत्यानाश हो गया। दिल की बात नहीं कर रहे हम, ठीक है, वो तो भगवान ही सुन सकता है, ठीक है ना। जब यहाँ बातें हम करते हैं तो क्यों करते हैं? थक गए हैं, इस पर रिसर्च होना चाहिए, है, या घर की याद आ गई है, या हमारी सास ने आज एक गड़बड़ कर दी थी, या जेठानी की बहाना बात करना है, किसी को बताना है। कौन सा टॉपिक हम डिस्कस करते, इस पे रिसर्च होना चाहिए। पहले तो मीटिंग ही लंबी नहीं होना चाहिए, ठीक है ना। हम कोई वो थोड़े ही हैं आजादी के दीवाने, तो रात भर भी बम बनाते थे और दिन भर भी बम बनाते थे, रात भर भी मार खाते थे, दिन भर भी मार खाते थे, ठीक है। अंग्रेजों को भारत से भगाना है कि योजना बनाते थे। वो दीवानापन हम नहीं चाह रहे, लेकिन मिनिमम ऑफ द मिनिमम टर्म्स ऑफ रेफरेंस। एक बार मैं गई मिलिट्री में, तो वहां के कोई बड़े साहब बैठे होंगे, कर्नल होंगे कोई, तो जब मैं गई तो उन्होंने पानी मंगाया, तो एक बंदा पानी लाया, तो बताते हैं उसका भी SOP होता है, स्टैंडर्ड ऑपरेटिंग प्रोसीजर, ठीक है, कि पानी में गिलास आधा इंच कम होगा, पानी के ऊपर, गिलास के ऊपर पानी नहीं लगा होगा, जहां गिलास ट्रे में रखा गया है उसकी तल्ली में पानी नहीं होगा, पानी जब लाया जा रहा होगा तो रास्ते में कुछ पड़ ना जाए तो वो ढका हुआ होगा, फिर वो हाथ में नहीं लाया जाएगा, वो ट्रे में लाया जाएगा, फिर ट्रे से उठा करके वो बंदा हाथ में गिलास उठा के नहीं देगा, वो ट्रे आगे बढ़ाएगा, फिर पीने वाले को वो पानी उठाना होगा, वगैरह वगैरह। यहाँ के लखनऊ के में मिलिट्री ऑफिस में पानी पिलाने के टर्म्स ऑफ रेफरेंस होते हैं। तो हम भी थोड़ी सी कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि हमारा स्कूल भी अच्छा स्कूल हो जाए। ठीक है, तो जब तक कि एक नया हमें इशारा मिला है टर्म्स ऑफ रेफरेंसेस का, तो जब हम बना लेंगे तो शायद हम कुछ बेहतर करने लगेंगे। और स्कूल को खुले हुए आज 60 और 7 67 ईयर्स हो गए। जब मैं 23 साल की थी तब मैंने स्कूल खोला था। आज मेरी उम्र 92 साल है, तो 67 और 23 तो मिला के ही हो गए 90। समझिए आप? तो मैं ये जानती ही नहीं थी ये करना चाहिए, लेकिन जब से मैंने वो सुना है, इतने बढ़िया बना के दिए हैं 2 महीने में हमारी प्रिंसिपल्स ने टर्म्स ऑफ रेफरेंस, कि मैं आपको बता नहीं सकती। आज हमारी आदरणीय हेड मिस्ट्रेस खड़ी हैं, 4 हैं यहाँ, 5 हैं, 6 हैं, 7 हैं, और भी शायद नीचे होंगी। तो उनके भी टर्म्स ऑफ रेफरेंस जब बनेंगे और उसके बाद में मिडिल लेवल लीडर्स के भी टर्म्स ऑफ रेफरेंस बनेंगे, फिर चपरासी के टर्म्स ऑफ रेफरेंस बनेंगे। सबसे ज्यादा बातें कौन करता है? उनकी बैठने की जगह कौन निर्धारित करता है? उनकी कुर्सी कहाँ होती है? जब ये सब बातें टर्म्स ऑफ रेफरेंस में आ जाएंगी, क्योंकि आपने भी टीचर ट्रेनिंग करी है, मैंने भी की है। मैंने की थी 55-56 में टीचर ट्रेनिंग। ठीक है, यहीं लखनऊ से की थी, और यहाँ पर था बेसिक LT कॉलेज बेसिक। तो उसमें हमको बहुत सी बातें सिखाई जाती थी, महात्मा गांधी वाली भी सिखाई जाती थी, गवर्नमेंट चलाती थी। तो वहाँ के प्रिंसिपल साहब थे मिस्टर CN हंगल। तो बहुत सी बातें बताई होंगी, पर 2 बातें मुझे हमेशा याद रहती हैं, और मैं अपनी प्रिंसिपल्स के बीच में उसे बताने की कोशिश भी करती हूँ। वो एक तो ये है कि स्कूल सदा ही नई नवेली दुल्हन की तरह सजा होना चाहिए, और दूसरा मंत्र था उनका कि प्रिंसिपल का नाम स्कूल के पत्ते पत्ते पे लिखा होता है। तो मुझे वो हमेशा याद रहता है। तो माइलस्टोन्स आप सब लोग बनाते हैं, हर एक को पता है मुझे क्या करना है, कितनी मंजिल जाना है, क्या नहीं करना है। और अंत में मैं एक बात बता के अपनी बात खत्म करूंगी। एक गुरुजी थे, उन्होंने 2 कबूतर मंगाए, 2 विद्यार्थी बुलाए, और दोनों में से एक एक को एक एक कबूतर दिया, और उन्होंने कहा इसे मार के ले आओ, लेकिन ऐसी जगह मारना जहां कोई देख ना रहो। तो एक तो बहुत जल्दी लेके आ गया, तो झाड़ी के पीछे गया, जल्दी से उसका गटई मोड़ी और लेके आ गया। और दूसरा जो था 2 घंटे तक नहीं आया। तो गुरुजी सोचे तो बड़ा गड़बड़ हो गया, उसके पिताजी को मैं क्या जवाब दूंगा, आएंगे लेने। तो वो ढूंढने निकले, तो वो मार ही नहीं पाया उसको। तो कहने लगे भाई क्या बात है, इतनी देर कहाँ घूम रहे हो इधर उधर? बोले सर मैं बहुत तलाश कर रहा हूँ ऐसी जगह कि इसको ऐसी जगह मारूं जहां कोई ना देख रहा हो, पर मुझे हर जगह भगवान दिख जाते हैं कि भगवान देख रहा है। तो मैं मार ही नहीं पाया इसे। तो अलग अलग तरीके हैं समझाने के बातों को। तो बहरहाल आज की कथा खत्म। सुनीता जी को बहुत धन्यवाद कि उन्होंने इतनी बेहतरीन खुशनुमा गैलरीज आप ही के द्वारा सजवाई हैं। इसके लिए आपको बहुत बहुत बधाई है। मैंने इतना सुंदर स्कूल का क्लासरूम का नजारा कभी नहीं देखा। अगर गांधी जी होते तो प्राइम मिनिस्टर को बुला लेते दिखाने के लिए, क्योंकि जब हमने टीचर ट्रेनिंग में, जब सुदर्श कौर हमारी स्टूडेंट थी, उस बैच में लड़कियों से 37 लड़कियों को हमने भर्ती किया था टीचर ट्रेनिंग कॉलेज में। तो हम इतने बड़े बड़े 3 बक्से उनकी टीचिंग एड बनवाते थे प्री प्राइमरी के लिए। ये सब तो नहीं था बढ़िया चीजें, लेकिन जो भी हमारे पास था तो उसके 3 बड़े बड़े बक्से बनवाते थे। तो गांधी जी को इतना पसंद आया, उसका नाम था प्री प्राइमरी टीचर्स ट्रेनिंग कॉलेज अलोंग मॉन्टेसरी लाइंस प्राइवेट। तो उसमें 37 लड़कियां भर्ती हुई थी और 37 के इंटू 3 वो बड़े बड़े बक्से भर के तैयार थे। तो उसकी एग्जीबिशन लगाई। हमारा तो किराए के छोटे मोटे कमरों के स्कूल थे, तो एक बहुत बड़ा कॉलेज को मांगा, अग्रवाल कॉलेज मोती नगर, और उसका एक एक कमरा इतना बड़ा जिसका ठिकाना नहीं। तो 37 गर्ल्स के लिए हर कमरे में 2-2 लड़कियों की एग्जीबिशन लगाई और पंडित नेहरू को बुलाया देखने के लिए। दिस वाज May 1961। वो हमारा 60-61 का बैच था और पंडित नेहरू देखने आए। तो आप लोगों का जो ये सब चीज है, ये प्राइम मिनिस्टर को दिखाने वाला है, ताकि सारे हिंदुस्तान में ऐसी एजुकेशन हो जाए। इन शब्दों के साथ मैं आपको बधाई देती हूँ। धन्यवाद। जय जगत। आपको बहुत धन्यवाद, इतना अच्छा सेशन आपने किया। सुनीता जी को बहुत धन्यवाद। हेडमिस्ट्रेस से ज्यादा ये बात करिए।
Dear teachers who have to present tomorrow for their presentations, kindly come to the control room so that we can upload your presentations to the systems. Thank you so much.
So, dear teachers, galvanizers, tomorrow 8 o'clock breakfast will be served in the basement dining room, and by 8:30 you should be seated in the hall. Thank you very much.